Yamanda Kenshi is an ordinary 35-year-old office worker. His story starts from an unexpected victory. He finally passes a game that he dedicated 3 years of his life. However, Yamanda decides not to stop there. The previous game seemed too easy for him, so he now seeks real challenges. He wants to stay in the game for at least a decade. Looking for something more exciting, the guy comes into the fantasy adventure: sword and magic. He was immediately informed that this game will not end. He will be waiting for an endless world of adventure. The girl considers this idea quite successful, so the guy decides to set up the game for his preferences. In the complexity of the game, he chooses the mode of hell, where to increase the level requires 100 times more experience than in normal mode. There are no restrictions on reaching levels. Satisfied with the choice, Mond clicks on the chosen mode, and the game begins. Before his eyes, a vivid illustration with the main characters of the game immediately unfolds. Hell mode, a real hardcore for the fiercest gamers in an unknown world. Lunky slogans like "stood on a conjunction," "call for action." Choose the most difficult mode and write your name on the new page of the history of another world. You have unprecedented opportunities. The bright sun warms the day, and a thin boy eagerly fell into a tub of water, quenching his thirst. This is the former Yamanda Kenshi. Once upon a time, this man was a 35-year-old office worker who was not even happy in love. But it has been 5 years since the fate threw it into the world of the game. Only the echo of the memory remained from the past. He was born into a family of rural workers. At first, the guy could not believe that he was in the body of the child. However, in this situation, he had nothing left but to accept his new reality. The village worker will no longer find another job, and will never leave his native village. It remains only to adapt to a new reality. In the new body of the boy, Allan is called. His parents are crowded with pride for the honesty and nobility of his son. The boy tries to help his mother with household chores, but she often asks him to just be a child and play, enjoying her carefree age. Yamanda found himself in the body of this child, contrary to his will, but at the same time does not want to upset the family. He must remain silent about his rebirth. It is simply impossible to tell someone. Allan is always enthusiastically flirtatious. Thanks to her, the guy is able to bring out a variety of insects. Due to its abilities of the attribute, it is capable of using magic cards with caused creatures. Now the guy creates an insect map named Denko. It is something like a grasshopper, which the guy calls Denka. Its characteristics: strength, 3 points, attack, 2, protection, 5, agility, 5, intelligence, 1, luck, 2. The main ability of this creature is high jumps. The only thing Allan is capable of accepting blessings from the called creatures. However, the guy dreams of getting stronger to fight the monsters of this world on his own. 20 cards are currently in Magical Grimoire. Their blessings enhance Allan's abilities, so his strength is almost inferior to an adult. He rang the bell, notifying the onset of noon. The guy was comfortable in the yard, leaning his back on the tree trunk. Allan constantly reflects on his skills. He is convinced that the better performance is the greater control of the game. However, the guy still cannot move. Suddenly, a little girl runs out. She waves her hand joyfully and jobs with enthusiasm to play in night. In the wave of excitement, she does not notice how inadvertently it comes to Danka. She lifts her leg without even mentioning the insect. Allan, meanwhile, welcomes her friend. The girl vigorously calls him to the game. She is Allan's sparring partner and, just like him, dreams of hunting for monsters. The boys stand opposite each other, getting ready for the duel. The girl, loudly declaring herself as a knight of Serena, challenges the boy. In response, Allan seems to be a knight and honor his girlfriend with honor. However, at this moment, Yamanda feels a lot of tension. In fact, he is 35, and saying such things is quite inconvenient for him. However, this situation is not some innocent game, so he just cannot afford to relax. Suddenly, the siren rushes to the guy at incredible speed. He barely has time to lift the sword to defend himself. The girl does not stop the offensive, and the guy barely has time to reflect. He struggles with all his efforts. Although its strength and speed have increased markedly, the body has not yet fully adapted to new opportunities. However, Serena does not lose joy. She is happy to see her success and feel that she is doing well. Suddenly, the girl causes such a powerful blow that Allan's wooden sword breaks in half. In fact, this is the 10th sword that he broke. The guy was tired without end to spend on a new weapon. But what you do, The opponent is extremely strong. Allan's clashes with Allan are much more interesting than matches with her father. The guy asks her not to tell her Uncle Gel about what happened. Serena is surprised that the guy is so worried. Despite his 5-year workouts, he remains in no noticeable and deserves special attention. The father reassured him, explaining that the world was so arranged. The girl was really a sword master, and her vocation, to serve noble gentlemen. Allan could not stop surprised this strange situation for a long time. Only later did he remember how this girl passed the evaluation ceremony. Serena considers himself an ordinary fencing man, although in reality her abilities correspond to the level of a true sword master. The girl with joyful naivety points out that Allan's talents also recorded somewhat special. It is always full of fun and casual sincerity, but when she asks whether or not that's true, the boy's father confirms, yes, that's true. However, none of them can read, and the priest generally argued that Allan has no abilities. The guy is always upset because of this, because in fact everything is different. Whether someone can read does not matter. There is only a senseless abracad on paper. It seems that the god of this world accidentally pressed not those keys. Due to this mistake, Allan will have to hide for a long time that he is a call. No one has learned about it for a long time. Allan's younger brother notices that he is upset. He is suitable, and wondered what happened to Allan. But soon parents approach the boy and emphasize, even if he does not have a special talent, he still remains their son. No matter what, they are proud of him. Mom assures Allan that there is nothing to worry about. He will become strong and wise over the years. Allan, with unconcealed excitement, looks at his parents, whose words knock him out of the track. In fact, he is both older than them. In this world, his father is only 25, and his mother is only 23 years old. Although this family is so poor that there is not even a bath in their house, Yamanda is still grateful to fate for being born here. The father announces that it is time to go on the road. Knights will appear today to evaluate Siren's abilities. The girl's father has the appearance of a real gorilla, but it does not prevent him from being a caring dad. A cheerful Siren jumps with his arms with laughter and exclaims enthusiastically that she dreams of becoming a knight when he grows up. The father laughs sincerely. The city is dominated by a bustle and a fuss. Everyone is gathering in anticipation of honorary guests. For local residents, this event is of particular importance. Many are glad to get distracted from everyday worries and watch with interest in testing of skill. As the siren passes by the crowd, a wave of whispers immediately rises around. Viewers are amazed. How was the daughter of a simple peasant able to reach the peaks in the art of the sword? There is an insurmountable caste gap between rural workers and other residents of the city. And this is despite the fact that they are all common people. When Allan is paid attention, it rarely causes joy in the audience. In society, people who are deprived of abilities do not enjoy much respect. Someone with force stamped by attracting the guy's attention and asks, did he come here only to contemplate what is not achievable for him? It turned out that it is a fair-haired guy with freckles, noticed at the ceremony, has a great skill in handling an axe. Serena stands up for Allan, emphasizing that he has great power. However, the guy with freckles is stubbornly on his own. For him, Allan is an ordinary village worker, and he was destined to remain so, teaching his children. The girl ignites from rage, hearing such words, but the father has time to take her away and reassure her daughter. Meanwhile, his dad approaches Allan, worrying whether his son is all right. The guy with a smile replies that all is well, because he was not affected by those words. Hearing this, the X-Men turns with interest and asks what Allan said right now. The intense atmosphere suddenly scatters the elderly about the onset of the night. They urge everyone to disperse and make room for guests. The gates dissolve, and harsh riders enter the village. 2 leaders are ahead, and all their honor is followed by an inseparable shadow. Seeing the knight's commander himself, the children shine with delight. In their eyes, joy flashes, and a wave of inspiration flares in the hearts. The commander notices Serena and quickly approaches her. He jumps out of the horse, and with interest he asks if she is the same sword workshop. Serena proudly seems to be the head, while in the crowd there is a howl and passionate exclamations. Suddenly, the sensational news appears. From now on, hiding or faking his talent is recognized as a crime for the death penalty. To prove the seriousness of these words, they immediately announce a duel. The news is stunning and frightening Allan and Serena's father, forcing them to die from surprise. While the girl is looking carefully at the knight, her father is trying to set up the situation, assuring that her daughter has already passed the test. However, The commander is adamant and explodes with anger. If the girl refuses, she is waiting with her father. Allan literally burns from rage. The guy believes that all this is a solid nonsense. Here's what his father is about to say something, but the girl gently stops him, assuring that everything is under control and she will definitely cope. Serena confidently picks up a real sword and raises him over his head. In the next moment, she calls her name. Knight Raff Rant, her rival, also raises the blade, demonstrating the determination to accept the challenge. His peculiarity is the skill of the list. In these moments, the father of Syrians is covered by despair and impotence. The guards blocked him the path of shiny spears, not even allowing his daughter to approach. The captain with the superficial indifference looks at the scene without taking a single step towards the battle flaws. The girl focuses on the attack, trying to striking the enemy, and he skillfully reflects her every blow. In the hall, silence fell. Everyone was holding their breath, watching the duel carefully. Only a metal clatter of blades. Viewers are delighted with the skill of a little girl. She is easy and confidently waving a heavy sword. Allan closely monitors his girlfriend. She devoted her workout almost all her life. She started at the age of 3. He would never have coped with that, even if he had chosen the most difficult mode. But suddenly the girl's rival skillfully reflects her blow. Rant perfectly guesses the moment and throws the rival with a powerful blow from which the girl flies back, breaking the wall of one of the city houses, and then it is difficult to settle on the ground. The father almost loses the sense of what he saw. It is horrified. He screams to his daughter, but she does not respond. He does not hear his howl. In despair, a man rushes to her, but is restrained without letting it approach. Allan is already breaking out of place to rush to Serena, and suddenly a strong hand grabs him and rushes to the ground with all his strength. He is not at all capable of repelling the soldiers. The guy thinks what to do next, but suddenly the girl picks up the place. Everyone is dying, tensely watching her next step. Haze is circling around the sirens, and this attracts the reef. He immediately decides that this is a unique ability. Suddenly, the girl breaks out of place, easily jumps and begins to rotate rapidly in the air, heading simply to the opponent. She impresses him so powerfully that he barely holds on his feet. Then he begins to attack at frantic speed and unrestrained force, and Rafe is unable to withstand her strokes. The commander, seeing this, immediately orders to stop the fight. The girl was amazed. She did not know that the fight was already over. However, the girl is not upset at all. On the contrary, shines with joy. Kirana sincerely thanks to his opponent for the duel, calling him an extremely powerful grandfather. He tries to deny his age but falls down. The crowd explodes loud admiration. Everyone appears to exclaim that the girl really won the night, finally recognizing her unsurpassed sword. The concerned father of Kirina Rasvgolov rushes to her daughter, forgetting everything in the world except her safety. He picks up the girl in her arms, and she, laughing, suddenly declares her. Allan looks closely at the girl and notices. There is no scratch on it. It is so strong that it is not surprising now why Kirana left him only bruises after every meeting. At that moment, the knight's commander solemnly states that His Majesty will be amazed and comforted by these news. A joyful girl runs to her husband and seizes whether she became a knight. The commander smiles and replies that she first needs to wait for the 12th birthday, and even then to apply to the Academy of Gifted Talents. Kirina's father understands that if he does not intervene in person, he will finally lose any influence on his daughter. Allan still has not even suspected the existence of this academy. The freckles of the boy approach the commander and expresses his desire to enter the academy, emphasizing that he skillfully possesses an axe. The man does not resist and assures that he will refer to him a mentor to take an entrance exam. Finally, he advises young candidates to make efforts in training. At this point, Allan thinks how many stars belong to each of those present. Even the captain has less than sirens. It is undoubtedly the strongest among all, and the number of stars directly affects the abilities. Allan is convinced that he was the only one in the world here with such hellish difficulties. Each effort is worth 100 times more than usual. Although there are no limits for development, but 0, as you do not try, will always remain 0. If these 3 stars have such a force, how much did the guy go away from his goal? Allan shows its indicators, and is surprised to realize that even after 5 years, he is still at the first level. His real way is just beginning. After the brilliant performance of the sword, the village was called Siren. Autumn has come, and Allan is 6 years old. However, the boy's level is still the first. In 3 years of continuous training and 200,000 repetitions, He raised his skills to throw to the 3rd level. However, at least 5 years of hard work remained in true hellish skill. The guy decides to complete the workout for today. He sits for dinner with his mother. For some reason, the father is delayed, what is strange. He usually always comes in time. In winter and autumn, he heads hunting units. The guards are forced to look for earnings in all possible ways. Allan also seeks to accompany his father. Suddenly, a hole is made. The guy looks outside and notices a crowd of people. They are all wounded, bandaged with bandages, and they carry someone on stretchers. It turns out that during the hunt, Allan's father suffered a serious injury, which is why he cannot even get to his feet. The boy, along with his mother, rushes to him, but the man does not respond. He is unconscious and does not hear their exclamations. They try to reassure Tarish, Allan's mother, assuring her that her husband's wound had already healed. However, the tears of women continue to roll on her cheeks. Emotions take the mountain, and she cannot restrain. She worries because they have no money for medicines. Fortunately, in the forest, they happen to a Mari flower, for which the knights generously rewarded them with coins. Allan's father could overcome a terrible brown giant more than 3 meters in height. He fought every year with dozens of such monsters. The guy is wondering what happened to him. His uncle replies that this year, according to the order of the elder, free people were allowed to hunt. Everyone was certain that they would cope without difficulty, but they were panicked in the most responsible moment. It was then that Allan's father rushed to the defense of everyone. The territory spends all night near the man. Only at dawn does he finally come to his senses. This brings everyone incredible joy. The father is still a heat, but it is obvious he will survive. Allan's mother and brother happily hug a man. Everyone has tears in the eyes, tears of happiness, excitement, and relief. Allan watches all this, and his mind is given in his mind. He is the oldest here, but he does not leave a strange feeling, as if the invisible wall separates him from his family. Uncle Gel approaches Allan's parents and assures them that he will take all the worries, including the unborn baby. Allan's parents asked him not to use the word never in this situation. Then the guy decides to intervene in the conversation and confidently states he will take care of everything. The guy states that now no danger is threatening his family. Parents look at their son in surprise, but at heart are overwhelmed by pride for him. Allan decides to finally say goodbye to the baby. The next morning, the guy took up all his work instead of his parents. Even in spite of his height, Allan scored full buckets from the well, cautiously grabbed them on the rocker, and boldly carried them home. At some point they meet. The man at first does not take the guy's words seriously, but when he is convinced that he does not break the promises, shows genuine surprise. The guy is also involved in the harvest. Usually hired workers give to landowners 60% of all collected. In order for Allan's family to survive the cold winter, he needs to harvest as much as possible. In just 2 days, he managed to buy almost 10 buckets of potatoes. According to the guys, this stock should be enough with the head. Now you have to take care of the meat. In addition, he moved the grass in a large area. When he completed his work, the experience was enough to master a new skill: improving cards. Thanks to this ability, you can easily improve creatures. So the guy improves the frog. Its endurance and agility increases by 20 points each. The boy was lucky. This day was surprisingly successful. Allan even managed to replenish her collection with new creatures: Insect Class G, Bird F, Amphibian G, Animal F, and Plant F. As for the amphibian map, it depicts a frog named Buoyant. Its characteristics look like this: Force, -7, Attack, -6, Endurance, 30, 10 plus 20, Agility, also 30, 10 plus 20, Intelligence, -7, Luck, -8, Blessing, -2, Speed, -2. The main skill of this creature is Provocation. Allan unfolds the book and dives into its pages, carefully studying each line. He needs to use his skill. While the guy deepens in reading, suddenly the frog will be fun, splashing splashes. Thanks to the trick of Provocation, he will be able to catch up to 50 birds without problems, just as much as Allan needs to survive the whole winter without worry. The guy clearly follows all the instructions, but the ability of the frog for unknown reasons does not work. No bird responds to their call. Perhaps the cause of insufficient hearing. Allan is beginning to despair because everything goes to a scrape, but suddenly a huge bird breaks into the room. The guy, full of surprise, does not look out of her, and suddenly illuminates him. Albasherons. It is because of this creation that his father and gave him a name, which means fly in the sky like a bird. Albasheron is the same bird with a discharge D. Allan hides behind the bushes, watching Albaron's grabbing his frog. The bird is so passionate about the prey that it does not even notice the guy. The guy is delighted with the giant size of the bird. He seems not just big, but really tremendous, at least 2 meters high. Allan did not even dream of such, but such an opportunity falls once in his life. Today, he has the first hunt for a demonic beast. The guy lifts a stone from the ground and waves, throwing it forward. The stone flies in an arc and hit the target. He rejoices in this, because his skill in throwing causes great pride. Catching the right moment, Allan rushes to his sacrifice. However, due to the lack of power, he fails to overcome Albasheron from the first blow, so the guy gives a signal to his dogs. Over the years, he gathered a considerable collection of these cards, and now the moment has come to try them in action. The whole flock rushes forward, attacking the selected target. Dogs are confident in themselves and obediently perform every team of the guy without hesitation for a moment. When the pack finally gets Albasheron, they find they cannot cope with this bird. Every dog trying to attack, he desperately reflects. Allan is aware that 15 fragments are clearly not enough for him. But after all, Albasheron is the owner of the rank D. Did the guy really remain so defenseless? Suddenly, a bird is aware that in order to escape, you need to get rid of the one who heads the pack. He rushes simply to Allan, and, shortening the distance, instantly grabs him with his claws. The guy feels a strong grip squeezes him so much that he begins to darken before his eyes. He realizes that if he does not try to escape, it can end in death. Albasheron throws a baby on the ground, but the boy still has time to stop his paw with a sword. Despite the fact that dogs with rage attack the bird, he does not even pay attention to them. Allan feels the forces rapidly leave his body, a little more, not to keep the enemy. At that moment the guy thinks hard. The child calls a creature named Chew, which has a rank F and resembles a leech. The insect quickly crawls into the bird and begins to suck blood from it. Subsequently, Albasheron's fingers involuntarily weaken the grip. Allan is closely following the situation, preparing to take advantage of the open opportunity. The guy was not mistaken in his assumptions. In this situation, it was the bloodsucker that was the most effective. The guy used 10 dogs and 3 beetles, making the additional characteristics decreased. However, the main thing, he managed to exhaust Albasheron and get a chance to win. Allan strikes. This blow becomes deadly. The Bashran is destroyed. In rewarding, the guy receives 100 points of experience. This event makes the boy delight. He begins to jump from joy, and his faithful dogs carelessly imitate the owner. For the first time he obtained the trophy. The feelings that overwhelm Allan have proved to be far more vivid than all his expectations. When the guy returns home from hunting, his family immediately meets him. Serena looks with genuine joy at the prey that Allan brings with him. Parents are noticeably surprised. They did not have the idea that their son would be able to become such a skilled breadwinner. Against the backdrop of a huge bird, Allan seems very small, but despite it managed to overcome it. The guy hangs the bird's carcass and thoroughly washes his blood. Guild appears. He reports that he has already told the words of Allan, old age of the village. If the guy continues to make efforts to destroy Albasheron, then, in addition to wings and bile, he will also receive other components for cleaning magic stones. The child has sincerely thanked his uncle for their support and help. Now Allan was convinced that demons were also provocations. If so, every 3 days, he can dare attack Albasheron. However, if 2 birds appear, the guy will be extremely difficult. It takes a little time, and Allan earns 1,000 points, raising her level to the other. Its characteristics grow noticeably, adding strength and confidence. Finally, the guy gets his first level. For 6 years he was looking forward to this moment. Of course, after all that he had to go through during unbearable training, he did not expect another result. The strength and magic indicators have increased several times compared to the first level. Allan was aware that they would rise, but he did not even suspect that the jump would be so significant. A month after his father recovered, and Allan feels the perfect moment of acting. The guy returns home with a confident step. As soon as the threshold is crossed, he appeals to his parents to talk about important. Parents treat this with some caution, but eventually agree. Allan approaches them and is assigned to them. Finally, he dares to share what he hid from his relatives for so long. When he was only a year old, Alina warned, "In his way there will be such trials that even 100 people will not overcome." That is why he understands more than others. Saying these words, one question is spinning in the guy's mind. Will panic grasp them? That's exactly what he is going to find out. At first, parents slowly perceive the son, loud something under their nose. Subsequently, the father gently holds his hand on Allan's head and recognizes that he was not only the color of hair from their birth, he is just an incredible baby. Although his father doubted the truthfulness of the results of the ceremony, he trusts his son unconditionally. Allan assures that he had nothing to hide anything. The father is already aware. The boy was either decided for the first time, whether some agreement has already been completed. At first, the young man is lost in guessing. Where did the father find out? He addresses his father. He explains that he guessed that Allan's scar disappeared, because during the increase in level, all injuries are completely restored. The father says that a lot of trials are waiting for his son, and the path will be far from easy. However, despite all the difficulties, he emphasizes, Allan should always be remembered. There is a family that will always support and will not give up. The young man sincerely rejoices that parents understand him and always nearby, putting his shoulder support. It fills his heart with warmth and gives a sincere smile. The father is wondered if Guild has known about this event. Allan is surprised why he is so interested. In response, he notes that Guild is constantly boasting with his daughter, so now is the time to catch up and take a revenge. Having said this, the father laughs loudly. December brings with it the cold and anticipation of winter. Allan together with his family replenish stocks, preparing for long frost months. The last jerk remained. The guy goes hunting with Held, because his father trusts this man and hopes that he will look after his son, so his father calmed down a little. Allan carelessly treats Albasherons, so he considers it quite logical to exchange meat for firewood and salt. The guy is going to contact his uncle with questions, but asks not to tell his parents. He will certainly come. Allan is interested in how a simple village worker can gain freedom and become a free peasant. This question drives a man into a light stupor. He does not even find what to answer. However, he suddenly states that you need to pay 10 coins. Then the gentleman will allegedly sign him free. At least that's what people tell. Allan says that he is 5 with his child with a child. So you need to collect as many as 50 coins. In general, such conditions of the guy are quite suitable. Before leaving his native village, he decides to make money and do everything he can in order to give his family freedom. That's the first snow rests on the city. The roofs of the houses have already been covered with light snow hats. It is at this moment that Allan is in a hurry in her business, carrying a lot of firewood on his shoulders. Residents look at the guy in surprise without hiding surprise. After spending a few days on the market, the guy realized, to collect 50 coins, he would have to overcome as many as 500 Albasheron. However, it is not easy to bury these giant birds, so it will take many years. Allan is about to buy weapons. The iron whip is enough to deal with 2 Albasherons, but the boy still needs to save money for food and other urgent needs. At that moment, a boy with freckles appears. Going to Allan, he is wondering that he forgot his father's store. Allan is not too pleased with his appearance. The guy is already tired. However, he now learned at least that that's son of a weapon. All this time, the guy silently watches his interlocutor without saying a word. He, losing patience, begins to touch him and offers battle. The freckles are putting forward his condition. If Allan is able to resist after several shocks, he will release the boy. Allan does not hope anything else from him. He always despised meaningless duels and games that do not bring any experience. The young man drops out firewood from the shoulder. His friend decides that he has already given up, but Allan instantly grabs the sword and states that he will deal with anyone who will interfere with him. Then the guy turns to the warrior with the axe Dargo, provoking him. Let him attack if he has not had time to shake away from fear. The freckles are starting to be angry. He hoped that Allan would retreat, frightened. However, the events unfold differently. He suddenly approaches a warrior with an axe named Dargo and draws a powerful blow to the boy. Allan easily reflects his attack. The boy is not supposed to be compared to Siren and his 3 stars. Being stuck, the guy realizes that he should not interfere in the case. However, Dargo quit his promise. Next time he will certainly deal with Allan. After that, he takes the sword from the enemy, grabs firewood and goes in his business. The guy in response promises to buy something in their store next time, and Dargo remains alone with his reflections. It is 9 months old, and Allan has a younger sister. It is called Mayura. This girl is so charming that anyone who sees her cannot hide admiration. Days pass. Allan is constantly training with Dre. Other children spend evenings in fun entertainment. True liveliness and admiration raged in the air. The guy teaches Drogo, encouraging him to take himself. He tries his best and sincerely seeks to justify his hopes. Allan's brother, too, is not inferior to the older. He trains hard with Serena. The Misu is genuinely admired by him. He always seeks to follow the example of his older brother. Allan has been teaching Dargo and Mesh for some time, who has now been 3 years old. The boy is looking forward to Dargo's test, planned in 2 years. Finally, Allan's father returns home with Gelt. Men say that the elder caused them. It turned out that he has raised their norm. Now 15 boar should be bump instead. So now they will have to hunt 5 more than before. This year, even more free men will join the hunt. This news becomes a great confusion of the mother. She does not restrain her tears, despairing. Men are in vain to deny the elder, and the decision is made by the owner, and they do nothing. Geld says that next year the duty can rise to 20. It will not work. Mom was asleep. Her face was completely faded. Allan stands silently, immersed in reflection, weighing all the circumstances. The guy does not understand all the details, but it looks like the Lord wants to destroy even more monsters. However, this is a real trouble. They have no opportunity to interfere with him. Suddenly, Allan reports that the hostess shared her knowledge with him. The guy urges everyone to trust him. He promises to find a way out of the situation. October takes its own. Rhoda, Allan's father, returns to work in his company. He is greeted there with genuine joy. Colleagues warmly welcome the return of a friend and do not hide the relief that he was already on his feet. Since Roden has fully recovered, he can again calmly give orders and be responsible for his own decisions. This time Allan goes with his father. He asks Dad to stay away when the battle begins. Roden also emphasizes that the guy only has to watch. The child with a smile remembers the previous events and looks at the dad. But they did not have time to look around, as someone's figure flashed in the air. Someone unexpectedly appeared. The room enters Drago. He turns to Rodin and says, "If something happens to him, you should not risk yourself trying to save him." However, the man interrupts him, carelessly and smiling, says that he does not worry and does not even worry about it. Rodin advises the boy to focus only on the main. After a brief meeting, the commander orders to go. In response, the mouth creaches in a coordinated manner, demonstrating its combat tuning and readiness for fighting. Responsibilities have increased, which means that more people will need. Each step will be closely monitored. The boys felt some tension because of such attention. Allan spent 7 years in a family of rural workers. All this time he never left the boundaries of his native village and did not go. Now the guy stands in front of the boundless space of the unknown. The trail stretches somewhere in the distance, losing behind the horizon. On both sides of the road, hemp, a sad reminder of the forest that once noisy here. The guy learns that the knights once stepped this road. He admires everyone around everyone, because for him it is an unknown world. The father reported that the knights were really heading here, but they have to move the other way. Soldiers rally and go together. Finally, the group gets to the hunting grounds, where the Bigvers live. Everyone takes their place, preparing for hunting. Kakuya Mountain rises in front of the warriors. With the onset of autumn, wild boars leave its slopes. The name of the top is not in vain. At the peak lives a white dragon. Allan is sure that this mighty beast will become his trophy. While everyone was looking forward to returning the scout with the news, silence and tranquility prevailed around. But suddenly, Rodan Strimguf rushes to the detachment, and in the whole voice reports that the goal is already approaching. Due to the thick bushes, a giant formidable boar, pursuing a man, rapidly breaks out. His growth is accompanied by even more spooky, threatening sounds. Warriors understand that the monster is incredibly great and endowed with great force. To overcome it, you will need a lot of effort and endurance. There is an order to step on the beast. The soldiers are alert to lift their weapons and move forward. Viper breaks their spears with their giant jaws. It seems that weapons are completely powerless against such a giant. A little time passed, and people, acting harmoniously, were able to curb the animal. There is an order not to lose vigilance and continue to keep it under control. Soldiers operate according to a proven strategy. First lure, then hammer the enemy, and then hit its most vulnerable places. This strategy was developed by Allan's father and put into practice. For 10 years, people have been using it successfully without even having special abilities. Now the word takes his father, Allan, along with newcomers. They focus, reflecting on further steps, and go to business. Last year, by order of the Elder, the first time was joined by ordinary freely produced, but they lacked skills and endurance. Because of this, there were many difficulties. As a result, Rodon suffered severe injuries. It was a mistake to send them to the front. It would be better to bother and wait for the right moment. Allan applies his ability to cause animals. This time, he calls for a dink. The clever grasshopper is rushing into battle and helps Rodon to strike a powerful blow to the enemy. Everyone notice how their strength gradually increases. It is the test of the gods, conceived by Allan himself. The guy believed that each of them would gain invaluable experience. If they adhere to this path, they will soon be able to go out to the front rows and prove themselves in decisive battles. After the first real battle, they are waiting for a new test. Now they will have to cope with 15 wild boars quickly. The soldiers overcame the great bow. Allan receives 400 units of experience for this battle. Now his experience is equal to 2,000 from 2,000, and the level has increased to the 3. The strength increased by 17 points, the mana by 28. The attack increased by 8. Endurance rose by 18. Also agility by 18, and intelligence by 28. The guy has already reached the 3rd level. Now, in order to collect 50 coins and move on, he will have to hunt boar and Albasheron. If Allan grows, his entire life can change dramatically. It has been 5 months, June. Allan's abilities to call are increasing again. Now the guy has access to his own inventory. Every day, while improving his magical skills, only a year and 9 months he finally dares to check his status. Currently, Allan can only control E-rang animals. It remains to find out how best to use inventory. Today the guy has reached a new level, and his ability has undergone 2 pleasant changes. Now in its inventory it is possible to store an unlimited number of objects if each of them is placed in an area of 30 square centimeters. This is how his inventory skill looks. To enhance the creatures of the E, Allan requires magical stones hidden inside the bodies of monsters. Probably those horned rabbits that the guy noticed before just belong to the rank of E. Once, Allan had already tracked these creatures, however, then he had no stone. However, this did not make much difficulty. The stones of the rank E were almost worthless, and they could easily be collected a handfuls in the forest. Undoubtedly, harvesting the roots is a hassle and a grueling thing, but Allan is lucky. He has all the necessary equipment. It takes another 3 months, and Allan is already capable of causing a creature of rank E. The guy is genuinely surprised, learning how the real Callman should behave. Now all the advantages and possibilities of this art are revealed. All creatures play a unique role in battle. This is the true power of the call. Insects poison enemies. Beasts cause devastating blows. Birds tirelessly look for information and conduct reconnaissance. Plants heal the wounded, and stones firmly protect against troubles. At once, Allan's gaze pierced the vision of the future. A whole army of creatures, capable of breaking any fortress, unfolded in front of him. And it was he, Allan, who was her only leader. But is it really preparing such a future? With the onset of autumn, the hunting season starts. This year, Lord ordered 20 boars. Allan stands next to her husband. He strictly warns the guy not even thinking of opening his mouth. This year, the owner will visit their village for the first time. Baron Grenville arrived personally, however. Only a detachment of boar hunters is interested in him. A lot of satellites appeared with Baron. Grenville thanks people for the meeting, but they assure that they should thank him for his visit. The Baron apologizes to the established norm, explaining that this is the order of the king, and he has no right to interfere with him. All stunned by a surprise. Allan feels that with every news, events are becoming more amazing. Granville turns to the boy and learns that Allan is a hunter's son who goes with him for hunting. A girl stands near her husband. Her name is Cecil, and she is not delighted with her son. The girl does not restrain and voices her dissatisfaction aloud, for which he receives reproach from her father. Granville reminds her that these people are still subject to him. Cecilia immediately begins to apologize to her father, and tears appear in her eyes. At the same moment the girl turns sharply to Allan, and her look, piercing and cold, does not herald anything good. The owner appeals to the son of Rodon, asking them to specify the way. His warriors promise to help fulfill the order of the king. The young man notes that only through joint efforts, Serena residents will be able to obtain 20 boars as required. Allan passes on his father's words. Grenville perceives this news with surprise. It is at this moment that soldiers from hunting return to the camp. On their backs, they carry prey, a striking giant boar. All around are amazed at what happened. It is difficult for people to believe that hunters managed to hide 3 boars in one outing, especially in armor. Allan says that the armor was made of boar skins, donated by Lord last year, and this year they managed to teach more than 20 hunters. Grenville thoughtfully rubbed his chin and noted that it was not bad. The man has wondered if the soldiers were able to handle 3 boars in one day. It turns out that there are 17 more. However, the young man assures that they have left to overcome 10 more. Lord cannot be tired, because they took it just half a month ago. Allan assures that they now have enough people to destroy more boars every time hunting. So this year they will cope with the task on their own. The owner is convinced that there are no grounds for anxiety. Allan appeals to the Baron to allow them to leave the skins of boar for future hunting. This is the will of his father. Grenville agrees without hesitation. The gentlemen are asked if Allan can be trusted. He is offered to check the guy, but the man refuses. There is no need for it. The son of a simple farmer will not lie to them. The boy genuinely rejoices that the gentleman understands everything without unnecessary words. The events unfold in the old house. Allan, Geld and Roden, along with the Nile, stand in front of him. The elder notes that the decree on land development has been extending for 15 years. While several villages failed, Kieran did not obey fate. The elder turns to the hunters of Rodan and Geld. For more than a decade, they have been committed to defend the village, working selflessly for the benefit of the community. Over the years of service, Elder decides to thank them a special reward. From now on, they and their families receive the status of free common people. They are advised to continue their responsibilities. The old age expresses gratitude for the reward. Inside Allan, real joy raged. But outside, the guy remained unmoved. Since then, as he learned that the whole family had been ordered to hunt for the boar, the thought of a possible reward did not give him rest. During this time, the boy managed to earn only 5 gold coins, which was quite upset. However, now he felt free. From now on, Allan could leave the village and go hunting where he wants. His first prey, according to the plan, was to become a white dragon. The elder announces that all other farm workers who gave her 10 years of hard work will also receive their well-deserved award. He leaves the fate of each of them in their hands. Let them decide whether to pay taxes as free residents or remain serfs. The man returns to Allan and is interested in why they chose the monsters from the Wound S their target. Interest is read in his view. However, the guy only shrugs. His father never opened him a real reason. Allan looks at Rodea, but he turns away. Then Harold takes the initiative and agrees to tell everything. 13 years ago, they began the development of this region. However, in the fall, they had to reflect on numerous attacks of wild boars. Since all the food stocks were already destroyed, they had to think about what to do next. Suddenly, Rodden exclaimed that they needed to rush to the boar that caused them so much harm. In the end, they managed to overcome this giant beast, but the victory was expensive. Many soldiers remained on the battlefield. Zeld has repeatedly emphasized Roden that he should not punish himself for these losses. After listening to this story, the elder assured that it was only an accident. These words moved the man deeply, and he sincerely believed the words of Rodan. As the owner of these lands, he is obliged to thank his subjects for their work. Last year, Rodan showed great courage, so now Lord is ready to fulfill his request and generously reward everything he wants. Allan's father, this situation jumped by surprise. He does not even know where to start and what to ask for. Meanwhile, the guy hopes that Dad will order himself beer. Thinking a little, Rodden appeals to the owner to allow Allan to work in their home. He notes that the guy is much more resourceful than himself. Roden is convinced that Allan will benefit them. Allan did not want to hear such news. Onyx has built many ambitious goals for himself for his own growth, but to serve in the owner's house did not in any way go to his ideas. The guy in vain tries to refuse his father from this request. However, he does not listen to the words of the son. He only states that the Lord can entrust even the Allan role of the feasible. The owner throws an eloquent view of his advisors, making it clear that he is counting on their opinion. The same in response point out that they have nothing against, because Allan is really distinguished by a remarkable mind. At that moment, the guy stops, thinking about how to refuse, because his cherished dream is to hunt for a monster. Now she slips out of his nose. Working in the estate of Lord will only complicate his path. Allan is feverishly looking for a way out of this situation. Get out of all this mess. Lord states that he does not want to see Allan with his feasible. After that, he proclaims that Roden's son officially becomes a servant of Granville's estate. Galata Allan and his father have expanded his eyes with surprise that it seems even a moment, and they would jump out on their forehead. However, each of them stunned its own special reason. If for the boy the difference between the boy on the run and the servant is almost invisible, then his father thinks differently. For him, it is a real joy. The touch of his father rips Allan out of the world. Looking at, the guy notices that the tears of happiness on his face. A man even missing words to convey his joy. Allan bows low to the owner, saying that he will be a great honor for the Granville kind. At the same time, despair spills in his soul, because he understands he cannot retreat. So Allan becomes a servant of Lord, so soon he will have to leave his native village. Karina is deeply impressed with this news. She cannot imagine that in a few days their relationship will end. She just refuses to believe it. The guy asks the girl to protect herself. She stands, completely devastated. In order to cheer up his girlfriend a little, he invites her to play night games for the last time. The girl blossoms instantly with joy. This proposal awakens in her heart a real flash of happiness. For the time being, relatives are supervising. Allan's mother gently holds the baby in her arms and warns her son so that he does not slip. Everyone else is convinced that this fight will only benefit the children. Children fall into place. Serena, stretching the sword forward, demonstrates full combat readiness. Allan exactly repeats her movements. From this moment, duels are fundamentally different from all previous ones. If earlier the girl was noticeably outweighed in skill, now everything has changed. The guy had already won 8 stars, while Serena has only 3. The first girl goes on the offensive. She rushes forward, starting the attack. But Allan responds lightly, and now he will close his girlfriend, forcing her to retreat. The guy is already sure of all 100 that the victory will be behind him today, and, indeed, that's what happens. During all this time he wins for the first time. Such a surprise surprises Curran and upset her a little. But Allan insists that they have a draw. The guy offers the friend to continue the fight. I am sure that their fight is far from complete. Serena joins the conversation with a greeting, and with determination, stating that next time the victory will be behind her. The girl no longer moved as rapidly as during a duel with the deputy commander of the Knights. Serena will soon join the academy and then become a royal family. Allan is aware that he had almost never left the chance of seeing a friend. He spent almost all the magic stones in this battle. But the guy is genuinely rejoicing, watching Serena's smiles at the end. The mother approaches him and hugs her son. In her embrace, the guy holds her tears, because the older brother should not cry in the eyes of the younger. But despite this, emotions cover Allan completely and completely. Going to Masha, he, with seriousness in his voice, says he should become strong and protect Mayor. The boy, barely holding back tears, solemnly promises his brother to fulfill this promise. Drago also approaches Allan and extends him as a gift. He specially took this weapon from his family's shop. The guy has long revised his attitude to a friend, and now considers him a decent person. Allan understands that as soon as he steps into a carriage, his whole life turns upside down. Roden approaches the son, falls sideways next to him. The man assures that his son was not destined to remain a servant all his life. He advises the boy not to waste any opportunity, and boldly use every chance that will fall on his way. Allan sits in a carriage. The door behind him is closed. A long way is in front of him. Everyone is escorting the boy, sincerely wishing him strength and inspiration. He will make every effort. So, Allan left Chiron and moved into a new life under the roof of Baron Gravla. What will this new page of his fate become? We will know this yet. The events unfold in the city of Granville, in the courtyard of Baron Gravel's estate. Allan, together with the daughter of Baron, spends time in the lawn. The girl sits on her shoulders and tries to reach the apple. A girl who is not worthy of reaching him orders him to straighten. She perceives the boy as her servant, so in a certain tone dictates his demands, waiting for immediate obedience. At that moment, the guy thinks whether or not he drops it, but eventually makes not succumb to these gusts. Allan left Kieran and settled at Baron's house to become a servant of Cecil. A few years have passed. In the end, the girl manages to tear the apple, but it tastes unbearably acidic. Cecil suddenly becomes stubborn and states that he now wants the papaya to forget her taste. She requires Allan to immediately go to the market and brought her a dreamy fruit. The guy humbly performs her buzz. Allan, day after day, the whims of an 8-year-old girl. He is now not allowed to dream of hunting. Suddenly, children notice a giant airship that reaches the size of the whole city. While Allan is overwhelming from this carriage, Cecil only skeptically curves, calling her another stupid charming fun. The girl, meanwhile, adds that her brother returns from the academy in the fall. She gets up and offers Allan to leave here. He immediately agrees, although there is only one thing in his head. What a girl is near. When the day is coming to an end, Allan returns to his attic in the estate. It was here that he lived all this time. With the onset of the morning, the guy wakes up, lazily stretches and inhales the fresh aroma of the plant. In fact, it is a special kind of aroma that gives Allan the opportunity to replenish mana within 5 to 6 hours. Of course, the internet cafe is still far from the internet, but there are no prohibitions for the guy until there is no one else here. He can hone his skills as much as the soul desires. He descends to other servants and takes his duties. Lord Viss meets him with a joyful smile. He asks to turn to him in the name, Rice. Riskel sympathizes with the boy. He has wondered if he is satisfied with his service in Lady Cecil. There is a conversation between them. Only 30 servants serve in the house, not taking into account the numerous courtiers. Those who have recently started working here are not credited to the servants. A young boy comes to Lady Cecil. In his duties, there are only 2 things to take care of Cecil and to serve her respectfully. The food of servants is simple and not sophisticated at all. However, the Baron family feeds on the same way. Allan still cannot understand whether their modesty is only visibility, whether there are any other intentions. Lady Grinville is convinced that Allan has long been accustomed to work. The guy with a smile in his soul is thinking, he does not even know that he once worked as a simple rural mercenary. But the assistant of Lord is sure that Allan has no shaky. The guy was surprised at first where he could know it, but later realized, for the feudal ruler to know everything, a duty. It does not slip from Cecile's attention. Suddenly, the girl states that she is a witch, and her older brother Mikai is a skilled sword. Allan is interested in picking up this conversation, because the witch is 2 stars. The Lord is angry. With a loud knock hit the table. He strictly warns Suziel so that she does not tell this secret so thoughtlessly. Allan pretends to be none at all. Meanwhile, Lord addresses Thomas how he has. The guy, upset, asks his father to apologize for having no abilities. However, he sincerely dreams, just like his brother and Cecil, to study at the academy. Among the common people and peasants, the abilities occur much more often. 2 of the 3 children have talent. But among the nobility, such giftedness is a real rarity. The nobility has its reasons for concern, which Allan did not even know. Lady Grenville convinces that her son has nothing to apologize. Lord supports her opinion, adding that the boy will be accepted to the House of Lords, where he will be able to get acquainted with many outstanding people who are completely devoid of gifts. The mother tells that she first met with their father during the ball. Hearing this, children live instantly and say in one voice that they also want to get to the ball. Thomas reports Cecil that she will have to study at the academy, so no points are provided for her. When the girl turns 12, she will start studying with Serena. Allan is sure that they will not be able to find common ground while nearby. In his spare time, Allan is immersed in urban life, gathering valuable information. Servants do not put any restrictions here. The only condition for him is to return home to dawn. The Nix market is located near the northern gate. From the central square here to come about 2 hours, and if you move from the southern gate, the road will take all 4. The village of Allan is not close to this amazing city. At once, one guy draws attention to the Guild of Adventurers. Risquale called such establishments by the Guilds of Adventures. Their participants made a living, competing with monsters and often risking their own skin. Allan is convinced that he to get money and invaluable experience. But when the guy tries to enter the guild, he is stopped. He is too young for that. They only accept those who are 12 years old. Although the guy wanted to stay a little more in the service of his father's insistence, the passion for hunting did not allow him to stop. Allan carefully inspects the bulletin board. It is literally full of all kinds of monsters. Among other things, his view stops on automatic recording from the magic book. Rabbit Ranis rank E is 1 copper coin. Goblin rank D is 5 copper. The big burden of the same rank is 8 copper. The rank of the rank C is rated in 3 silver coins. The table also costs an ant pelvis of the same rank. However, No information about the places where they are found is specified. Suddenly, someone asks what this child is doing in the guild at all. They say, not a playground. In response, Allan addresses the man to the question whether he does not know where to find these monsters. Overseas does not understand why the guy generally breaks the topic. Allan only adds, if he answers the question, he will go right away. Usually their place of residence is almost unattainable for outsiders, so they are rarely mentioned in records. However, the closer you approach the mountain of the White Dragon, the more dangerous the monster become. Allan is enough for this information. The guy already knows that wild boars are found in the mountains of the White Dragon. He never has been there and heard that the path was taking about a week. Allan decides to ask the guy whether the roads leading to the White Dragon Mountain knows. However, it seems to him that the boy only mocks him. Suddenly, the attention of Martha Garch, who lives in the Ronbifost County, is drawn to the test. It is said that by defeating this monster, you can get a generous reward, 200 gold coins. Allan realizes that his father called his brother as a spice. The guy notes that this creature is too dangerous even for adventurers like he himself. Therefore, he proposes to give this creature to knights, and not to risk it. Allan is very captivating the White Dragon. The young man hopes that the knights will be able to cope with these fears. The White Dragon has a rank A, and the one who overcomes it will receive a whole 1,000 gold coins. No one knows where he lives, so it is actually unrealistic to get that mountain. The young man is well aware that even 1,000 gold is not worth the risk. No brave will agree to challenge the White Dragon, even being seduced by such a reward. Suddenly, Raven's friends appear on stage. The girls have fun as he do, because they were going to celebrate. However, their attention is rapidly attracted by Ellen. They notice a child near Raven, and are amazed at such a surprise. Girls notice that the boy's hair has become especially squat lately and disobedient. However, he pays no attention to it. Allan has already mastered everything he considered necessary. In addition, it is worth mentioning the name of the guy. November 11th comes. The cold season is already on the threshold, and the first snow will soon fall. Allan is in a hurry to go to the northern Granville Gate. At the entrance, it is stopped, requiring a pass. The guy without delay shows all the necessary documents. Upon learning that Allan is serving in the House of Lord, the guard immediately asks for his service. The emblem of Lord is much more important and useful than it could be imagined. The guy was preparing for a long time. Allan is ahead of all day, so he decides to go hunting. Going out the gate of the village, the guy suddenly realizes that the video was filmed as his father once left and returned to his home. His heart shrinks, and he rushes the head, not noticing how the guard calls him and reminds him of the need for accompaniment. Of course, collisions with high-rank monsters are not delighted, especially in the territory of Class E. The road on foot is going on. If the areas of E and D are 3 days in the way. Through zones D and C, spend 7 days on the road. Well, in places where Class C and B monsters are raging, you should prepare for the worst. Allan decided to hunt Class D. If they are as strong as Albasherons, he does not lose this battle. The guy has already overcome the 10-kilometer distance. He is now capable of causing a hook a bird erong, which will give it 10 units of agility and 10 units of intelligence. When the bird arrives at the owner, he immediately takes the training. The hawk obediently executes each team, steadily obeying. The guy does not hide admiration and sincerely praises his feathered pet. After improving his intelligence, he has grown markedly, so he now seizes any teams instantly. Its main advantage is the Eagle Eye skill, which allows you to quickly identify monsters. They have already departed from the city, but have never met any monsters. Allan is waiting for the appearance of Albasheron for more than an hour, but the guy already begins to think that the chance to face the monster is almost scanty. Removing his Draken, a guy with gratitude, thanks to his friend for this wonderful gift. Unexpectedly, Falcon returns, declaring himself a loud cry. It is an unmistakable sign. The bird lured a monster. Because Allan does not realize how dangerous this monster is, he should be alert. But no one appears. The guy begins to doubt whether he came here at all. He must find out where everyone went. Allan cannot understand why he has not yet come across at least someone. But it suddenly stumbles on 2 monsters. There are 2 goblins in front of the guy. Their height reaches about 1.5 meters. As soon as they notice Allan, how rapidly rushing at him with his sword, the guy notes that the number of monsters has increased. Now 5 of them instead of 2. Feeling a threat, he calls for his tigers to help him overcome enemies. Animals break from the place as soon as their owner's voice is heard. Their special skill is to leave deep, painful scratches. At this time, goblins and tigers with a furious Oscar face each other. Everyone does not retreat. The guy smiles and jokingly asks the beasts whether their monsters E-ring. He encourages his team and orders to move forward. Allan is capable of calling a monster within 50 meters. The guy decides to take advantage of this advantage to block the enemy's way to retreat. This is how his first battle begins. The monsters rush to the boy, and Allan loudly orders Tammy to attack. He did not have time to raise his arms and his hand as the tigers immediately grabbed him. It takes some time, and Allan finally won Goblin. He receives 200 points of experience during his roaring. Now the guy is able to deal with enemies with Thomas. However, suddenly one of the goblins causes a tiger of a powerful blow with one swing. Allan realizes that the victory will not get it easy. Goblins are ready to resist. To quickly deal with enemies, he calls for the help of a butterfly, which gives him +1 to endurance and +1 to agility. The butterfly is Ageha, and its special ability is associated with rocking. Her skill is like a stun or sprinkling. Allan decides to take advantage of this favorable moment. The guy raises the stone and kisses him in Goblin, throwing his best. However, suddenly he is aware of the awareness. He does not overcome the enemy as Albasheron did, even if their rank is the same. Allan orders the subject to attack the monster, and he immediately rushes. Subsequently, Allan himself has time to defeat another goblin, for which he receives 200 units of experience. It was only 2 hours from the start of the hunt, and the young hunter has already earned 1,000 experiences, dealt with 5 goblins. When hunting, it is always important to act as efficiently as possible. At this point, the goblins bring the most experience, so they remain the most valuable prey. The guy approaches one of the dead goblins. His body is too reminiscent of human. Allan again strikes, so the guy pulls a small stone from his chest. Although this action itself is disgusting, it is magical stones that is the key to its survival. Therefore, there is nothing left for the boy to collect them. Goblins have been ideal allies for many reasons. The HOC reports that 5 more goblins are around 3 kilometers. Allan has already coped with 8 dozens of monsters and 5 horned rabbits. For all these feats, he received 16,050 experience. Enough for 2 increases. The real predator. The weekend of the guy seemed surprisingly effective. Now Allan has solved the secret of Agek's abilities. The likelihood of sleeping the enemy is not an absolute 100%, but 80%. In addition, each caused Ageha is able to use this skill at several opponents. To have a negative effect on a stronger monster, the guy has to call several wards at once. Collecting E-Rong stones for Thomas's conscription really makes sense. The knight is already on the threshold. The guy orders Gokve to fly rapidly until the next goal. But this time the bird does not even shift out of place. The guy cannot understand what happened. Maybe she was just tired. But suddenly, Alana shot out. Birds just see the dark in the dark. The caused monster suffers from night blindness. Now the boy will have to determine where to look for the city and how to move on. Thus, Allan had to sacrifice her fruitful weekend. Choosing the route, he goes on the road, and so he goes away for a whole month. For 6 days, for 4 weeks, Allan went hunting. During this time, he managed to reach the 12th level. Each time, the desire to go hunting has only grown, but the guy still has purchased either weapons or protective equipment. Allan to catch prey, make money and buy improved equipment is easy. The only obstacle, as a tall servant, he receives only 50 coins per month. When the guy returns home, Lord immediately calls him. He notes that Allan copes with his responsibilities. The Bagretsky regularly reports on his work, and all these reports are extremely approving. Today the guy tried to leave the estate again before dawn. The man wondered what he was doing on the weekend for the last month. As Allan envisaged, a shadow of suspicion fell on him. The guy is convinced that to take the gate is a thankless thing, otherwise he will have to regret bitterly. So he decides not to hide the truth and honestly confesses he hunted the monsters. Lord is wondering why monsters. Allan replies to this. He is the son of the famous family hunter. Like the father, the guy was used to hunting life. Allan was convinced that his words were naturally heard, so the master had to have any suspicion. The guy thinks whether he is really a coincidence that he was destined to be born for the second time with his own father. This idea does not give him rest, and the child still considers this unusual circumstance. Maybe everything has been conceived from the beginning. The man is aware of the complexity of his position, because Allan is none other than the son of a real hero. The Bogretsky asked the guy what he was doing with horned rabbits. Allan guesses that everyone around is sure he destroys E-ranging monsters. But the butler seriously warns, if the guy sells their meat, it is best to stop such a lesson immediately. Otherwise, bad rumors will crawl. Instead, the owner's family will buy them back, paying for each 1 silver. The guy is delighted with such a proposal and sincerely thanks the men. He was saved at the cost of money and time. Now he does not have to turn to the sword. Once worthless meat can now be turned into a profit. It takes 6 days. The guy returns to the Octa and tastes the apple leisurely. A fight with 100 goblins awaits him. And the magician gesture will lead to 5 rabbits. Suddenly a hawk flew into the room. Allan wants to reach the end of his meal and asks the uninvited guest to wait a little. But in a moment, the guy notices the bird has not just arrived. He wants to show something. Allan rushes after the hawk, not understanding what is happening. He has to run hard, because the bird rushes forward at frantic speed. The guy ordered the bird to look for prey only within 3 kilometers, but the bird suddenly leads it much further. Hawk leads a guy to where a fierce battle unfolds. Someone's excited voices are already arriving in the air. The guy notices a girl who courageously reflects from goblins. Another frightened girl is trembling next to her. Suddenly, Allan recalls that these adventurers are the same with whom he recently met in a guild. The young guy decides to come to their rescue. 3 steel balls made to order and the smithy gets out of the hiding place. Swinging, Allan sharply throws one of them in a monster. He hit the target, knocking the enemy from the feet. The boys look at the young man. Even ago, they considered him weak and unadorned. However, now he becomes their rescuer. Allan releases a second steel ball, and again quite accurately. Now the turn of the 3rd goblin has come, but he also shares the fate of his comrades. But suddenly the monsters rise again above the ground. Even with steel balls, Allan is powerless before this threat. The guy does not want to reveal his ability to call for a crowd of children. He decides to cope with everything alone. He orders the girl to attack a monster without hands, and he promises to deal with backward enemies. Earlier, Allan avoided goblins not for fear, but simply because he did not want to tune in his clothes. The guy undoubtedly gives himself advice with his rivals. The girls happily rush to the wounded friend Raven. He is really very bad. One of the girls failed the test. He desperately turns to his girlfriend, Mills, begging for healing. Unfortunately, she has exhausted all the stocks of mana. The girls do not hold back tears. They hurt even to think that you can lose your girlfriend. The guy suffers from a terrible wound that he has exhausted him so much that he is not even able to reach the city. Allan has healing herbs with him, so the guy suggests using them. The girls are fine to put any amount to save Raven. Allan gets a grass of life. It itself hints at the healing properties. This plant is called Mom Taro. The guy has no idea how she works, so he decides to test her in practice. He applies the plant to the boy's wound. It also goes away as all damage to the baby's body disappears without a trace. When Raven appears in Escalating, Rita instantly rushes to him. He asks if she managed to heal him. The girl replies that all this is the credit of Allan. The guy does not hide joy, learning that the medicinal herb really worked. Allan also drops to his knees and gently applies the plant to the wound on the boy's hand. This time it uses a frost flower. There are 2 of them. The guy recalls how this flower once saved his father instantly. Get on your feet. Miraza flower returns the maximum of physical strength, and the grass of life heals wounds. Suddenly, Raven recalls the boy. He wondered what his talent was. However, Allan replies that he has no talent. This answer is surprising for all present. The guy wants to thank the one who saved his life. However, Allan, confused, does not know what he could accept from them. It is enough for him if the boys keep silent about everything that has happened. The young man himself is ready to go for his hunt again. Raven assures that he has nothing to worry about. In response, Spiss proposes at least to thank his rescuer somehow. The guy agrees to accept the help of a man. He tells them that he is fond of collecting magical stones. He then asks, "What about all magical stones and 100 and more ranking stones?" I even reduced the price a little. Men without hesitation agree to help him. Allan is wondering if the 3 of them will be able to get to the city. In response, Raven jokes that after meeting with an armored stone ant, he threatens nothing. Even Goblin is not terrible. Before hunting, the boy wants to clarify something important. He calls the falcon. Allan is angry with the bird, asking why he did not pay attention to him. Hokuk feels reproaches of conscience. He realizes that the guy warned him not to get closer to people. But still, he still did not obey. Allan is wondering whether he was in charge of a sincere desire to help, or perhaps just a pushed boys pushed him to this act. Looking at the bird, the guy thinks for a moment. Is it known as a singing hawk, feeling of compassion? A conscript monster is obliged to obey his master, because in essence it is only a set of skills and properties. But this time the creature did not pay attention to the guy's order, acting according to his own will. It turns out that this creature is not so shameless. Moreover, it is smart. The guy gently holds his hand on the head of the bird, apologizes to him and assures that he does not put any guilt. She thinks what new orders to give Gok when he again encounters people who need help. Allan smiles and adds to the bird. A few days have passed since I get acquainted with the Raven team. Now, Allan was convinced that the custom creatures were able to have their own opinion. The guy also managed to get 100 magical stones of the rank E, taking them from this weird company travelers. From that moment, Allan finally understands what road he should go as a call. Hunting opens a lot of opportunities before him. It can not only be exciting, but also generously reward, bringing good profit. At the beginning of December, Allan sweeps the yard when the Knight Commander suddenly appears on the threshold. The man notices that the guy has changed significantly for the better than these 2 months. From time to time, the Knight's Commander visits Baron with a report. And the duty of the knight is to protect his lord, to pursue thieves, and to exterminate the monster. This is not an army created for fighting with enemies. It seems that in this country they do not even imagine what a real war is. Residents have a happy fate. The commander is offered to join the table where guests are vividly discussing the treats. He is wondering whether the plates are really the meat of the same mother-in-law of horned rabbits that Allan brought home. Serena enthusiastically picks up the conversation, praising the guy. They say in just one day he managed to bump up to 5 such rabbits. The man did not doubt that the son of Rodin could expect such an act. In addition, he spoke a little about the siren, and also shared that the village had fulfilled the order and put another 20 wild boars. Everyone is genuinely admired by Allan's father. But suddenly Thomas asks, if they caught so much, why did they not send anything to them? The young man remembers how last winter they used to eat wild boar. Allan also thought about this, as so many bones should give mountains of meat. Did he immediately send him aircraft directly to the capital, to the king himself? The Baron is angry with his son, strictly forbidding him to show whims at the table. Allan immediately notes that raising children is not simple at all. The boy, meanwhile, is concerned about the Lord's fate. And suddenly Thomas sounds loudly. The son of Baron expresses the desire to see a white deer on their table next time. However, suddenly Cecil interrupts his brother. She reminds that before giving orders to the servants, he should first get the girl's consent. Thomas leans to the girl and verse whispers that guests will come to them for the new year. Cecil thinks for a moment and then nods in agreement. Allan assures that everything will be organized properly. Their mother, laughing fun, asks Thomas not to distract Allan. The guy is thinking. White deer is a marine beast, wild and dangerous, as a giant boar. Once upon a time, his father, along with his hunting team, pursued similar monsters. It is time and Allan to experience her own strength. Here the guy has already started hunting. He carefully monitors his victim. Allan uses frogs as a bait. They jump and cumulate, attracting the beast's attention. In the end, the trap works, and they are angered white deer see. The young man justified. It is impossible to become a real call if you do not use the strength of called creatures. Allan built a trap for his victim. He dug a deep pit that the animal had to fall. So the guy overcame white deer and gained 2,500 points of experience. This is not enough for Allan. Throughout the day, he gained such a meager experience that it would be better to simply destroy the goblins. For 100 goblins, he would have gained as many as 20,000 experience. The young man hopes that at least they thank him for their efforts. Panic covers the court of the ruler. An insurance appears on the horizon. People are grabbed for weapons with anxiety and prepared for defense. Everyone urged to gather with forces. You need to stand before the arrival of knights. But as soon as the figure comes closer, I only recognize in it Allan, who came with extraction on the orders of young Mr. Thomas. All covers the joy as soon as they notice a white deer. They have not tasted such a delicacy for a very long time, so their admiration simply has no limits. Thomas shines with happiness. He happily exclaims to his mother that they will now have a real New Year's feast. The woman assures that they will be able to maintain their dignity. Thomas praises the boy sincerely. calling him a devoted servant. In the meantime, the Lord looks at him and begins to doubt whether he is really devoid of any talents. The guy has coped with the monster of the rank of C. Baron immediately orders an investigation into his past. Thanks to today's Allan, the Baron family will no longer miss meat. But from now on, the boy will not allow themselves to go to the waste all day. His responsibilities include hunting for monsters, finding a provision, and helping those who have been in trouble. For this, Allan was even handed 100 silver coins as a sign of gratitude. Of course, the guy expected more, but it seems that Baron is not all right with money. So Allan's ability to hunt twice a week is a lot of success. Although, it's only 2 days. March comes. Allan goes along with a carriage. On the way, the guy falls asleep. When they arrive in place, the girl wakes up Allan. Today they have to meet his brother Cecil. The guy still does not understand why the girl took him with her. Today, they get acquainted with the oldest son of Baron, who is studying at the academy in the capital. Allan jokingly believes that he will not be lucky for the second time if this brother is the same as his sister. A huge airship slowly descends from the sky. The guy knows well, this aircraft feeds on magical crystals, but it is surprising when you come across a true miracle of technical thought in the middle of the Middle Ages. The local clock operates on adudcimental numbers. In everything else, the inhabitants of these lands seem surprisingly developed. The guy leaves the aircraft, his face glowed with joy. He finally sees his sister. Cheerfully waving her hand, he cheers herself, and the girl rushes rapidly in Michael's arms. When a guy notices Allan, he is wondering who it is. The sister explains that this is their new servant, who appeared in the house last fall. Cecil opens that Allan is also a hunter. The older brother is a little stunned by the fact that their father allowed her to take a personal servant. Mikai explains Allan that such a chance falls infrequently, so he advises the boy to do his best to make a good impression on Cecilia. Allan does not even think to answer such a remark. Meanwhile, the Michao sinks and extends the girl a gift that he brought from the capital. The boy gave her surprisingly a good butterfly, who loves to sit on the seal. Allan notes that, as for the descendants of the nobility, they are incredibly close. The young man immediately remembered his brother and sister. It has passed a lot of time since he saw them last, so with every mention of the baby's sadness in his heart only grew. For the first time since Michao's appearance, Allan has been hunting. The young man returns with trophies, 5 horned rabbits. Cecil warned him that it was not necessary to return without prey. In addition to rabbits, Allan also brings paws of a giant frog and muscular chicken. The guy's stocks are just huge, but he cannot understand how to fit all this good in such a small gap. Allan understands that if you wander the city in this form, it will attract considerable attention. Once the guy steps into the yard, his gaze immediately stops at the owner and Mikai, who exercise in the martial arts. For Allan, this is the first opportunity to see how the owner grabs the sword. Meanwhile, men, along with their son, are already completing workouts. During the year, Mikai managed to hone his skills. The young man is already 13, so Honoré confidently considers himself even young. Cecil notices Allan and approaches him. The girl is convinced. Today their cook will be just delighted. Mikai challenges Allan. If the guy is so skilled, then let him come with him in a duel. A discounted boy looks at Baron, as if asking for permission. He nods in the affirmative. The young man is handed a mithril sword, a proper weapon for the commander. Allan is aware that this will be his first duel after that dangerous meeting with Siren. Allan is still in combat readiness, full of desire to show all its seriousness in the duel. Cecil looks carefully at the guy and asks for doubt whether he is able to keep such a heavy saber. But Thomas says that this is not a problem, because the guy was able to overcome the monster of the sea. The boys take their seats, and between them, a strict judge who orders to prepare for the duel. Allan goes into the arena as an expert with 8 stars, while Mikai is a sword that has only 1 star. The referee gives the command to start a fight. Allan with anxiety thinks, as if inadvertently do not hurt the boy. The boys face swords. Allan causes the first blow, but Mikai immediately answers. He confidently reflects the opponent's attack and causes a powerful blow that rejects Allan back. The guy is stunned. Was his blow so weak that Mikai didn't even feel an attack? Allan is aware of his opponent's superiority, but the reason slides from him. He may lack speed. The guy flies up, making a salto in the air, and attacks the son of the ruler. But he effortlessly reflects his blow with one hand. Lord's wife worries hard for his son. However, the judge tries to reassure her, assuring that Mr. Mayu studied at the academy all year long, so he is not afraid to compete with someone who has no such experience. Listen. Here he skillfully knocks out the weapon from the hands of Allan. The match is complete. Lord Sun thinks, Allan proved to be worthy. No wonder he was prescribed by a servant, despite his young age. The guy is well aware that he received the position of servants only through his father's merits. At this time, Cecil and Thomas came to the stage. The girl shines with joy because of the victory of her brother. He is charming that he would be ashamed to lose, because this summer he is also waiting for the battles in the dungeons. There they will have to face monsters, and those who are too weak will expel. This is a little upset by Cecil. Mikai will not return home for the summer this year. This may not be easy, but I gave me a holy sword well. Perhaps the guy will really get his portion of entertainment. Alana is a name, a dragon. It happened somewhere before. The guy was a little upset that he was left without an academy, without a dungeon, and without a sacred sword, and still received a real hellish formation in a weighted one. This is how the ability looks when playing at the usual level of complexity. Cecil is interested when her brother returns home, and Mihai replies that he will only appear next spring. Suddenly, Allan again proposes Mahir to compete. The guy agrees with delight, but asks Allan to take care of his sister. Allan solemnly promises it. The guy dreams of hunting daily, but it must end this humiliating work. But he does not know how to do it, not to disgrace his father's honor. It takes a few days, and Mikai returns to the academy again. Friends last escort him. Allan knows well that at the end of this academy, he will be waiting for Kurin, Drogo, and Susil. The young man dreams of going to the dungeon. From all this confusion, a bitter sadness settled in his thoughts. In early April, guests came to the owner's estate. The man respected the arrival, emphasizing what kind of honor it is for him to accept him in his home. Viscount Carnell came to them with an unexpected visit. He noted that in his city there was such a crazy housing that he wanted to escape for some time to the silence and rest of wild places. Window is the title above Baron. Allan with apology gives the dish to the table. Cornell draws attention to his black hair, they say, among the servants. Such appearance is a real rarity. The man brazenly picks up the best meat of rare boar, which the Baron is so carefully hidden. Lord notes that no one would decide to hide something from Viscount. Now Allan guesses who exactly conveyed the king about the illegal possessions of the barons. In response, the ruler introduced new taxes for them. The lands of Grenwell and the Carnal are bordered by each other, and separating their natural obstacles, the spine of the White Dragon. The silver living of the Meetil extends through the entire mountain range. However, due to the fact that the island of Greenville has settled a White Dragon, the production of Meetil is actively conducted only in territories belonging to the Carnegie AIDS House. 100 years ago, a dragon settled on the lands of Valcon, and then the situation was completely different than it is now. Both domains were continuously at odds through the White Dragon and Mithril mines, but in the opinion of Allan, regardless of the attitude of the V-Contours, to spread the slander to the king with respect to the boar, a very hand. Lord addresses Viscount with a question of what they owe it. Viscount replies, recently his youngest daughter successfully passed the grade ceremony. The man is looking forward to sharing the results with those present. Allan was convinced that his daughter Masha's peer, but suddenly Viscount noted that, fortunately, his daughter was completely deprived of talent. Carnell touches green for living. He breaks down, rakes his fist on the table, and is sharply raised. When he flashes, he states, Visconta will also have a gifted child, and he, as the nobleman belongs, will fulfill his duty. Allan cannot understand why having a talent is considered to be something bad. For a common man, talent is a real treasure for which stars from the sky can be grabbed. The guy also breaks his head over what the duty of the nobleman mentioned the Baron. If all the children of the aristocrats were born with gifted, then neither Mesh nor even Karina would have received any chance to move forward. After all, these aristocrats are far from peasant work. Autumn will be a year old as Allan serves in the Granville family. The boy is already 9. He is currently wearing a cloak from a dead spider's breathing, which gives him a slight protection against any damage. The guy cannot be saturated with his new status. After it has destroyed 10,000 goblins, its level has finally increased. Today, Allan goes to the battle with one of the strongest Tavarian Mauga. Hardly arriving at the right location, the guy takes a comfortable position. His opponent is an armored Antamil, a giant insect 3 meters high. Allan calls Tamu, but quickly realizes that this method is almost out of results. Tigers do not cope, so the guy decides to act differently. changes the approach. But the butterfly really eventually. You can get a monster rank C, like the last goblin. This is a good way, although the result is not always guaranteed. In addition, this method can also be built by a white deer. While the monster is still sleeping, the guy decides to take this rare opportunity and strike a decisive blow. However, when Allan rises on a giant ant to check the wounds left tigers, but rather the text is broken. There is no additional content. The guy has the power of the attack as 438, and he sincerely hopes it is enough. But as Allan begins, it is not possible to pierce the neck. Without a sharper dagger here cannot do, but the monster begins to wake up. The guy does not allow him to break free and attracts an anthill monster of a devastating final blow. For this victory, he receives 3,000 points of experience. However, there is a new obstacle. Through the shell, the guy cannot reach the stones, so all the efforts made are in vain. Allan decides to find the orca. His creatures do not know fatigue. What can you say about the monster? They need a rest. It is the night when the enemy is defenseless, and a dream is perfect for the attack. So the boy found a guy sleep firmly. Allan tapes tigers, and this trick works. However, the orc quickly mastered the situation. With an unprecedented force, it is one powerful blow to 3 predators at once, and the guy constantly releases tigers to freedom. It took a while, and the orc was defeated. For this, Allan receives 1,500 points of experience. Now the guy is clearly aware who should overcome in the future. This time he managed to cut a magic stone skillfully. Allan thinks how many more stones he will need. He had already overcome the bridge that they received the nickname C, and did not even use traps. This is a real victory for a guy. Suddenly, Allan recalls how he was once won by the 15-year of the academy. This humiliating memory makes the guy feel his own weakness. Graduates of the academy, similar to the commander of the knights and his deputy, are probably significantly dominated by Mikai in force. The deputy also lost to 5-year-old Serena. In general, graduates of this academy have a great impact in society. They make up no more than 1% of the total population. Allan is convinced that he needs to gain even more experience and get more powerful equipment. The guy decides to challenge himself, to defeat 2 orcs at once. Today, Allan has already overcome the armored anthill and 15 orcs. His experience reached 25,500 points. This is a real breakthrough, because earlier the boy managed to gain a maximum of 25,000 experience, hunting for goblin. Allan is convinced that he is able to deal with 4 dozen orcs a day. It will bring as much as 60,000 experience. On the threshold, November. Cecil warns Allan, no impolite words to the teacher. Today he was allowed to study with the girl. This is a kind of distinction for the year of diligent work. The guy approaches the teacher, and he is wondering if Allan has any questions. The guy is wondering under what circumstances it is allowed to use magic. He notes that he has the abilities of the mocker and expresses one hypothesis. The intelligence of the Britter was given the category S, so with each new level to study it became easier. Perhaps the mind plays a crucial role in mastering magic. Cecil is noticeably nervous and asks why the guy knows such things, if he does not have a shaky. The teacher tries to put the guy briefly and clearly to the boy. In short, a special gift is needed to master magic. Having listened to the teacher's explanation, Allan realizes that it does not make any sense for him. Cecil pulls out a magical ball. The guy asks to check how the call comes in contact with the magic. However, in the end, he learns that magic is unattainable for him. Thus, Allan's hypothesis was not confirmed, and the guy lost some of his passion. Allan stands with boxes full of purchases, on the side of himself. The guy went shopping again for Cecil. Having made sure that nothing is left, he goes to the exit. Returning home, the guy meets a familiar man who sincerely thanks him for everything that Allan has done for him. The old man tells how once he was surrounded by a monster, and it seemed that there was no rescue. He has already resigned himself to the fact that it was the end. But suddenly, as if appearing from nowhere, the guy came to his aid and saved him from the inevitable death. Allan does not like to sway his actions, so he only modestly states that he acted by order. In the city, passers-by are increasingly holding the look on a young hunter from the Greenville family. Since Allan is officially allowed to hunt the monsters, has passed all year long. During this time, the guy managed to make a lot of acquaintances in the city. The strange bell is poured into the air. It cannot be felt where it fades, because the sound, like a wave, grows all over the street. Allan tries to understand what is happening, but something has changed significantly. People suddenly rush to the side. Everyone is in a hurry in their direction, as if running away from an invisible threat. Allan runs down to Raven and asks where everyone goes. It turns out that a horrible giant, a multi-layered martyr Garsh, suddenly appeared near the south gate, and now the city has been panic. Initially, the guy suspects that the band intends to attack him. However, only the strongest among them, the commander of the knights, is really capable of entering a duel with a monster. However, there is a serious problem now. Neither the commander nor his deputy is on the spot. The boys have only one thing: to evacuate people to a safer place. They still have a little time before the situation finally gets out of control. The guy is aware of the seriousness of the situation. Many local adventurers have no combat abilities at all, so they do not cope with such a dangerous monster. Allan decides not to delay and to independently challenge Marty Grash, the monster of Class B. The guy rushes to the scene of the everyday, almost not noticing how he caught up with Raven with a question where he is in a hurry. In response, Allan briefly explains that he is going to explore the situation in place. Chaos reigns around. Cries, noise, and fuss. People are rushing, trying to escape. The first wounded appeared. Everyone is urged to disperse in order not to interfere with helping those who really need immediate support. The soldiers become a wall on the path of the monster, desperately restraining it so as not to let in the city. Immediately the order comes to close the gate. One man in despair begs to wait, because his cart remained behind the gate. But everything is in vain. The monster has already caught up with him. The motors themselves grow up to about 4 meters in height. These are alive, fierce monsters who do not spare around. Allan runs out for the gate and fades away from what he saw. He is a terrible monster before him, from one of her appearance on the Skinwalk's ants. The guy notices how a bright-minded tormentor squeezes his hands, in the middle of which is a woman and a child. A man who pleaded to wait and not close the gate is the man of this unhappy woman. He is rage because of the indifference of soldiers, because they do not even try to help his wife and daughter. Allan finally goes to action. The guy removes a steel ball and, swinging harder, launches it with a frantic force. The projectile hit the target and knocks the left eye of the monster. At least it accurately attracted his attention. Allan does not lose the opportunity to take advantage of this, and takes away the Martigarian spectacle away from the carriage. From afar, warriors warn the guy. He does not tease the monster because it can cost him life. The monster explodes from rage. She rushes forward, but her blow passes by, cutting only the air. Allan swallowed the bait. The monster also did not stand in front of her. However, the guy was in a real mess. He has no mana at all. He spent everything 3 hours ago during an exhaust workout. The monster will swing again, and this time his blow falls more accurate. The guy does not hold his feet and falls down. When Allan suddenly finds himself face to face with Marty Garsha, being in an extremely unprotected position, a monster for unclear reason does not rush at him. Instead, it blossoms in a smile and suddenly begins to laugh loudly. Allan cannot understand what is happening to him. Is he laughing at the guy? At this point, the guy thinks that his younger brother Masha was named in honor of Mardagarche. The father always invents the most unexpected names. Martha Hargone shines with happiness, but Allan is confused, not knowing how to proceed. In the end, the man collects all the will into his fist, and now the guy has the opportunity to strike a decisive blow without hesitation. Allan instantly increases his agility and protective abilities to skillfully evade the opponent's cases. Suddenly he rushes to run away, opposite to the monster. The soldiers stand, stunned by what they saw. They admire the act of a guy who dared to sacrifice himself to distract the enemy. At this point, Allan has already taken the monster to a safe distance from the city. The guy calls Audid to the butterfly to sleep the monster. Once the ability is activated, Martha Garch instantly plunges into a dream. However, the guy views his intentions about the attack and decides to take advantage of the chance. He simply gives a draft. After reaching the thick forest thicket, Allan stops to rest. However, the feeling of despair and the relentless thought of defeat do not give him rest. Its negative effects do not affect the monster at all. The guy concludes that Marta Garsh is truly invincible. However, Allan does not allow despair to take possession and decides to gain strength to take revenge. At least he managed to lure the monster away from the city. It's better than doing nothing. Suddenly crunching branches, and Allan fades on the spot without deciding to look. A few moments are oppressive silence, but suddenly, just in front of the guy, someone with a roar breaks out a tree with roots. It turned out that it was just a goblin. But the boy was not tried for a long time. Martha Garch reappears to help him again. For 3 long days, Allan wandered forests, completely exhausted and exhausted. Holding on his feet, he finally got the city gate, and immediately fainted. Alana picks up the soldiers and spend inside. The audience is asked to immediately inform the Baron of the event. So, Allan finds himself in the estate where he is immediately provided with the necessary help. Waking up, the guy first sees an alarmed Sassel. The girl with excitement asks how he feels after 2 days of an unprecedented sleep. Since Allan was a personal servant Lady Cecil, it is not surprising that the girl was sincerely concerned with his fate. It extends the boy food and water. He has not yet recovered, and only tries to come to his senses. Meanwhile, other residents of the home are approached by the little hero to visit him one by one. Thomas learns that Allan is all right with Allan, and the butterflies passes the message to the boy, to appear later to the bear. The boy suddenly realizes that he intervened without permission. Allan is a little frightened, because now, it is likely that Lord is angry and does not hold back his annoyance. When the guy approaches the Baron, he immediately burns. What did you think? Allan explains that the only thing he has succeeded is to escape. He sincerely regrets his carelessness and apologizes for his actions. The servants of the Lord insist that the knightly duty is to protect the common people. On behalf of all his brothers, the commander of the knights expresses his true gratitude to the boy for he stood up for the protection of people for them. Baron notes that this time Allan did not make any mistake. On the contrary, it was because of his actions that the city was almost not injured. The young man receives a reward from Lord. He hands him a bag with 10 gold coins. Before that, the family whose crew he saved thanks Allan with additional 10 gold. Thus, it becomes the owner of 20 coins. Allan is delighted with the generosity of Baron. Now he will be able to buy a real weapon, not some rusty saber. The guy decided, as soon as he would receive freedom, he immediately went to the weapon. The Lord asks Allan the next time when hunting for the monster not to go so far. Fortunately, everything has passed surprisingly easily and without complications. The guy will now swear to be careful in the future. Allan goes hunting again, testing his brand new mithril saber. Weapons cope well with their main task. Now there are no monsters or strong armor for the guy. He spent 25 gold on this sword. Allan made a truly impressive discovery. Each newly summarized monster retains the memories of its predecessors. Gook still remembers that battle and monitors Mardaharg. The Callboat leads his creation as if he is walking a long part of himself. Their connection is based on ancestral memory. Together they mention everything experienced and wishes in their own mistakes. But the giant bird of rank D and rage goblins belong to the monsters of the rank C. No adventurer will handle them alone. Finally, a true horror appears. Class B monster, deadly for humans. All this will appear in Allan's way, but he will not stop and will confidently move forward, despite the extraordinary power of the creatures that inhabit this world. Spring is on the threshold, and with it, the second match after returning the oldest son of the Granville family. Allan, although a little strengthened by the last duel, and Mikai acquires new skills 3 times faster than him. All residents of the house were going to look at the duel. The boys began to fight. Some of the audience watched this with delight, while others sincerely worried about the fate of the soldiers. In the room there is a sword of swords. Boys compete with a great skill. But suddenly, Allan surrenders the position, and the villages immediately notice this weirdness. Mihai with a clever blow knocks weapons out of the guy's hands. After that, Allan recognizes his defeat. The rage rages inside him. Despite the hard workouts and the fact that it is much stronger now than last year, victory still slips out of his hands. Mikai got sincere greetings. The knight commander marks the guy with delight, looks at the man for a long time, and then draws his attention to Allan. Mihai boasts that he has become extremely strong. Instead, Malik notes that Allan has a lot to learn to match him. Mikai retains calm, convinced that the guy is the servant K-Sila. Meanwhile, the girl approaches Allan and whispers, jokingly noting that he should train more often in fencing. It is hard to believe in the herd. Allan really fought with Mardagash. Cecil adds. The guy escapes from the monster for 3 days continuously, and the next 2 days look completely exhausted, as if barely alive. Mikai sympathizes with the boy. Thomas asks his brother if he would be able to defeat Mardagarge, but the guy only shrugs and replies that the self-confident junior will not overcome the monster of Class B alone. The owner notes that in this case, his son will have to make even more effort. Suddenly, a night guest is addressed to Baron. It turns out that the white dragon has already flew to other lands. Lord can barely believe heard. Allan had heard about the white dragon earlier. This monster of rank A has lived in the mountains for more than a century. They say that if you cope with it, you will have a reward, 1,000 coins. The traveler noticed how the dragon was rapidly going to the land of Carnell. Lord expected this moment for years, and finally the winged creature decided to appear on the horizon. The man insists that they use this as soon as possible. He appeals to the knight's commander to inspect the area of mithril mines. First, they need to find a new dragon cave, and then go to explore 4 areas with deposits. Mighty goblins and orcs are freely roaming in mountain forests. The road will take several months ahead. Lord is assigned to the dedication of his knights. Thomas overflows joy. It seems as if the story has shifted from the place. Cecil imagines how residents of the city will be happy. Mikai also considers it a wonderful news. However, it does not rule out that the dragon may appear next year. In view of this probability, the Baron asked to keep everything secret. A new threat is raising. Now the knights will seriously take the extermination of the monster, and will gain precious experience. Because of this, Allan should be rushed. In early July, the guy significantly improved his skills. The experience in the skill synthesis has reached thousands, which allowed him to lift it to the 5th level. In addition, the call also increased to the 5th level, conquering to the 4th, and a new ability to exchange has emerged. Make sure that the white dragon really flew to Cartnell lands. Allan decided to check his characteristics. His ability to call increased by another level, however. It was given only in 2 years of hard work. Allan is looking forward to what kind of D-class creatures he will be able to call. However, he decides to test the exchange skill. Allan sincerely hopes that new skills will be as useful as his inventory. Having tried this skill, the guy understands with surprise. Now he can see the world through the eyes of his creatures. Now, having exchanged a hawk, he finally realized how the bird was looking at him. From that moment, the world opens to him at the same time through his own eyes, and with the eyes of Hawk. As the bird flies into the sky, the boy raps the wave of admiration and joy. The heart is crazy from incredible flight sensations. Their auditory perception is also merged. Allan feels as if rushing in height with a hawk. He is able to use the ability of eagle. Allan covers everything that happens a few kilometers from him. The falcon flew outside the 5-meter radius. Outside the guy, he is no longer able to receive orders. All this is reminiscent of a game where the player manages several characters at the same time. The intelligence parameter of the called creature should exceed 100, and then Allan is able to keep in touch with several creatures at once. However, you need to spend 200 units of intelligence on the creation of each creature. With 1,200 intelligence, Allan will be able to call 6 creatures at once. Now the guy finally realized what role the intelligence of the callman plays. Earlier, he believed that this characteristic was simply superfluous. Allan decides to experience good luck and call new D-Rang creatures. To do this, he has already prepared 10,000 D-Rang stones that he dug for this moment, all but potatoes. Since their intelligence exceeded 100, Allan did not difficult to negotiate with them. The guy misses that he will no longer be able to cause it, but he is comforted by the idea. At least they will be able to communicate as they talk to Gook. Suddenly, Allan is aware that these creatures understand teams, and therefore, he can give them orders through exchange. Now his creatures can be able to track and hunt for prey. The young hunter decides to test it in practice. The first test is a spider. Although he failed to overcome him on his first attempt, his own creatures have coped with this enemy on his own. Further, a completely independent group of caused creatures is joined. The detection of enemies is laid on Hook and Gook. The good will patrol the terrain at night, and Gook will keep it in the afternoon. The ability to spray huts will increase the chance of evasion of its allies. Without Allan, the number of creatures in the group will not recover, so he emphasizes, monitor the negative effects especially carefully. The bears will change the tactics between attack and defense. It is because of such a strategy that the defeat does not threaten them. Now Allan was convinced that the exchange happens even when he sleeps. The guy gathered the perfect team that will gain experience for 30 days. Allan advises not to approach strangers, and if you are suddenly hit, do not answer the same. The guy considers this ability to be truly incredible. Despite the fact that he has to meet the views of 8 creatures, he does not feel tension or excitement. The impression is that Allan is gradually turning into a majestic and formidable figure. Now, the guy can freely use the extended possibilities of his movement. He draws attention to the mountain, behind which the white dragon was hiding. He thought of a fresh idea of how you can use the exchange. The events unfold in the village of Serena. At this time, Drago and Serena came back in the duel. The young man owns a battle axe and wears 1 star. Serena is a sword craftsman with a generous 3-star rank. Masha also does not graze the back. He is a first-rank list. Now it is time to enter the duel. Allan approaches them, turning into a bird. The father notices a familiar bird who flies past. Meanwhile, Allan is going to the house and looking into the window. Inside, the mother with her mother. A woman braids her braid, and the girl is filled with sincere laughter. Suddenly, the ringing sound of a falling coin is heard. The woman, along with her daughter, get closer and notice that it is a golden coin. Now Allan decided to fly to his relatives every month to give them a gold coin. The boy squeezes his heart from longing for family. October is already on the threshold, the 10th month of the year. Allan is 10. He has been serving in the Lord's house for 2 months. The Baron turns to knights. For half a year, they have persistently explored these lands. The man is interested in how things are moving with his mithril deposits. As the knight commander feared, no person has settled on these lands for hundreds of years. So it is not surprising that there were many Jacques here. They swarm not only about 4 mines, but also in the very village, where the mithril was once cultivated. It is necessary to clear the territory, attract workers and adjust the transport routes. It will take at least 3 years to restore the work of the next mine. This news is deeply upsetting the bishop. Although he realizes that his request may be impossible, it is still passionately praying the knights as soon as possible. The Baron is also interested in how the cases are formed on the Carnell lands. The Commander River replies, since the Viscose possessions continued to produce mithril, they called on the anger of the dragon. So, everything is spinning around the production of mithril. Allan thought that he did not send his bird to look at the dragon. It is likely that his own version of Falcon's Eye. The guy understands. He still gets too early to hunt monsters of such a level as Class A. Working in the mines becomes unbearable. So it seems that Viscount does not know how to proceed. Everyone is curious to watch him every step. Meanwhile, the Baron sends his knights there and orders them clearly adhere to the strategy developed. Allan is aware. Soon the poor monsters will destroy the ground. But he still has half a year to prepare carefully. As soon as the guy turns 12, he will leave the estate and go on a journey to become a real adventure seeker. It remains only 2 years, but Allan will certainly thank the Lord for his mercy and help to reveal the hearts and understanding of people. After all, he cannot go out of this adventure only in the image of a knight. Therefore, the guy is eagerly waiting for this moment. The foot of the mountains is covered with scattered villages of Orciv and goblins. Further on the slope, deep underground in rocky soil, lay their moves of the ant colonies. In the village of Goblin lives King Goblin himself, and in the Orc House, their ruler. And in the very heart of the anthill hides the main opponent, the Queen of the Ants. Today, Allan is waiting for a difficult task. He has to clean the village of Goblin, because in a few days the knights will appear here. Claiming around the village, the creatures were surrounded by fences and put up in front of the guards of the guards. Even the hoblins are armed with sticks. After all, they cannot show their defenselessness to the elders. The goblins not only eat people, but also take away their weapons. Allan intended to give them to disinfect them first, to gradually destroy them for their own experience. However, the knights are now destroying his plan without letting this plan implement. The young man will have to face every monster and leave no one in the living. Allan improves his skills and then sends bears to battle. Huge animals instantly deal with the first enemies. However, the goblins soon raise the alarm, and other soldiers join the fight, trying to displace the attackers. Among the monsters are even archers. Allan quickly understands that if they start shooting from a long distance, things will go bad. The guy instructs Gook to watch the enemy closely, and the spider's orders to knock down all the flying arrows. That's the first goblin overthrown. 200 points of experience were charged for it. Next, a few more casualties. The young man moves a little more forward and notices a whole flock of goblins nearby. His detachment does not give up so many enemies. Without it, they just not survive. The guy commands the bears not to spare anyone. It is not possible to escape. Allan has already crossed all the exits, so goblins were in a full ring. Previously, the guy was too weak. He lacked 20 bears. Now, with such force, they can break anyone immediately. Victory is in their hands. Suddenly, a king of goblins appears on stage, lifting a powerful, spooky roar. Allan has been waiting for this moment. With a smile, he charming that the monarch almost dumped his own funeral. Allan's creatures destroyed the enemies of the sea rank. No monster could compare them. So the bears do not pose any threat. They are happy to collapse next to it. But the king should prepare for the fight. At stake, 4,200 experience. The guy orders his beasts to obtain the last goblins and pull their bodies right into the middle of the village. Allan had to make a lot of effort, but now he has numerous magical stones. All you have to do is get rid of the bodies of the vanquished enemies. The young hunter remembers the torch that is always with him. The fire in its equipment never fades, and this is considered one of the main advantages. Allan burns the campfire and set fire to the bodies, solemnly announcing that cleaning from goblins is completed. The guy still does not know how to bury them properly, so the knights will do this. He dropped his knees near a bunch of remnants and sincerely asked in prayer so that a better fate would be waiting for them in another world. From this village, Allan gained 48,800 points of experience, just as much as 223 goblins with women and children. For several months, the young man went around the surrounding lands, constantly increasing his own level. Allan is already beginning to miss a little, so he decides to visit the orcs and see how they do. March comes. Mikai graduates at the academy. Sassel is joyfully rushing to his older brother to greet him. She is incredibly happy, because now they will be together again. Ellen notices that the guy is not in the best mood today. He asks the sister how old she is, but without waiting for the answer he argues, 10. It sounds as if he first asks a rhetorical question, and then immediately states the obvious fact. The girl notices that something strange is happening with her brother. He is excitedly asked, but the guy remains silent and does not answer. After that, he seriously turns to Allan, offering him a duel at full force. The guy is genuinely surprised by such a request, but does not deny. He is even interesting to cross the swords again. Only now in the air is noticeable another intense atmosphere. Allan agrees, but they diverge for a while to get together with thoughts and get ready for future battle. Cecil whispers something to Thomas. At the same time, he notes with concern that something is wrong with his brother. For the first time, he sees me in such an unusual state. Everyone gathered in the yard. The number of Allan's creatures has reached the maximum, and the guy radiates confidence as ever. This year, he is convinced that the victory will be behind you. The boys come into battle. Allan, like a storm, cuts the air. Its speed is 1483, which is twice the age of last year. This time, the victory will be behind him, no doubt. Allan is blowing, but Michael skillfully reflects every attack. The young man waits patiently. Allan is sure that the enemy has time to read all his rapid movements. However, years of hard workouts have not been in vain. Gradually, Allan captures the initiative, forcing the opponent to retreat. The audience is surprised, but the knight captain is convinced that Mikai does not intend to retreat. The guy feels as if Allan is looking into his shower, but he is not going to concede. Now all you have to do is wait for this intense confrontation. For a while the boys stand on their own, but in the end, Allan still loses. It is covered by unbearable despair. It is literally broken from despair. Even with increased agility, he failed to strike any. Can the fencing skill really overlap all the shortcomings? How many more agility should Allan increase in order to move out of place? But then his attacks will completely lose power. It is simply impossible to ignore this. Mika continues to show care and affection for Allan. However, this does not bring the boy to reassure. Even though he made even more efforts this year for Mika, this is not enough for Allan himself. He needs really tangible achievements. Allan waits for I will reach out to his hand to shake, but instead politely passes by. It seems that this year we are not waiting for a friendly handshake. The Lord is pleased to notice that 3 years spent his son at the academy have not passed in vain. The young man has grown significantly and gained experience. Mikai sincerely thanks her father for such warm words. Allan stands nearby, gratefully nodding. They just had a match. So wanted the son of Lord. Did he seek it? Sizzle turns to Allan, pulling him out of his own reflections. The girl notes that he became much stronger, though he is inferior to the power of her brother Mikai. She jokingly advises Allan to take fencing lessons in Mikai. Allan confesses that he would be glad if it became possible. Meanwhile, Thomas thinks, maybe he should learn from his brother too. Suddenly, Mikai asks Thomas because he has something important to inform. Looking at his brother just in the eye, Mikai announces that he will serve for the benefit of the kingdom for the next 3 years. Because of this, he will not be able to return home. This news is unpleasant to the baby, forcing them to fall out of surprise. Mikai regrets with regret that he announced everything so suddenly. Thomas is wondering what this service will be, but her brother cannot explain. Cecil asks when Mikai will start performing his duties. The answer that was heard, from tomorrow, like an arrow broke the girl in the heart. In despair, she turns to her father, but it is difficult for her to pick up words. After that, Cecil gently takes his brother in his arms and says with a smile that this act was a true joy, because now they are again together. I am trying to reassure him with his sister, promising that he will write to her as often as he can. We convince her that everything will certainly be good, because the guy will return in 3 years. Tears roll on cheeks. For 3 years, it is for her too long and difficult time, especially in view of how much she was sad for her brother, and how eagerly waited for his return. Allan thinks of events in his head, remembering that Mikai was taken to service immediately after release from the academy. In the imagination of the guy, the words of Viscount are heard, and since then the Baron behaves somehow strange, unlike himself. Allan does not rest. The anticipation of anxiety is increasingly squeezing his heart. All residents of the estate gathered in the hall. Lying into a long corridor, people were preparing to solemnly hold the owner's son for service. Allan is interested in Mr. Ramidal, what kind of service the guy should perform, but he does not disclose the details and assures that he does not know anything unusual. Allan seems to be suspicious, because the river has been serving in the estate for 12 years, so it cannot be that he has not known anything during this time. In the hallway there is a ringing rattling of armor. There is a mice. The guy quietly descends the stairs and walks forward. Serena stands silently without saying a word. Her soul compresses a sad tangle in her throat, covered with unspeakable sadness. Thomas is lightly pushing the sister forward, encouraging her to say goodbye to her brother so that she does not remain silent away. The girl slowly approaches Michael. Holding her tears, she assures that she will be waiting for his return. The guy gently hugs his younger sister and gently holds her hand on her hair. The Lord is proud of his son. Mother, in the words, inspires the boy to fulfill his mission with dignity and return home as soon as possible. The Bogretsky escorts his master on the road. Suddenly, Mikai runs to Allan and hugs the guy firmly. Trembling with excitement, he begs to take care of Cecil and do his best to keep his sister from danger. As a worthy descendant of the Granville family, Mikey goes to fulfill his duty. Cecile, without stopping him after him, asks to return unharmed. During these 3 years, Allan is going to leave the estate, and Cecil is waiting for the academy. But by that moment, the guy has to fulfill his promise, to protect the girl. 2 months have passed since Mikai went on the road. Since October, Allan has completely destroyed all the goblin settlements. The white peaks of the Dragon Range are now finally cleared of this invasion. During this time, Allan rose from the 30th to the 35th level and is ready for new achievements. Now the guy was in the next village. Soon the knights will also get here, so we should rush. The village is managed by the monster of rank B. With such enemies the guy has not yet had to deal. Unfortunately, from the height of the bird's flight, he has not yet been able to calculate the number of orcs. Allan, as in the case of the goblin village, allows its subordinate to disperse in the prepared places. Only when everyone is alert will he catch the enemies in the trap and will instantly deal with them. This time the guy also calls for Brown to defend against the enemy archers and the king himself. Type, stone, rank D, name, Brown. Power, 200 plus 200, magic, 0. Attack, 180. Endurance, 200 plus 200. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 140. Luck, 108. Additional bonuses, strength plus 2 to 0, endurance plus 2 to 0. A special skill is absolute protection. Allan solemnly announces the beginning of their first hunting outlet in the village. Creatures rush into battle. They are familiar with the art of fighting monsters, so it will not become a special test for them. Brown perfectly plays the role of the defender, securely covering his comrades. He even worries this shot. It is a pity that the guy is not able to determine how much vitality is left in these creatures. They still fought tirelessly, despite nothing. But if they get too many wounds, they will inevitably bend. The guy orders spiders to neutralize the archers, and this strategy works perfectly. Allan decides that next time he will release even more spiders. Allan and his creatures are constantly moving forward. They are already waiting for the power of a lot of enemies, the whole army. 100? Or maybe all two? This prospect pleases the guy, because it is a great opportunity to gain invaluable experience. There is a moment for the detachment to strike on the opposite side. It all happens as designed, but the final destruction of the enemy takes more time than it was in the village of Goblin. Allan has already won the 100 orcs, but there is still no trace of the king. There is no way back. You will have to comb the whole village, straightening with anyone who dares to interfere. Suddenly, the guy notices a sparkling outbreak in the valley. Without hesitation, he commands the hero immediately to defend, and it is very on time. Just a huge magic ball rushes on the strip. The guy is confused. He cannot understand whether the king of orcs really stand. The boss should always be alone. However, Allan first encounters the monsters who have magic. It remains only to guess how the young hunter overcomes this unexpected threat. Allan cannot understand who is in the orc king in the sight. He or Brown himself. The magic ball was again hanging over the monster, ready to break at any moment just to the sacrifice chosen. The guy immediately orders Brown to keep the defense. The caused creation can repel the attack. Yet Allan feels how much this magical nucleus remains. Suddenly, 3 more like balls break from the place and fly into the guy. The charming spheres sweep everything in their path, ruthlessly destroying obstacles. The young hunter has no strength to resist. Allan decides not to give up and throws away all his power into the attack. Its pressure allows the orca to be overcome. In the reward, the guy receives 2,000 points of experience. The young man is convinced that the orc deserves to raise C. However, he can overcome it with one powerful throw. The guy skillfully lands his iron balls. One of them, like lightning, hit a monster just in the forehead. There are still 2 such iron in his arsenal. Allan was already going to quit, as suddenly noticed that new magic balls would fly from the enemy. This led to the fact that all their combat power was noticeably shaken. Allan seems as if he got into a real hell, because there are still hundreds of orcs ahead. The guy decides to act decisively. Instead of protection, he puts everything on the map and goes on the offensive. There are many D-class stones in his stock, so he is capable of calling 20,000 bears. Potatoes have a unique property. It instantly restores 1,000 mana. The guy is capable of calling new bears until he exhausts all his manu. That's the Orc King. Its piercing, threatening roar erupts over the field, forcing even the most daring. The orc belongs to the same level as the Martyr Church, the rank of B. When comparing this creature with a bear, it seems much more massive. According to approximate calculations of Allan, its height reaches about 4 meters. The monster one blows with several bears called, forcing the guy to create, strengthen and call for a new beast immediately. Things go bad. Opponents cope with bears much faster than Allan has calculated. The Orc King has an impressive attack radius, so the bears simply do not even have time to approach. Suddenly, another magical ball flies past Allan and breaks Brown. The guy involves his potato ability and instantly replenishes the mana of 1,000 units. Opinions emerge in the head. What to do next? Time is relentlessly popping up, and hope that the enemies will end with the strength or the king will demolish faster. Not a way out. As soon as Allan is approaching the finale, a knight commander suddenly appears. Seeing the boy in trouble, he immediately understands the situation. At that moment, Allan is aware that he made mistakes. He was convinced that the captain would only appear tomorrow. But the unknown confesses that he noticed the smoke and decided to check what happened. The knight notices the children's creatures and is wondering that it is a creature. The guy begins to flash from embarrassment, realizing that he was caught hot. Allan, with fear, hopes that the commander will perceive these monsters simply for the next monsters. He is forced to withdraw all his creatures. The knight indifferently bypasses the monster without paying any attention to them. He does not hesitate for a moment before the orcs. The guy heard. Even Martygarg could be this warrior. This is the most powerful knight of the Granville house. The man assures that he will deal with the orcs himself, and the boy will get everything else. They are joined by a spear, who can be said to take the experience of Allan. But the guy is not upset at all. On the contrary, this is a great opportunity to watch the real masters of his craft. The speaker behaves too inadvertently, while the Orc King acts rapidly quickly and is attacked by a larger area. The commander, without any haste, confidently approaches the monster and calmly strikes him. It makes a great impression on Allan. The knight captain was nicknamed the Demon of the War. He gained this nickname due to his supernatural power, the king of the orcs of the Fury. But the captain of the knights did not pay any attention to the crazy blows of the Monyavskaya. He is not frightened by the power of hostile attacks or the growth of the enemy. He confidently holds the defense, despite the advantage of the enemy. The list also is not equal. He skillfully deals with every opponent, leaving them no hope for victory. The guy is delighted with the skill of the host and his assistant. It seems to him that Xenomorph uses the special ability that Serena used to be used against him. It turned out that all the power of the swordsman and the lists is exclusively in their natural shake. The captain coped with the orcs lightly, not even involving his true skills. After the battle, the man approaches Allan and asks for help to get the city. The guy feels some anxiety because the stranger witnessed everything that happened and did not ask any question. Allan appeals to the captain to allow the removal of stones from the bodies of monsters. The captain does not deny. Allan is confidently taken to the case, skillfully wields the sword and quickly completes work. If nothing is changed, new orcs may appear in the village. That is why Allan is convinced that he did the right thing. Next, everyone will deal with the nightly order. Since the sun is almost set, the boy is offered to stay overnight in their camp. And in the morning, they will go to his baron together. The company is located in the camp, laid out the fire and set up dinner. Soon the air was filled with aroma of dishes. Travelers sat on the table and began to taste hot food. The commander asked Allan whether he destroyed all the goblin settlements. The guy nodded in the affirmative and reported that he had walked up to 52 villages. It is unlikely that at least one thing left is not cleaned. The captain was the same thought. He began the story of how 4 years ago, the village of Serena suddenly began to supply a huge amount of Albasheron's mascara. Subsequently, it increased the harvest of boars several times, although it was first necessary to take only 10 mascara a year. Allan was admitted to the Granville estate for their dedicated work. As the guy appeared near the city, here they began to find the bodies of a monster with cut magical stones. Recently, all the settlements of Goblin in this district, which also had magic gems, disappeared. In addition, their settlements burned down to the ground. Allan not only hunted for the game, he even destroyed the sea monsters of the sea on his own. Furthermore, in a duel with Mikai, Allan proved himself so skillfully that it made the enemy a good fun. The guy realizes that everything he hid so carefully became obvious. But at the same time, Allan was stated directly. He has no abilities. Moreover, the priests unanimously swore that it was a pure truth. Do they remember the events of 5 years ago when the room flooded with bright light? When the boy touched the ball, there were incomprehensible symbols on the column of abilities. No one could decrypt them. Even Allan's magical power was too low. So it was easier for them to say that the young man was completely devoid of talents. The nocturnal captain claims that the child has a real crash. It was with these animals that he once fought nearby, as if with equal. Allan decides not to open his mouth more because a little more, and he will accidentally speak unnecessary, which will entail new troubles. He asks the man whether he has completed the questioning, and assures that everything they will talk about will remain between them. To be frank, the Baron has long suspected the boy's special abilities. He noticed that Allan just loves hunting. It was thanks to the raccoon that the boy managed to achieve his current situation. In the end, if you think, the Baron almost did not limit the child and allowed him to do everything he pleased. The knight was well aware that sooner or later his interest would certainly wake up, but had nothing to say anything. The man assured that the guy could turn to the bear in his own soul. The guy himself noted about himself. He said this man is somehow strange, unusual. This is confirmed by the captain's promise to keep everything secret, on one condition. The guy must follow his instructions and act as he destroyed all the monsters. After all, they both play for one team. The guy is embarrassed, but he agrees. Now he no longer has to go hunting to gain experience. At that moment, one of the soldiers reports the captain that warm water is already prepared. As a token of gratitude, Allan appeals to her husband to allow him to rub his back. When the guy turns away, he notices deep scars on his back and traces of old wounds. It is incredible that the captain managed to survive after all this. This mystery will inevitably surprise the readers. He asks whether it hurts. Wounds. The guy has restorative magic and offers to help, but the man refuses. He cannot consider today's hunting. Did not reach what he wanted. Allan needs a lot to train to overcome the king on his own. The captain of the knights, as if guessing the boy's thoughts, asks with a smile whether he liked the hunt. Allan, in response to a smile, admits that he has been given true pleasure. Overcoming the trials that the goddess prepared for him, the guy felt a wave of joy and excitement. It is only necessary to raise the level, and all the injuries of the languages took off. As far as the guy remembered, the commander remained the same scars on his face when he came to them. Allan wondered. It may be so difficult to reach a new level. When the man completed his water treatments, they all went to bed together. However, several people remained alternate during the night. The next morning, the Order of the Knights announced that he released several territories captured by monsters. Cecil did not find a place through the boy all this time. So as soon as she saw him, he immediately rushed to his neck. The Baron genuinely rejoices in the return of Allan. Although he disappeared from the house without warning a single soul, no one even thought of reproaching him. But now the question is, what did Allan think about? 2 weeks have passed since the Knight Captain rescued Allan. And finally, it was time for the second storm of the village of Orkiv. The guy wins the King Orcs for the second time and receives 2,500 experience. This time he can do everything without any difficulty. Allan thinks whether he was destined to win. Meanwhile, 40 bears attack the village on 4 sides, overlapping all the ways to escape. Thanks to this, the young man managed to find and destroy the orc magicians. Even if the bears die in battle, the guy immediately recognizes the new ones, and Allan, like a real commander, will simply watch the battle, waiting for the result of his strategy. As a result, the guy will gain 335,000 experience. This is 7 times more than he received for the capture of the Hoblin village. After the battle, Allan again expresses his admiration with his bears. Now it's time to collect stones. The guy, although he was defeated at the beginning, was able to return and pay for the wrongdoing. Here is the real essence of the gamer. Now that the body of the King of the Orcs lies still, it becomes noticeable that in fact it was much larger than it seemed during the battle. Allan first acquires the magic stone of the B rang. This time he spent 120 magical crystals rank D. The guy decided to continue to dispose of the funds and start delaying. Already in October, Allan will turn 11. Since May, he has destroyed about 20 eagle settlements. As promised, he reported every mission to the captain. It was initially planned that mithril mines would be opened in only 3 years, but with the help of Allan, this term has been reduced to 2. So the next spring of the mine is likely to work. So far, everything is happening in the same way as it is conceived. Allan has to erase all the settlements from the ground, and, if there is an opportunity, to destroy the anthrods of armadilles' nests. As soon as the guy turns 12, he will immediately become a member of the Aventurous Guild. His Majesty's envoys arrive at the Granvale estate. They deliberately note the perfect Baron's possessions. But is their visit really limited only by words of praise to his address? The ruler greets the guests and asked what business they came to him today. The honorable lord and his honor was given to his majesty from the same day when the Baron received the title. The king seeks to express his sincere gratitude for Lord for his constant loyalty and selfless service. The Baron thanks him and recognizes that he does not deserve such high words. In this world, sincere praise is a rarity. They disappear rather than appear. The pad arrived with a special mission, to hand over something important. He extends the Lord of the Leaf. The author of this message is the son of Lord, Mikai Grenville, from which there was no news for half a year. Cecil recalls how her brother once promised to write to her often. When the Baron holds a letter in his hands, it is coated by a strange premonition of trouble. He asks horror when this letter was written. He is answered. 3 months ago, Michael's mother asks her husband to give her a letter to read. As soon as the woman takes him, tears flow from her eyes. It turns out that Mikai died, fulfilling his noble duty. The owner of the house cannot put up with the loss of his son, until the latter refuses to believe in his death and repeatedly asks whether it is not an unfortunate mistake. A man cannot understand why such trouble happened, and why everything happened so suddenly. Only half a year. Suddenly, the Baron moves to a desperate cry. Mikhail has just finished the academy. Did it really be sent to a dangerous place only because they are aristocrats of low origin? The messenger of the king with a barely hidden threat asks whether the Baron will decide against the will of the monarch. Mother Mikai is unable to hold back tears. She is completely devastated, not believing in the horror that unfolds around. The Gunna announces that their visit has ended, because there are many roads and messages to other countries ahead. The doors are closed loudly, and silence prevails in the room. Allan refuses to believe in the death of Mikai. However, remembering the last words of a friend, the guy begins to understand. He was anticipating that such could happen. The poor session froze in place, as if he had grown to the ground. The girl is completely engulfed in numbness and confusion. She asks her father what all this means. Tears are constantly flowing from her eyes. Lord, seeing this, asks everyone to leave them alone. The mother is also pleased to remain, but carefully escorted. From the door, voices and excited crying of workers come. Allan does not erase the expressions of their relatives from memory when they read that letter. It was like a testament. Mikai obviously already knew that he was going to meet his own death. Lord turns to Cecil, talking about the high noble mission they were destined to fulfill. Outraged girl cannot accept the idea that this will have to sacrifice her own life. The father tries to explain and persuade her, but Cecil's streamhead is running away, not wanting to listen to any excuses. It seems that the same fate stumbles. The owner does not have anything except to send his 15-year-old children to a faithful death, humbly obeying orders that he could not change. The butterflies knocked on the girl's door, bringing her dinner and politely asking her to taste at least a little. Lord believes that it is better for a girl to be alone. Tomorrow he will talk to her. Time passed, and Cecil finally plunged into a dream. Thomas overflows the rage, because he was kept in ignorance. However, the guy soon learns the whole truth when he becomes the next owner of the Granville estate. The morning comes. The butter is worried, because the girl did not eat anything in the evening. Now he thinks if she will agree to have breakfast at least this time. One of the employees recalls that before the start of work, he heard about the tragic fate of the Grenville family. It turns out that Mr. Grenville's parents and brothers were killed in the same way. But who would have thought he was destined to leave for 15 years? The guy remembers how Mr. Mikai always gave him a help. Born in the very poverty is the worst thing that can fall into a person's fate. Suddenly, panic was opened in the room. The session disappeared. It was nowhere to be. Cecil feels no one except Allan. Suddenly, the girl begins to shout, chasing the boy and ordering him to return to where he came from. She grunts out in her stomach. Cecil has not eaten anything from yesterday. Allan turns his pockets, putting everything he has, several fruits and one potato. At first, the girl looks at all this with disgust, but soon the famine takes her own, and she begins to eat. After a while, Cecil does not restrain his tears again, remembering Mikai's promise to return. The girl asks Allan if her brother was really strong. The guy nods immediately without hesitation for a moment, because he could never overcome Michael. Cecil in despair. She was engulfed by a true hysteria, and she is firmly convinced that she was doomed to death. Allan feels that she stands in her words. The girl, hiding her face on bent knees, quietly says, "It seems that this country has not known the war for a long time. However, he will be able to educate worthy soldiers." Allan is aware that his mission is to determine human destinies. Thinking a little, the guy suggests Cecil to leave the city together. Forget about everything and go on a trip together. Moreover, Allan has some savings for it. The girl begins to be angry. Well, it really is just incomprehensible for her. And who in general is this Allan to behave so? The guy says he first thought to wait for his 12 years and then join the Adventurers Guild. Cecil assures that they will study at the academy, and that with the cartridge, a solid nonsense. The guy has wondered if the girl needs to study in such an institution. He subtly hints to her that only she has the right to decide what to fill her life and how to go on. Thinking a little, Cecil still decides to go back. Allan reads her mood immediately. The girl, exhausted on the road, asks the boy to lift her in her arms, because she was completely exhausted. When the guy lifts her in her arms, she hides her face in his shoulder and whispers with gratitude, "Allan, for everything." He feels sincere thanks for her kindness. For a while, the boys return to the estate. Concerned parents immediately rush to their daughter. Cecil does not restrain his tears and, sobbing, pleasantly asks them for forgiveness. The owner sincerely rejoices that the girl remained unharmed. He genuinely asks for her for his words, previously said. Then, gently touching her face and looking straight in the eye, the man assures her that now she should not worry about anything. Soon they will take up the extraction of metal again, and thanks to this rare metal will finally be able to release the girl from her debt captivity in front of the aristocrats. Now Allan finally understands why the Boran has hurried with this task. The guy believes that if he had acted with the order from the outset, he may still be alive. But Cecil firmly believes that her father says only the pain of loss. The girl confidently assures that she will fulfill her noble duty. Like her brother Michael, she is not going to run or hide from her destiny. It has been 6 months since Mikai left this world. In the estate of the Granville life gradually returned to the established direction. The Brotherhood of the Night finally erased the village of Goblin from the face of the earth. In fact, all these events were Allan's hands. Meanwhile, in the nearby settlements located near Mithril mines, People are again reconstructed. Preparation of valuable metal is planned to start at the end of summer. The father does not worry at all, because everything develops exactly as it has been intended. He is only worried about one thing. What did Carnell do when he was left without a profit from Maril, and all his affairs were finally confused? That is why the Granville family should be alert. March comes. Allan rises to the mountain. I am convinced that the session will not come here. The way is too complicated even for brave travelers. However, it was the girl who insisted on hunting monsters. The guy understands her desire to become stronger, but he knows that the Baron will not allow it. Although the help of a witch could be useful to him. Allan finally gets to the destination. In front of him is a flock of monsters, which interfere with the production of strong metal and at the same time serve as an excellent source of experience. Among the monsters are the most dangerous, Medillo ants, which belong to the C rank. There are more than 1,000 individuals in the nest, the whole colony subordinates to its queen. It controls the life of the anthill, lays eggs and constantly replenishes the rows with new ants. Allan now has a much less enemy information. 1,000 creatures, it already sounds threatening. It is impossible to calculate the number of monsters from the air accurately, but there is only one exit from the nest. It is just huge, although it is uncomfortable. But if Allan manages to get inside, ants will still remain in winning, so the guy first needs to reduce their number. Allan decides to act as a proven method. He first calls for 6 bears. It was this world that taught Allan the art of battle. However, the time is short. The fight is ignited. Alana creatures are experienced. They are properly finding vulnerable enemy places. However, opponents have a significant numerical advantage. The guy planted 3 bears on the ant to minimize his losses. The level of bear's intelligence is 130 units. However, because of limited mental abilities, complex strategies and tactics are inaccessible, which leads to numerous mistakes. The hawk, instead, is endowed with a much sharper mind. Its intelligence is as many as 250 units. Allan decides to combine the bear and the bird, so it will go much faster. It has passed for a whole month, and the boy has not yet been able to completely destroy the nest. Twice a week he destroys 200 individuals. If you count, during this time more than 2,000 enemies should be recruited. If you believe the words of others, the nest should already be cleared. But the most amazing thing in this story is that a few days after the execution of the bodies of the missing, they dissolve without a trace. Perhaps the queen herself devours them to give life to new subjects. Allan acquires a great experience. Ants are selected from the nest alone, so the guy does not have time to cope with them. There is nothing left to see your strategy. Outside, May. Having received permission from Baron, Allan changes his schedule. He decides to hold 2 fights in a row to finally clean the den. 2 months have passed and the dead reached 5,000. Allan does not delay with his return. He destroys 300 enemies at a time. Finally, silence reigned. This means that the guy finally cleared the den. Although the bulk of the layer is already cleared, the anthill is still alive. Allan decides to carry out air intelligence and sends Hawk along with other birds for this task. The cave turned out to be a real maze with many halls and aisles. One of the birds dies, so Allan has to call a new one. In addition, it turns off the bears. However, there is a difficulty. In complete darkness, the bears do not see anything. Allan finds a way out. He will control them with empty eyes. Meanwhile, animals are in the young room. 8 tunnels are examined immediately. The guy decides, if at least a bear is harmful, he will immediately call another to replace. And on that dangerous area will go a volatile detachment of biting creatures. Allan returns Golov to the map. The guy and so barely holds. His head spins from these confusing ancient mazes, as if he had fallen into some ancient role-playing game. The evening has already dropped to the city. It's time to go back to the estate. But Allan does not think. It is simply impossible to lose such an opportunity. Having weighed all the risks, the guy finds the uterus of ants. His determination knows no doubt, so he boldly rushes to meet her. Allan tries to remain calm. The opponent in front of him is a rank BB by his own standards. He is able to stand against the enemy of this level only because of his ingenuity and the ability to exchange with the creatures of this class. To the Queen's resistance is 5 kilometers from the entrance. It is guarded by a dozen ants. The boy will again have to resort to tricks and think through the strategy. Allan is relied on hollow. asking the bird to hold it to its destination because a solid darkness prevails in the cave. The past 2 months have not been in vain. The guy made every effort to prepare. Looking at the queen of the ants, he could not but mark her huge size. However, her head is little larger than himself. They resorted to proven techniques. Meanwhile, the bears began to get rid of their associates. It takes a little time. In the fierce fight, Allan loses several of his creatures, but they manage to finally get rid of servants. The losses continue, however. Among us are still those who survive. The ants of ants will not be able to destroy everyone so quickly. Because she is clumsy, Allan orders creatures to attack her in her stomach. It seems victory on their side. It takes a little more time, and the queen finally wins. For this victory, the guy receives 45,000 experience. He spent only 20 creatures on her. While in order to cope with the orcs, he had to sacrifice at least 100. It seems that Allan will have to stay here for the night, because now he will simply not be allowed to the village. The guy hopes that the local residents will not be angry with him, because this time even the head of the order will not help him. Therefore, Allan is sure to prove her victory. The anthill had an incredibly unpleasant odor. It took Allan for 2 months to completely clean one such home. During this period, he destroyed 5,000 ants. It seems that the uterus has laid 4,000 eggs. Perhaps that is why it looked so exhausted. Monsters also need food and forces to grow and become more powerful. Did they really hope to take Allan with a numerical advantage? When the guy gathered all the magic stones, it's time to go on. Suddenly, something brilliant attracts Allan. Looking closer, the guy notices another stone, a completely unfamiliar one he has not seen. Looking at the amazing find more carefully, Alana suddenly comes to the idea of an interesting idea. The next day comes a new morning. Lord strictly reproaches the boy for absence and late. The Baron intended to send a detachment of knights in search of him. The man adds, if the guy wants to say something in his defense, then the time of explanation has come. Let it speak. Allan apologizes, explaining that he was engaged in cleaning the anthill on the white dragon's spine. Yesterday he finally managed to destroy the uterus of the ants. The guy emphasizes, he did all this for the welfare and prosperity of Granville's land. The villages literally boil from rage. Upon learning that Allan had cheated her, the girl was overwhelmed by anger. Now she has lost his faith even more and was finally disappointed. The guy recalls that these people do not even realize he is himself erased from the face of the land. So now he decides to give them indisputable proof of his strength. Allan demonstrates them a giant shell of the queen ants. However, the behavior of Lord and his accompaniment is amazing the guy. They react much more restrained than he hoped. After all, Allan was certain that such a find would certainly bring them at least a little joy. Lord notes that he has heard of the unusual color of the queen's armor. The man appeals to Xenoph, asking if this shell really belongs to her. The knight captain apologizes, adding that he could not answer this question, because he never met with the queen of the ants. The owner asked whether he realized correctly that, according to Xenoph, the queen could not be destroyed. The man confirms this opinion, noting that, unfortunately, even the forces of the order is not enough to fulfill such a mission. Allan is incredibly impressed. Cecil suspects that the guy had tasked and deliberately painted the shell. The guy tries to justify. In addition, he is convinced that the knightly order is quite capable of coping with the queen. According to ENF, more than 1,000 battle ants are hidden in this nest. Even if you have a miracle of everyone, it is easy to get lost in endless dark tunnels. Many lives will be sacrificed for the sake of this task. Even the most desperate adventure seekers are afraid to take such business. According to the knight's commander, he has not yet heard someone to completely destroy a similar nest. Their purpose was only to destroy the villages of Orkiv and Goblin. Cecil asks the boy in surprise whether he really means that he coped with all the ants and overcame the whole maze on his own. But all that was really... After all, he cleared this cube with the help of his caused creatures. Allan is preparing to demonstrate another proof. He pulls out several pebbles and explains that he found them in the head of the queen ants. Most likely, in his opinion, this is the same Mitilovar. Everyone around is stunned. They understand that you just don't find such a thing. The guy smiles and asks, "Will you believe me after that?" Xenoph cannot believe his eyes, but it looks like Allan is really able to handle them. The Baron assures the guy that they will have time to discuss this issue later and in a more appropriate place. At this moment, Cecil is proud to look at her friend. Now the girl confidently believes the guy is able to overcome the monster of the W-Rang. Over a while, Allan enters the Baron's rooms. He asks the guy to indicate where the nest of the ants is located. Allan carefully finds the right place on the map and shows it. Zenov reports that they managed to find a fifth mine, so he immediately goes there with knights. Allan asks for permission to make a full card from the nest. Now the audience no longer has any doubts about the truth of the guy's words. The Baron states that Allan is not going to punish because he made great effort. Moreover, it was because of him that Aura was able to find. So Lord solemnly proclaims the guy the pioneer of the new mine. This gives him the right to receive 30% of the ore extracted from this mine. Half of the income from the extraction of mithril belongs to His Majesty. The net income that remains after deduction of all costs and taxes is called the right to extraction. In other words, the landowner will receive 70% of the profit, and Allan will remain 30%. However, no one can say for sure how many of them will receive. Therefore, you should gain patience and wait for the result. The guy feels that it smells like a profitable business, so you can confidently say that he just made a powerful step towards his success. October is already on the threshold. Allan is 12 years old. For the first time in the century, Grenville renewed mithril production. And next year they plan to start the development of caves found by Allan. The guy easily coped with all the ants, and now no danger threatens him, and he forgot about financial difficulties at all. However, Allan does not rest the feeling that everything is wrong. He wanted real trials, not banal obstacles. It seems about a new challenge. The guy learns that the royal messenger returned. He seems to have things to Baron again. After a long absence, Carnell Viscount appears. People gather around the table. Lord asks the goal of today's visit of the guest. He reported that Mithro, which is taken care of by the Grandville family, is extremely successful. The royal voice sincerely congratulated the Baron on a brilliant achievement. The White Dragon has been horrified on the ground of Grenville and Carnell for a long time. His Majesty seeks to finally put this land. The ruler passed the diploma with a proposal to distribute power on the spine of the White Dragon. The owners should share power with each other and finally put an end to the sad history of these lands. It was for this reason that the royal envoy appealed to Vice-Chancellor to prepare the relevant contract. Viscount Carnell has already signed. All that is left to agree to this agreement. A sinister smile appears on the face. There is no doubt. It is this insidious plan. The Baron humbly apologizes, explaining that he should urgently go to the capital. The messenger responds annoyed. It seems to him that the Baron is in doubt of his word. He says that Lord was too rapt when he began to extract a mithril again. Not wanting to listen to a single word, the ambassador of Carnella silently leaves the room. Baron is certain. His Majesty will not agree to such absurdity, and will never make such a decision. The man is interested in the Noiretsky, whether a detachment of knights to the spine of the White Dragon has already gone. In response, he hears that the knights will return only 2 days. Lord decides to wait for their return, and then immediately go to the capital to the king. The young Thomas will be reported in the House of Lords. Cecil approaches his father, excited and alarming. Lord soothes her daughter, convincing that her excitement is in vain. He firmly promises not to allow someone to take away their estates. Allan realizes that it will be quite difficult to get out of here. If you share the spine of the dragon, both worlds will finally forget about the attacks of the White Dragon. No one knows when he returns to his homeland. In a sense, this solution can bring some stability. It would be much better if it did not concern Count Carnell, because he is a sincere merchant who is far from such cases. If the Baron refuses, he should not dream of a peaceful life. Allan thinks of what options can come to Lord. The roar is suddenly heard, and everyone is panic. Inspired by anxiety, all the heads rush to the second floor to find out if everything is fine with Cecil. Rising up, Allan immediately notices a large dent in the wall. Just below, just on the floor, one of the buttocles lies. Following, the guy will look at Cecily and several other people trying to steal the girl. The guy picks up the sword and rushes to rescue his lady. Meanwhile, robbers are in a hurry to jump out the window. Allan strikes one of them, but the robber cleverly reflects the attack. A fight flashes between them. The loud rattling of the swords is poured by the moon room. Since the enemy is extremely strong, Allan will have to call for the help of his call. However, the guy first eats the magic fruit that instantly restores him 1,000 units of mana. Allan also gives the servant healing herbs, so that he returns to him 1,000 more health units. The bandit tries to annoy the guy, but he does not have to incite. Allan instantly rushes to attack a lightning series of blows, and this unexpected speed is stunning his opponent. At this point, Lordov reports about the attack and the attempt to abduct Cecilla. One of the robbers threw a smoke checker. The guy thinks it is poisonous gas. An alarm is heard. People grab weapons feverishly, preparing for defense. Allan notices Cecil. The girl fainted. The guy sincerely hopes that everything will be fine with her. Meanwhile, he feels the consciousness slowly leaves him. There is someone in the room, and this someone stops Allan. The guy is all confused in his head, thoughts are jumping, and he cannot evaluate the situation soberly. If only he had the strength to get up, but they left him. He considers himself extremely lucky only because he is lucky to stay alive. The cage is able to fight even with closed eyes. This time it causes insidious birds with the following characteristics: strength, 7, mana, none, attack, 5, endurance, 6, agility, 10 plus 200, intelligence, 10 plus 200, luck, 8. There are also additional bonuses, to agility plus 200, to intelligence, also plus 200. The special skill of these creatures is a skillful inheritance of votes. Allan changes consciousness and now manages birds. The guy quickly evaluates what happens around. There are 3 people in the room. It seems that this room is equipped with a kitchen. Suddenly, the silence cuts someone's unexpected voice. A man comes into the room and asks why 2 children sit here. One of the robbers notes that this dark-haired is quite skilled with the sword, so maybe they will agree on something. However, the man strongly approaches his companion, and without any hesitation he puts his knife in his stomach. It turns out that self-government for him is unacceptable. It is only necessary to neglect it by orders, and life can be considered lost. The commander leaves the room, strictly commanding. If the guy creates at least the smallest problems, he should be eliminated immediately. Allan realizes that this giant is even more dangerous than the 3. As soon as he goes, the rest of the men begin to discuss the situation. It turns out that their boss is constantly seeking to kill someone. Probably the reason lies in the fact that he was a soldier. Although he spent only a year in the war, the experience there left a deep mark in his life. The bandit group is also convinced that without their leader they will not be able to overcome the Xenoph, a knight captain. Xenoph has been a captain for 10 years, so meeting him will definitely not be simple. But, most likely, the leader of the bandits will be able to give him advice. The gossip is spreading. They say Xenoph felled whole troops from the face of the earth. Some believe these stories, and for others it is nonsense. One of the robbers is convinced that only meaningless go into battle. So the decision of Dagley to escape from there was quite wise. Allan does not fully imagine what the conversation is about, but he has heard. A real war is flaring somewhere. Subsequently, the conversation rolls into empty chats, but the boy does not rest the feeling. Enemies are much more than 4. Someone is leading their flock. It was he who ordered the storage. Because Allan has no one to rely on, he is forced to act on his own. Suddenly, the guy remembers that he lost his sword of Merle. His only weapon is Drago's dagger and 3 iron balls. However, this is clearly not enough to guarantee protection. One of the men decides to go. Allan instantly notices this opportunity and, turning to the bird, quickly flies out of the room. He first decides to explore where the exit is. The man notices the amazing bird. He is interested in his friends, where he came from. In response, they suggest that it is probably a parrot that belongs to a wealthy host. Allan suspects that they are on the ship. Did they really bring them into the sea? But the boy knows nothing about any older Granville. The guy continues to fly and suddenly understands how huge this ship is. A window suddenly appears in front of him. Allan is teasing closer and looking out. Deep darkness prevails outside. The whole sky is rich in stars, so it's easy to guess that the night has come. The ship staggered on the waves. The loudspeaker announced, "Thank you for choosing a company of Baiken. We have entered the airflow zone. This will in no way affect the route of our magic vessel, however. Easy swinging." Suddenly, Allan comes a terrible truth. They are high above the ground. It is simply impossible to get out of here now. They carry them in the sky, far over the clouds. All you have to do is hope that when the aircraft falls below, there will be a chance to escape. The guy decides to look back a little and flies on. The main thing is not to attract the extra attention of this evicted dog. Exploring the surrounding area, Allan runs on people. A restaurant even works on the ship. Inside the full visitors, and will they be able to save them? Suddenly, Allan hears a familiar laughter. Slightly leaning forward, he recognizes the Viscount of Carnell. Allan did not even know that he would meet here. He, as if nothing happened, talked to the royal messenger. Men were talking slowly about some important decisions. It was about the abduction of sequels. Among them is the king himself. He was in trouble after he preferred the academic faction for the Prime Minister. According to the Minister of Justice, it is his person who should take this post. But this time, everything happened differently. Next to the men, in the wooden chest, there is an academic coalition. As for the Deputy Minister of Justice, he concluded a joint venture agreement. In parallel, they have to allocate funds according to the order of the Prime Minister. At the same time, it remains a mystery whether the tiger began to move. Viscount sincerely thanks the king's messenger for his hard work. Now, thanks to his efforts, the younger nobility is perfectly focused in all the intricacies of the case. For Carnell, all the joy of the world was to watch the Baron's disappointed face. The messenger did not doubt that everything would go properly. However, any careless step of the Baron can take care of them. Viscount notes that it was for this reason that they needed to steal the daughter of Lord. The Baron is incredibly taking care of her daughter. In addition, not so long ago he lost his son. They will be sent a warning where they will assure they will not cause any harm to the girl. However, if he continues to sign a contract, Carnell is convinced that in order to demonstrate his determination, there are some actions on the girl. Hearing this, Allan explodes from anger. He hates this insidious window from all over. The messenger notes that if Lord still dares to cross their territory to save his daughter, they will be able to sue him for the illegal crossing of the border. Therefore, even in the case of unforeseen problems, they will have a powerful visor in the sleeve. Viscount did not even suggest that they would consider it. Getting a mithril is not easy, but it could significantly simplify the situation. Allan, however, is not sure if he can use this money that way. The Baron was in a difficult position. Now the boy has to immediately rescue the scene. It is at this point that the girl begins to come to her senses. The girl zooms silently, and it immediately attracts the attention of robbers. One of the chunky men speaks first. Allan thought she had not woke up yet. The girl has tested an extremely effective substance that introduces a person into a short-term state of medical anabiosis. The man guesses that Cecil does not possess magic. He informs the girl that they are already in the city of Carnula. Serena begins to cry, but cannot pronounce a word. Her mouth is tightly bandaged. It is even more irritating to the man. He gets angry with a place and, pouring threats, is rapidly approaching her. Allan understands that it is no longer possible to delay. It is time to act. The young man concentrates, preparing himself for battle. Having collected all his will, he calls the butterfly and orders him to attack the enemy. The bandits are stunned. They have never met the caused creatures before. Therefore, they perceive this butterfly as a real monster demon. However, Allan suddenly realizes his mistake, because the ability of butterflies to stun and immerse in sleep does not work on people. While the robbers are passionate about their own affairs, the boy manages to slip out of the put. Now he is determined to repel the enemies. Men try to intimidate the guy, swaying that they have his weapon and convince Allan has no chance of winning. However, no one knows that Allan has a unique challenge. He calls for the help of giant bears and directs them to battle against his enemies. Robbers cannot understand how these animals got here. They are in a hurry to run away, escaping from predators who are steadily stepping. At this point, Allan joins the battle. The second opponent is already in combat readiness. Meanwhile, the guy's strength is gradually recovering. Only one chunky enemy remained. The guy should handle him as soon as possible, otherwise the reinforcement will be covered. Allan is more than ever. He is ready to use all his strength. Then the guy calls Brown, who immediately protects him, becoming a reliable shield. Seeing the enemy struck the bear in one fell, Allan understands. A fierce and difficult battle. The caller uses to attack the worm, spider, and salmon. The guy commands the salmon to crumble sideways. When the bandit aims at Cecilia, Allan commands the worm to use force, and the spider is to be slammed by the enemy. The giant looks stunned when he learns that the child is able to conquer the monster. Not everyone has such a gift. While the enemy is immersed in his own thoughts, Allan chooses the right moment without hesitation and rushes forward. At first, it is going to the enemy's neck, but this maneuver is almost no harm. It seems that the enemy's stock exceeds even what the blade is designed for. The guy jumps up and decides to put all the accumulated force in his blow. This is how he eventually wins the opponent. The loudspeaker announces, "The vessel will soon arrive in Carnell. All passengers are asked to be careful when planting." Allan runs to Cecilia and releases it from handcuffs. Suddenly, an unexpected guest appears in the door. The killer himself, the Douglas. Seeing the boys, he begins to laugh mockingly. Allan is tensed and is already aimed at rewarding Bran with some acute replica. However, the mouth does not have time to reveal how Douglas is rapidly tending and causing such a blow that the guy flies and sway against the wall. The enemy is surprisingly clever. The guy only managed to look as the opponent had already struck. In an instant, the enemy disappears from the field of view, and the next one emerges elsewhere. Allan is aware that it's time to complete everything. He exclaims the girl loudly to escape, and he uses a charming healing potion that instantly restores him 1,000 health units. Douglas immediately guessed that the guy used grass. Suddenly, Cornell began to call the boy loudly, ordering him to stop the seal immediately. However, it became obvious very quickly. Allan used Cheppy's skills, a voice imitation. Chappers are able to perfectly reproduce the voice of any object if it knows its name and has heard it earlier. For boys, this is a real chance of salvation. One of them orders the spider to use a web. The trick works. Allan strongly picks up the girl and rushes. Douglas explodes in response by indignation, but it delays the web, interrupting the path. The guy should stop him, so he asks Brown to turn into a wall. Because the spider thread is about to break off and Brown is weakened, the boys have a few moments. Allan runs to the window and dissolves it. He turns to the seal, reporting that there were about 100 meters left to the ground. They have already been started. He tells the girl that they will have to jump. With the help of these creatures, the stock of his forces increases, first from 570 to 605, and then jumps up to 845. If everything is fine with the condition, then with so many forces the jump will not be any problem. The girl is indignant and denies loudly, but she has no other way out. Allan brings her to her and jumps out the window. After landing, the guy breaks both legs and wildly zooms from unbearable pain. However, it immediately uses a grass of life. It returns not only 1,000 units of physical health, but also heals broken bones. With genuine joy on the face, Allan shook Mrs. Cecil loudly that they are finally returning to Grand Verge. Allan immediately asks whether the girl did not suffer. Cecil replies that she is okay. At the same time, she is interested in the boy's condition. Thanks to the grass, it remained intact. Suddenly, a landing ship is buzzing in the air. The girl remembers the animals that Allan called. As soon as she is going to ask about the details, the guy instantly translates the conversation to another, assuming that they were probably already sent to the pursuers, so they should rush. As the ship touches the ground, the guys are lightning break from the place and rushing. Allan warns that he will carry that there is strength, and the main task of Cecilia is to hold on to him without releasing for a moment. It would be great to find the way to escape from the hostile lands of Carnell. The guy attracts birds to explore the situation around. So he learns that Viscount is talking to Douglas, the same as whose death Allan was convinced. The guy notes that the children are too dark outside to see the fugitives. Douglas expresses that someone could survive after falling from such a height. Carnell proposes to start searching for children. Allan immediately realizes that the Earl seeks to see their death, and therefore, if it turns out that the boys survived, they will inevitably begin to persecute and hunt them. After running into the territory of the kingdom, the guy demonstrates the coat of arms of the Granville family. The guards, having noticed children without protection, are surprised and asked what they do here. Allan explains that it was the desire of Lady Cecil. The boys are lucky. The protection without unnecessary questions passes them inside. Cecil immediately notices. Allan is a true master of deception. Since the airship was moving in this direction, the spine of the white dragon remained behind his back, in a completely different side. Allan is not sure of the exact location, but there should be a customs post on the spine between the possessions. Probably the smartest will be going there. So safer. The girl is wondering how many days their journey will last, because it is so dark that she sees nothing. From this impenetrable darkness, it becomes creepy. The guy reassures her, assuring that he can see well in the dark. Now the most important thing is to get out of this city as soon as possible. If the boys are able to get to the stipulated place, safety will be waiting for them. After a few hours, they decide to rest. Allan carefully seats the boulder, and the conversation is tied between them. They are waiting for a long way, so the guy warns, if you need a session in the toilet, it is better to do it now. Allan took care of food. He extends the girl's delicious sandwich and a bottle of cool soda water. She is surprised to be wondering where he all has. However, the guy only briefly advises to take goodies and start eating, without any questions. During the meal, Senias wondered whether Allan has the language of animals and birds. He explains that he understands only his pets, called creatures. Having said this, the guy gently holds his hand on his bird's feathers. and he cheerfully cries. The girl is a little creepy because of the very presence of the caused creatures. But when Allan asks if she scares her, she confidently denies, hiding her true feelings. The session gently strokes the bird and confesses that in these 4 years, it is quite accustomed to his elaboration. Allan again moves his consciousness to the body of the bird to explore the situation. From a height, he notices. Carnell with accompaniment has already guessed that the children did not die. The group discusses something with each other, and suddenly Douglas, like lightning, breaks from the place and rushes somewhere. The guy doesn't have time to follow him. Assuming that he has already gone beyond the city, he is almost certain. The man approaches the boys. "Does he have the ability of a trace?" said Lady Cecil and Allan Varon, when he convinced her that someone was watching them, and you need to run immediately. The girl asked in surprise where he came from. "I saw everything with my own eyes," Allan cut off, leaving no room for doubt. Now is not the time to explain. Time is catastrophic. It is good that the guy improved his agility. Now he decides to try to escape from the enemy's paws. Before that, he needs to understand how his new skill works. Allan picks up girls and rushes for a moment without stopping for a moment. It still cannot fully understand what is happening. Douglas strongly turned and rushed in the footsteps. Allan inadvertently noted that in this man there was a real shake of an experienced trace. He skillfully held on the trail. In this situation, the guy decides to confuse the tracks and instantly breaks on the tree. His trick works. Douglas loses children out of sight. Now, he is unlikely to find them. Cecil is interested in the guy whether he is going to fight. However, the guy will wave his head in disbelief. Allan had already met with this enemy on the ship and realized that he could not win him. Cecil asks what they do next. Allan calmly explains that he has already knocked down Douglas from the trail. Now their main task is to get to the spine of the white dragon as soon as possible. The guy orders Brown to raise his shield. The shield is made of stone. Its strength and endurance are increased by 20 units each. Helen jumps on the shield, and Brown carefully descends the boys down. The girl is delighted with such an unusual journey. Allan has ahead of the opponent a few kilometers, so now he can afford a little to lower the pace. Allan decides that they will have to repeat this procedure again. Today, the boys will have to spend the night in the open, among the forest. The path will take 3 days, so the guy persistently advises Cecil to relax as best possible. She does not deny and immediately goes to bed. She is wondering if Allan goes to sleep with her. The guy assures that he is also going to relax. He wants her good night, addressing a gentle smile. Slightly upset, she closes her eyes and soon plunges into the kingdom of Morpheus. It passed some time before the girl opened the eyelids and noticed with surprise that Allan still hadn't gone to bed. In order to break the silence, she carefully asks whether the guy really has a special gift. If so, why didn't he tell it before? Allan sits motionless, staring at one point. A blanket was thrown on his shoulder and a bird was leaning nearby. After a short silence, he said quietly that no one would believe him. The girl thinks about his words and eventually agrees. However, she no longer dared to return to this topic. Allan continues silently sideways. In his head, a variety of thoughts are swarmed. If they are seized, they will have to forget about life. There is no other way for them. The guy covers a surprisingly familiar feeling that he was already worried. Even Douglas should have some limits. The guy does not leave the thoughts that he may have given up and went away. Of course, it would be perfect. But Allan understands that everything is unlikely to be so simple. Suddenly, the guy runs up to Cecil and is trying to wake her feverishly. The moment has come. Allan felt that the enemy began to comb the trees in search of traces, so he immediately changed his plans and moved on. The most interesting thing is that the guy carefully avoided leaving traces for a few kilometers, but it seems that Douglas does not bother. The man realized that Allan had solved his ability, so he decided to act differently. Douglas activates the tracking skill and rushes forward, rapidly continuing to chase the boys. Allan again transfers his consciousness to the body of the bird and goes towards the enemy. He realizes that Douglas will circulate without stopping until he comes across the trail. The guy was convinced that it was completely unrealistic. However, it soon turned out that the man was extremely serious. So guys cannot afford at least a moment of rest. Suddenly, a slight violin comes. Douglas is immediately alert and immediately goes to his source. Elena has to sweep the traces much more often, and this complicates their movement forward. Morning the next day after escape, Cecil and Allan reach the White Dragon Range where the customs post is located. Just hid the boys, everyone recognizes at once. This is Lady Cecil and Allan. The company is full of joy that everything is fine with them. The guy rushes to the pillar. His whole body trembles from tension, the muscles like stone, and sweat flows across the face. Even though the guy pulls almost all the gravity, Serena also got out of his strength. They returned. Despite the indifferent faces, the guys are full of joy in the soul. When they run to the gate, they are offered to go to horses, and Allan refuses, claims that to run so much faster than riding. The guard did not realize what the guy implies, but it does not matter anywhere. Allan's stream Hagov rushes further without stopping for a moment. Sizzle asks what's going on. The guy replies that his birds lost Douglas from sight. It seems that he again used the same skill he used on the ship. Even with the Hawk's falcon, the guy could not track the enemy. Maybe he has already seen his chicks? The boys decide not to stay with the guards, so as not to be dangerous. Among them is Douglas. He is not afraid to tie his hands with human blood. The girl is wondering why Allan does not escape, saving only herself. However, he replies that everything is under control. If they run fast enough, Douglas will not catch up with them. In addition, Allan gave the word Mikai. He promised to take care of a small young lady. That is why they will unite again. Hearing these words, Cecil cannot restrain his tears. Any mention of her brother always causes pain, as if a sharp knife piercing her heart. She sincerely thanks the boy. Of course, Allan loves to take risks, but he is not alien to be safe. It is better to be safe than to regret. He sends the birds to the Douglas, the morning of the third day after escape. If they do not deliver the pace, tomorrow morning will return back. The guy hands the girl a healing grass so that she can get back on her feet again. However, they have little time, but suddenly, a fanatic with a scar appears on their path. Most likely the one that Allan left without an eye 3 years ago. Fleeing from 2 enemies. The task is almost impossible, so Allan leaves the choice. The monster must be destroyed. The guy will not break their plans. Cecil is quite trusting Allan, especially after he recently overcame the Queen of the Ants. That's again, he was in front of his ancient enemy. It has been 3 years since their last meeting. Allan did not have no idea that fate would give him another chance. But now, he would not delay. The monster would fall from his hand in an instant. Finally, the time of revenge, which he longed for so long, has come. Cecil, hiding behind a tree, anxiously watches Allan, who is boldly facing a huge Mardigar. The girl does not find a place from excitement for her friend, but in the memory of the girl, Allan's guideline pops out. Always silent and in no case to let the monster notice. The guy must deal with this monster before Douglas is overtaken. Allan's plan is quite straightforward. To use all the power of his numerous army. The battle flaws. As always, the bear is again attacking. But the guy cannot sacrifice all his army. At a decisive moment when the monster is already attacking the animals, he calls for the help of Brown. Thanks to the bronze, the guy raises the siege of Mardigras. Allan sincerely hopes it will be enough. And so, the plan works. The guy gives the bears the team to act right now. They rush to the monster and start to bite him mercilessly. Martyr Garsh suddenly feels fear of this unrestrained attack. Seals carefully observes everything that is happening. Finally, it opens how the battles of magical creatures occur and what role they play. The young man has sufficient force to overcome even the king of orcs. As for Mardi Gras is only a monster of class B, so Allan will deal with him only in a moment. Brown turns on his shield in front of the next attack by the monster. But something goes wrong. And the monster grabs Allan just in the eyes of everyone. The situation reaches a critical limit. Cecil no longer stands and shouts on the guy. However, he calmly assures her, which is completely under control, and insists the girl should remain in place. However, the guy turns to the monster. If he seeks entertainment, then let him slowly kill him, tasting every moment. Allan uses healing herbs, restoring 1,000 units of health. But the monster is again attached to the boy, tearing his skin with claws. The blood flows through the legs, and here a bright martyr suddenly grabs him for the trunk, throws up, and then he chewing greedily. Cecil has been horrified. The events seem incredible to her. She refuses to believe in the reality of what she sees. The guy will survive. He squeezes the blade in his hand and strikes. The blade pierces the second eye of the monster. Finally, he gets the second eye. Desperately trying to defend herself, the martyr begins to click the jaws, trying to grab the guy. However, all his efforts are in vain. The guy remains adamant. Once the monster dares to grab it, He immediately changes the cards. Strength, 1040 plus 960. Endurance, 570 plus 960. It turns out that the monster has already started her game, as soon as Allan has been deprived of life immediately. And now it's time to go straight to hell. The guy has no idea what the status of the monster is, but once it did not overcome the armored, then his strength is exactly less than 2,000. Allan gets a grass of life again. The guy made 100 tons of healing grass, preparing for a deadly duel with Douglas, and will not stop until he reaches the limit. This inspires a certain nostalgia. In the game, you constantly swallow the potion during the battle with a powerful boss. It is here that Martha Garch finds her end. The guy falls to the ground. For the destruction of the monster, he receives 82,000 experience. Finally, after 3 years, his revenge has come true. Excreated to Allan, Cecil carefully asks if everything is fine with him. The young man soothes the girl, smiling. He supposedly a whole stock of medical elixirs. The girl burst into tears. She was covered with unspeakable fear for him. It seemed to her that Allan had already died. The guy glanced at her with reproach and apologized for so much to worry. Obviously, she saw him almost swallowed the monster. However, Allan warns that this is not the finale and relax too early. The news is far from comforting, because it is at this moment that Douglas finds them. Angry, he is not going to show no drops of mercy. So, this is where their 3-day competition ends. Douglas and No Idea did not have the winner of Martha Garch, but the facts speak for themselves. The man approaches the boys, and those, wary, begin to retreat. The situation is complicated by the fact that Allan has already spent all his iron balls on the battle with Martygarg, and his dagger is still stuck in the Monjariskaya eye. None of the beasts called can be kept restraining opponents. Allan was in a hopelessness, but still asks to stay behind. The guy solemnly promises to her he will defeat the enemy, no matter what the price. Douglas notes that Allan is so devoted that he is ready to give her own life for the sake of others. However, it causes him at once. He cannot tolerate people like Allan. The man sharply accelerates and causes the boy to a powerful blow. He flies back, not even understanding how the enemy made a maneuver. In addition, the boy has already exhausted the remains of magical power. Douglas seizes the sword and asks Allan whether he is going to call his beasts, because this is what is his special ability. He also notices that magical energy is rapidly exhausted, but this fact causes him only a slight smile. Douglas steps forward, pulling the sword from the vagina. Going to the guy, he strongly exposes the weapon in front of him and coldly announces that time has come out. But suddenly the explosion is heard. This Seth has used magic. However, will she be able to save Allan? Allan has no magical abilities at all, and all his strength is already exhausted. Now girls will have to save him on their own. She recalls how her father warned repeatedly, magic is dangerous, and before her admission to the academy she is strictly forbidden to use it. Allan, in despair, shouts the girl so that she does not use magic, but her determination to save him only grows. Focusing all of his power in the fireball, Cephal let her directly on the opponent. At this point, the girl does not have time to dodge the powerful blow of Douglas. The man swings and knocks her down. She takes off into the air and painfully falls to the ground. Allan rages from what he saw. Smiling, Douglas asked if she really believed that he would not touch her only because of the ban on killing. After that, the man addresses the guy and asks whether it is really as unbearable as they humiliate his way to the lady. He also orders the boy to get up and come to her help. Allan remembered well that the Douglas was during the ship. He escaped from the battlefield, not surviving even a year. And now it ends with the ends, engaged in the abduction of children. It cannot be called differently than a void. This leads Douglas to the rage. He runs up rapidly and causes the boy a blow from which he flies back. This is what Allan expected. The man notes that although the boy lacks the magical abilities, the flow of words he perceives is endless. Douglas notes that the guy was quite spent on tracking. Does he not want to keep a little money back on the road? Allan reassures a man not to worry, because he has enough recovery elixir to provide a dozen like him. Allan chose a tactic that allowed this imperfect opponent to tell yourself everything you can. He still knew that Douglas spends Manu while using his skills. Thus, another small detail of the mosaic took its place. There are 3 types of skills. The first type is the ones that the guy has mastered when he was just a year old, studying for the book. These include the ability to cause, create, and combine different. Secondly, Allan has hardly developed his skills from childhood, in particular skillfully possesses a sword, and skillfully throws objects. And finally, additional abilities that the guy did not have or have. That's right, even before his reincarnations, Allan has already encountered something similar, normal. In this mode, class skills and random additional skills are available since birth. In difficult mode, the character receives class skills from birth, and there are no casual abilities. Hell mode is also only class skills, without any bonuses. Instead, all in this reality have a normal level and additional abilities, which makes them stronger. Talent is an innate ability that a person is given from birth. That is why scouts like Douglas already have a search skill. Moreover, it is also gifted with additional skills. The skill of trace. In an instant, a man causes another devastating blow to the boy. Acute pain penetrates his whole body. It is simply impossible to resist this rain attack. Douglas notes Allan's stubbornness. The guy again resorts to the healing herbs of life, returning 1,000 units of health. Although the enemy was strikingly strong, its potential is rated only in 1 star. Instead, Allan has as many as 8 stars. The guy thinks of what peaks he is still able to achieve. Douglas contemplates his victim with disgust. In his opinion, the spectacle is disgusting. He is convinced that Allan deserves that he is no longer in this world. The man snatches the sword and causes the boy a powerful blow from which he flies back. From the wound of the young man instantly acts blood, but he does not seem. Allan uses healing elixirs again and again. Douglas is increasingly annoyed. The man is already exhausted and thinks about how many more potions for healing the guy hides. This is exactly what Allan needs. He claims that Douglas will not have any chance of escape. The man does not seem to the end to understand what it is when it comes to a boy. Only his hand touches the seal, he actually signs a death sentence. Somewhere near the sound. The bird takes off in the distance, the same one that a man saw on the ship. There is a noticeable someone else near the bird in the valley. In the field of view there is a figure that rushes, lifting behind a pillar of chicken. Due to thick dust, almost nothing is visible, but then the silhouette emerges again. Directly to Douglas a man runs in knightly armor. When a man is approaching, Allan recognizes the captain of the knights in him. He arrived to save the children. A little wounded bird of the boy settled on his shoulder. The captain notices in what condition the young hunter is. The guy asks him to hurry, because the stocks of healing infusions are about to exhaust. The man is only fun, they say, moves as quickly as age allows, because such races are not for him, especially in full armor. Only late Douglas realizes that Allan has taken time from the beginning. When the boys were already approaching the border post, they released 2 birds to the estate. Poor Allan is squeezed with pain. The monster has caused him too many wounds, all over the body lightning squeezes, and in front of his eyes, everything is fading. To overcome such an enemy, any trick will agree. The guy is determined, because he already had too many trials. Xenoph is confidently approaching the enemy. They are already ready, holding swords in their hands. The commander looks at the exhausted children and understands that if he had lingered at least a little, they would probably not have lived to his arrival. With a confident look, he makes Allan understand that everything depends on him. Returning to Douglas Deserter, the man states that as a knight and army commander will break the enemy into pieces. Now Douglas is well aware of what a reward for decades of impeccable service somewhere in Glushan. He does not lose the opportunity to stab in a word and gets a bad thing, they say. Even from here hears the smell of a local parish. Xenoph is a little confused by what the enemy says, but he gladly explains. He has always brought joy to destroy arrogant aristocrats like him. In a moment, Douglas uses his skills and disappears lightly somewhere in an unknown direction. It is extremely difficult to track it. Its movements are too fast for the human eye. He is convinced that the Knight's commander should know who such scouts are, because he himself had to participate in that war. To hide, and then suddenly hit the rear. Are not real scouts acting? Xenoph is motionlessly standing in place, watching the enemy aimlessly around, circling like crazy. The man is convinced that Douglas is still alive only because he escaped from the battlefield in time. But, in his opinion, it is pointless to rush to death is the fate of only fools. They all swore, fighting for the damn aristocrats, and only he remained alive. Each of his actions feels deep hatred of the nobility. That is why he despises the knightly commander no less. Just an idea of them calls him at once. He waits the right moment, and finally struck by Xenoph, suddenly notices. The sword is not able to break through the enemy's armor. A short silence falls. The man is confused. He does not understand what unusual skill the opponent uses. However, the Night Guard commander calmly explains, "It is unbreakable endurance." It turns out that the armor has punched, but Xenoff remained intact. He mockingly points out, "Do Douglas imagines that he only survived the loss of loved ones? The comrades were that the captain of the knights could survive. War is a deadly game where life is at stake, and it will not allow the enemy to avoid his destiny." Captain Knight raises Aura's blade. The clash flashes instantly. Even fallen trees fall into the very swirl of events. A powerful pillar of dust is raised around, in which everything disappears from the field of view. But over time, Allan begins to notice that Zenov Off is confidently taking the mountain. So, today, the main opponent is overcome. The boys are happy to thank the captain for his bold help. Then all go back to the palace together. The excited lord and his wife run out to meet them, and seeing the wounds of the boys, they are covered by true horror. Baron, alarmed, requires to find out where these terrible wounds come from. The guy cautiously puts Cecilia on the ground, approaches Lord and tells in detail all the events that have happened to them. This is how a 4-day game in the cats between the boys and the scout of Douglas ended. Allan managed to obtain a magic stone in class and rapier. All this was previously owned by their opponents, Martyr Garsh and Douglas. The guy is incredibly grateful to the Knight Commander for such a generous award. Finally, a moment came when Allan could take a shower. For the first time since he degenerated, he had the opportunity to fall in the real bath, and this feeling was unsurpassed. Allan still feels like a noble and cannot get used to it. Subsequently, the guy sinks into thinking about everything that has happened to him lately. The web of memories leads to the moments of abduction. He realizes that staying in the living was a real miracle. However, the experience was still lacking. He had to think carefully and draw conclusions to act in the future. In the meantime, the best thing is to find your clothes first. If you think about, the magazine does not show how much experience the fight with the scout has brought. Ellen does not understand this. The gods of this world may not want people to compete with each other. The guy realizes that it is time to go to the ram. He is already tired of waiting for his report. Dressing, Allan goes to the room where everyone has already gathered and waiting for him impatiently. The young man details all the events without hiding any little things. Milord quickly guesses that this approach is Window Carnell. Allan confirms Baron's assumption, admitting that he really started all this for the joint management of Mithromans. It was for this purpose that he joined school, accompanying the royal envoy. Lord's wife refuses to believe that her husband is capable of similar. The Lord himself, when he heard the news, flares up the rage. Anger impresses him, and he addresses his Viscount. In his opinion, such actions do not look like true representatives of the nobility. We must immediately go to the palace and personally report the king about everything that happened. Allan feels that he has succeeded, but the guy understands perfectly. The victories will not even allow the Lord himself to approach the king. To demand justice means to bring more trouble. It seems that the Baron himself realizes it. His look is full of hopelessness, and this is not surprising. Any anger should be punished. Ellen appeals to the ruler, asking him to listen to his proposals first. The man nods, allowing him to speak. The guy states that, as the son of Rodan, he abandons his share of income from the newly opened mine of Myth Realms and submits all this to the Lord. His unexpected solution is stunning all present. Instead, the guy demands only one thing: to make every effort and take every opportunity to achieve justice for Allan and Lady Cecil. The owner is surprised to ask whether the young man really is advised to bribe royal officials. Almost open text. Allan believes that this man has an advantage, and she should be used. But the Lord is convinced that by doing so, he will be no different from Viscount Carnell. Allan is well aware that the Honorable Baron is disgusting for insidious techniques. However, if you leave everything as it is, Victor Graf quickly recovers after defeat and again strikes the Baron. Allan's father almost always plunged into the mud, holding the spear, the hoe. Even as a slave plow, he fought for his family as soon as he could. Now the guy is looking for such a lord who would defend his family and not be frightened to draw his painted sleeve in a real battle. The butterfly asks how the guy dares to talk to his master. However, Lord stops him, reassuring that the guy's boldness will not be left without punishment. He will take care of it later. The man in his head has many thoughts. He would like to tell Allan how his own father died when the hero himself was as many years as the boy now. And yet, as the mother did not stand the pain and followed her husband. The lord of the eldest brother was inherited, and in a few years he died. During his life, he taught the nobility of truthfulness and justice. The dollar was going to go this path by the end of his days, but now he had to witness how a milk pelvis showed him what betrayal was. The Baron accepts the boy's offer and states that he will protect his family with honor, as it looks like a true aristocrat. This decision is incredibly pleased with Allan. Cecil approaches his father and hugs him firmly. The boy wants to share something important, but at the same time he is afraid that a man will perceive it as another demand. Before leaving to the capital, Allan asks him to tell him about Lady Cecil's noble debt. The girl raised her head and noted that she also demanded it. The guy was right. The daughter of Lord was also not well aware. The Baron agrees, adding that the teacher will tell the children in detail everything. Allan expresses his gratitude for his trust. The man reports that it is time to get ready for departure. He asks the boys to take care of all things until he is. It is a few days after the owner's departure. The house appears in the house. Numerous guards close each corner. Cecil is interested in the teacher why there are so many soldiers in the house. He reassures the girl, assuring that her safety is above all. The man also sincerely expresses joy about the happy return of children. The girl states that she owes everyone Allan, but the guy in response emphasizes that she became a great support for him. After that, a conversation is tied between them. Cecil was tired of constantly wandering in the darkness of ignorance. The boys want to unravel all the secrets of a noble mission. The teacher first emphasizes, everything that will be said should not get into other people's ears. And at the entrance exam, the academy is also not asked. The children understood everything without words. A long conversation awaits them ahead. So before the beginning, the teacher extends them a map of the world. At the same time, the teacher draws attention to the great erudition of the boy. The greatest continent is their own, and it is spread in the heart of the map. However, this does not mean that they are the most powerful or the greatest. Their kingdom of the fly is only one among many, and in the north its boundaries rest on the giant Hilomatic Empire. Allan notes that Lord's possession is so scanty that they are not even marked on the map. The empire is too huge. Once upon a time, the empire enveloped on the land of the kingdom. But those times remained in the distant past, and all battles have long subsided. This event has become part of the history of the kingdom. This is the story of schools. So in this story they know nothing about a noble debt. To reveal this secret, you should turn to a completely different story. This is a legend of the owner of the demons who once appeared on the long-forgotten continent. Allan recalls how before the start of the game he had to choose a class, and among the possible options was the owner of the demons. As it turned out, in this world it also exists. Exactly a year, one more and two more, he solemnly declared his appearance, sending the message to all the owners of the world with the order to obey. However, none of them had the least reason to listen to its requirements. Suddenly, after 62 years, when he had long been forgotten, a catastrophe exploded. The owners of the ranks E rose to D, and the monster level A turned into real monsters of the rank of S. Many people who had previously led a quiet and measured life have become victims of the year of catastrophe. Millions were killed in a year alone, and all this tragedy is a matter of the hands of the owners of demons. However, the teacher will not say this, because it is only an assumption that the majority adheres to. Thus began the era of fear of the owner of the demons. The cataclysm became the starting point of time of continuous hopelessness. It was in that year that many hostile hordes saved the seas and struck the central continent with devastating attacks. The rest died, forever disappearing from the face of the earth. No one was alive. The embodiment of evil does not need human servants. It is enough for him to have conquered monsters. This story seems creepy, this story. The teacher does not stop and leads further. The ruler was not limited to the central continents. His other hordes were on the offensive and two neighboring continents. In the northwest, the mainland of the Vuesa is a country of strong and inventive dwarves. Embedded with incredible technologies, the inhabitants of this region reflected any hostile attacks with the help of giant combat goals. In the northeast, the kingdom of Rosenheim, the homeland of the elves. Calling for the help of Rosen forest spirits, the elves entered the battle against demonic hordes led by their queen. When the threat came closer and the death of the world seemed inevitable, the rulers of all countries united, establishing the common community of 5 continents. The movement of civilians and military was promptly organized. However, despite these efforts, the situation has hardly changed for the better. Then people deprived of special abilities were massively sent to the war, hoping to take the enemy with a numerical advantage. However, this turned only in a bloody massacre. It was on those terrible days that the father of the current ruler was killed. Only after surviving a number of devastating defeats did people finally think about the creation of academies on each continent. These special institutions raised gifted children, preparing them for the future struggle on the forefront. However, even despite all the efforts of forces, it was lacked to restrain the invasion of hostile troops. As a result, a quarter of the territories of the Hamud Empire was transformed into a devastated, lifeless wasteland. The moment has come when the teacher had to stand up for peace and tranquility of their students. He returned, but none of his comrades survived this cruel war. The decades have passed. No one had hoped that the Bishop of Demons could be stopped. But the founding god himself, the ruler of Elm, did not leave humanity to her hope, and gave him hope. Her name was Hermios. She possessed a true heroic gift. A child with such outstanding abilities has never appeared throughout the Empire. Hermie joined the academy only at 12 years, and in 15 he went to the war. Full confidence, he returned all the lost territories under the Empire. And now, at 22, he is with the same determination to restrain their pressure. Allan is well aware that these people are truly unique, real stars with 5-star talents. It seems that such abilities are able to influence the whole world. Since the army of demons has not yet stepped on the land of their kingdom, it was necessary to maintain the lead. Therefore, it was ordered to learn new territories and increase crops to provide troops. It turns out that the village of the boy did not come accidentally. He was founded to become a shield for the world from the power of the demonic lord. Now everything has gone into place. The lord insisted on increasing the boom harvest, although he did not even taste it. The whole assembled stock immediately went to the front, to the soldiers. That's the whole truth about the owner of demons. A story that you will not find in ordinary textbooks about the history of the kingdom, and even more so, you will not hear in children's books. The teacher remembered how the guy once asked, "What is the mission of the nobleman?" This is one of the key laws that started the Commonwealth of 5 Containers. Every capable representative of the aristocracy is obliged to serve for 3 years in the army. Even members of the royal family are deprived of the right to refuse. Usually, in places where the hero appears, the situation is significantly improved. But despite this, half of the boys still die on the battlefield. Cecil suspects that her brother died somewhere in these endless fields. It is likely that she will have to be in service somewhere near the border of the Empire. To lose every other is too high. The teacher regrets that he was forced to resort to such threats, but it is impossible to bypass the fact that the service in the responsible position has his benefits. Having served for 3 years, you can apply for a prestigious position in the court of the kingdom. After retirement, the teacher received a position in the royal castle. Since he also possesses magic, like Lady Cecil himself, he was appointed a mentor. The man promised he will give the girl all his knowledge until she becomes a cadet of the academy. The girl is grateful to the teacher. Allan raises his hand, trying to ask another question. Meanwhile, the owner of the demons is born, to destroy the world in its original, habitual form. 10 years have passed since the hero was born, and the guy chose the hellish regime by stepping into this world. It seemed that the reality patiently waited for the one who dared to choose the path of hell. The owner of the demons and his army, the hero, the alliance of 5 continents, as well as the mysterious guy who appears in this world. They all keep a strange and alarming balance. However, any secret over time comes to light. The yard is already November. Aaron, after a month in the capital, returns home. Finally, all the cases are in power. The insidious ideas are revealed and the frauds with the account were detected. Now this scoundrel will not bother the Lord family for a long time. The wife sincerely thanks her husband for work and effort. Meanwhile, the owner is in a hurry to call Allan. He quickly completes his affairs and rushes to the Lord. The guy enters the room and sits opposite the man. He confesses that he may be too late with it, but sincerely asks the boy's apology for his past meeting when he was not in himself. The Lord knows that it was Allan who saved his daughter from a disaster. As Lord Grenville, and at the same time as a father, he is sincerely grateful to the young man. Therefore, he gives him 230 gold coins. This is the award for the destruction of Mardaharg. And it also adds an additional reward, 200 coins for salvation of his daughter. Allan thanks the man, but he does not leave the feeling that the owner thought something. He had too strange expression in that his face. The guy also for the first time notices a third bag of gold, and cannot understand why she is here. A little later, a man confesses that he himself pleaded with His Majesty to release Cecil from the performance of her noble duties. Allan is aware that above all he wants to free her daughter from hell. Perhaps from the position of the Lord it would be the right solution. But yet the girl is endowed with a magical gift, and to change it not in his power. Even the king himself is unable to change something. Cecil is endowed with a unique gift. This talent will become a real weapon on the battlefield. The man feels him trembling. He addresses the guy with a single request. All this time, he tried to hide his abilities, but in 4 years, Lord was convinced that Allan is a person who could be trusted. The man extends another purse and emphasizes that 200 gold coins are inside. That's all he can thank him. Lord wants the guy to make his daughter's company while studying at the academy. Did not leave the genius for a step and protected her even in the fight. The result is 600 gold coins. A considerable amount for an aristocrat that cannot even afford meat. He first took him to the hunters, and now intends to transfer it to a body. After brief reflections, Allan replies that his true shake is to cause creatures. The church believed that he had no talent, so he decided to hide his abilities. Mrs. Cecil's supported trolls received with gratitude. It was extremely comforted by the Lord. However, the guy asks to change the reward for the task. He returns 400 coins to the man, and instead asks to cancel all taxes and duties for his family. In addition, he is concerned about the release of meetings and for the Serena family. The owner consents to fulfill this request. The guy thanks to him. Now he can go to the academy and war with a light heart without worrying about anything. He no longer seeks to remain a servant of the Lord or assistant Cecil in her way to the academy. Now he wants to become a free man, an ordinary inhabitant, and only in this status is ready to accompany it. In vain is presented with a blade. This indicates a sincere reception in the house of Viscount Grenville. The guy is confused because he does not understand what is happening. As it turned out, thanks to his advice, the Grenville family received a hereditary title of Window. In fact, he just bought this title for money. Well, I had to transfer all the rights to the extraction of a mithril from a new mine crown. Only this could be achieved. Allan notes that the young consecrated, having received a little support, rapidly mastered the art of conspiracy. The guy welcomes the man and is interested in what exactly he means, saying the word, guest. Viscontration realized that the boy dreamed of plunging into the dangerous world of adventures immediately after the 12 years. But the thought of parting him filled his heart so quickly. The word guest means at least that the Viscount family will always stand on his side. And the dagger is an indisputable proof of this support. For 4 years, Allan has been committed to them, and now this man has been asking for permission, both for himself and for his whole family, to take the boy in his home as a dear guest. Allan is delighted with this news. It is full of gratitude to Viscount. On the threshold of January, the events unfold in the picturesque village of Kirini, and the boy, in the image of Titson, rushes on the wings back to his home. They are genuinely rejoiced in returning the bird home, but they still do not imagine who actually flew to them. Everyone thinks it is a common parrot, although in their village such birds are a rarity. Suddenly the bird turns into Allan. The boy is amazed at his relatives and tells them that the bird was called Chappie. His family shines with happiness, seeing the boy for the first time in so many years. Parents hug the son firmly, moving how much he grew up. 4 years of separation have changed him, and this cannot be surprised. The guy looks carefully at his brother and sister, noticing how they grew up. Hasra is shyly hiding behind Masha. When her brother left, she was only a year old, so she probably doesn't remember him at all. Allan decides to make a joke. They say, no monster was astonishing his heart as sharp as it was able to do his younger sister. The mother warns the boy not to freeze outside, but to go to warm up at the fire. The father extends him a bowl of fresh hot soup. The family gathers around the steaming pot and starts dinner. At first, Allan seems as if their home became closer than usual. But his father, laughing, assures him, it is not in the house. Then Allan has grown. The guy learns that the family allows himself to meet only once a month. However, it is already a common matter for them. Allan's brother assures that he personally read his letter. The mother sincerely thanks him for sending money every month. But the woman is wondering if the gold coin is not enough for them. Allan also confesses that he no longer wants to serve his family, and has decided to enter the academy. This message will stun his parents. The guy also tells that their family is exempt from taxes, The father is amazed at how he managed to achieve such prosperity in just 4 years. The young man explains, since he will not be able to send money every month, he decided to hand you a bag of gold coins. Allan reports that there are 100 gold coins here, and they can dispose of them at their discretion. Parents in one voice are interested in where the son came from this considerable amount. The mother is also worried he may have to leave this money to himself. After all, as Kadima says, they can still be useful. But the guy assures that everything is fine. He has already sold the ant's shell, but he still has 600 pieces. The younger brother is interested in the ants. Allan replies that these are armor ants, the monsters of the sea rank, who once arranged a nest at the foot of the White Dragon Mountain. However, these lands were inhabited by other creatures. There were whole settlements of goblin and orcs. Parents listen carefully to all this and cannot believe that their son is so powerful. They have a little warm conversation, but soon a moment of farewell comes. Allan replies that if he needs to contact them once again, he will simply send Chappie again. The smaller brother assures that at 12 he will go to the academy, but Allan advises him to grow first. Miara turns to her brother with the news. She also decided to join the academy. However, Mez immediately denies, explaining that it is impossible. Unfortunately, there are no necessary abilities in the beeps. The girl extends Allan a letter written specifically for him. He is painful to realize that he had not returned home earlier. The sister hugs the boy firmly, and tears shine in his eyes. Parents ask their son to be careful and not overstretch. In the courtyard march, Allan hits an order on the estate courtyard, waving a broom. He is approached by Cecil. The girl is clearly not delighted with her new situation. Her mood is far from cheerful. She reproaches the boy that he left her without even asking her thoughts, but still does not release brooms from his hands. He in response explains that this is only until he goes to the academy. He does not understand the causes of her anger at all. But suddenly the girl breaks the silence. She asks if he really is going to enter the academy. After all, now he was released, he could safely return home to his village. But Allan confesses he wants to enter the academy himself. The girl is outraged that after all this he will move directly to the battlefield. She cannot understand what all this is for, because there is a deadly danger. In addition, now he is not guilty of her. The guy regrets that everything is unfolding too rapidly. Cecil notes that he again behaves somehow strange. And suddenly the knock of the wheels sounds. A carriage came. To meet the boy, a joyful siren runs out and immediately rushes to his neck. Cecil is not delighted with such a scene, but the guy still introduces them to each other. He feels that he can be a target for the image again. Kieran, apparently, was very sad for him all these 4 years. This is how this meeting took place with long-awaited friends. They stop and talk. Thomas approaches them and, turning to her sister, jokingly notes that she seems to be at the very center of events. The girl looks at her friend Skull, mentioning Allan, who for all these 4 years never found time to meet them, though he was in the village. Dragos jokingly notes that during this time Allan has not grown at all, and remained as small as it was still. The guy apologizes, assuring that he did not intend to interfere, because Karina was preparing for the exams, the entrance examination in only 3 years. Allan is wondering if they are ready for this test. For 4 years the boys have strengthened. Dre even learned to win the monster, skillfully managing only the left. Watching all this, Cecil addresses Thomas in question. What does she think about it? Is it true that in the village of Allan, all children are sent to the forest for hunting? The guy notes that only the strongest survive there. Allan says that it will not be too difficult for them to pass the fencing exam. But what about the test of general knowledge? Smoke looks shy. The guy is noticing her viciousness. Without answering the question, she quickly translates the conversation to another topic. She heard that Allan will also take the exam with them. The guy says that the decision was made only 3 months ago. Everything unfolded at lightning speed. The girl with a smile suggests, if he is nearby, then nothing threatens them. Drago has always been convinced of the great abilities of his friends. Allan only admitted that he hid it from everyone. Karina laughs and says Drago that Allan has a good study, not just. She adds, his girl almost lost before you leave. Allan tries to reassure both and says he wants to introduce them to someone. The guy presents them with the son and daughter of Viscount Granvilla, his respectful owner, to whom he has been serving faithfully for 4 years. Cecil welcomes the guests with genuine joy, emphasizing that the boys have been talking about the boys. Allan, meanwhile, draws attention to how the girl suddenly changed the attitude towards the aristocrat. Thomas seems to be a girl's older brother, and reports that she is studying in the second year of the University of the House of Lords. He asks the boys to take care of his sister. Serena gets acquainted with the girl in delight. She happily takes her hands and sincerely expresses her joy from this meeting. The girl is completely indifferent whether he is an aristocrat scene. She will be glad to meet anyone. They are approached by a friend with the window. He genuinely rejoices in acquaintance with the master of the sword Serena. A girl named Mila extends her hand to greet and explains that she was invited to protect them. Cecil watches the situation closely and notices that the girl's behavior is far from elegance. Viscount Heat also welcomes Drago. The man assures that the Granville family will take care of them within 3 days. If the boys need something, they can turn to the servant at any moment. Siren Fun runs into the territory of the estate. Her eyes shine from grip. She has not seen such a luxury. Every little thing here for her is a real discovery. Drago behaves much more restrained, not allowing himself to be unnecessary. He politely apologizes to the servant for the hassle, unlike his companion. At the table, boys also afford a bad behavior. However, all this is justified by their rural origin. Serena begins to think about whether the Grey is actually the one who gives himself. Alina assures her. There is no reason to doubt, because the possession of a girl's sword is undeniable. She has always been the same. For many years he remained the best swordmaster throughout the kingdom. Prominent personalities always have a unique connection with themselves. Siren has fun jumping on the bed and looking forward to finding out what this academy is. The girl is sure that there are definitely dungeons and whole hordes of the monster. She does not suffer to try her hand in battles with them. Drago dreams of becoming a knight. The guy is looking forward to finishing his studies. Boys are carefree and full of joy. Allan and Cecil are watching them, feeling some inconvenience in front of children. Cecil quietly says, "Do you properly keep the little one in ignorance? After all, they do not yet know that they are waiting for war." Allan reassures that they will tell them all later. So far, he asks the girl to be patient. After all, no matter how much they dream of becoming knights or marquises after release from the academy, all of them await the same thing. They are waiting for them a moment when they will have to fully pay off the debt of the nobility, together with Cecil to be on the battlefield. Drago barely restrains his admiration and wants to start as soon as possible. At the same time, Allan hopes that as they will study together, it would be good for everyone to become friends first. It is 3 days. It's time to go to the academy. The mother escorts Cecil on the road, gently asking her daughter to protect herself. At that moment, Thomas approaches Allan and asks to listen to his last wish. He begs the boy to help his sister stand in battle. Allan did not suspect that Thomas was so well aware of all details. The guy confessed that he read the history of the demonic bishop in the Boyar chamber. Other students learn about this only at the academy, so Allan should not share this knowledge with anyone. There are so many things in Cecil that the guy, having noticed it, offers her help. However, the girl politely refuses, assuring that she gives herself a great advice. Viscount notes that real friends got the boy. The father reminds them that he has instructed his daughter to their care. In the same year, a prominent sword master was born in the neighborhood of Allan, and a real magician, Allan, appeared in the family where he served. And now all three go to the academy together. The guy feels, somewhere here the idea of God is hidden. Yes, as always, everything is decided by human will. He asks Viscount to trust him. Together with Lady Cecil, they will certainly overcome the Lord of Demons. However, when he heard this, the man is indignant, because he asked to protect the girl, not to fight her. It is already darkening. The guy rushes to the carriage in a hurry, cheerfully waving his hand for goodbye to all who came to accomplish. He asks them not to keep the image and be forgotten more about them. Smiling Cecilia is full of confidence. She will definitely return home. Viscount persistently denies the boy from any heroic actions. He begs him to stay next to their way to the lady, and not take her from a step. The boys jump to the crew, and the journey is started. The whole city gathered to spend them on the road. Even the Adventurers Guild joined the crowd. So our four goes towards the adventures within the walls of the academy. In the imperial fortress of Gia and in the north of the central continent, life lasts in the usual rhythm. Magic ships from all continents arrive one by one. The spiritual king also proclaimed a mysterious prophecy. A new hero, the embodiment of the hope of humanity, will soon appear on the horizon. And with him, a fresh hope will come with him. Some feel that something is wrong. One group decided to go to see this new hope with her own eyes. At this time, Allan arrives with his friends on a huge airship to a large-scale city. It is a true center of knowledge in the kingdom of Latash, an academic city, built specifically for the preparation of soldiers capable of overcoming the owners of demons. The guys leave the ship. Drago can still not believe that they have actually been spreading the sky on the same magic aircraft that produce gnomes. For the most part, all magical artifacts in this world create gnomes. It is said that the academic city has a considerable budget, which is why living in the capital is quite comfortable. When the boys arrive at the station, there is already a huge train on the platform. The very emergence of this train gives the impression of a real miracle. Allan approaches the employee and reports that they need to get to the academy. The employee explains the boy that one ticket is worth 1 silver coin. Serena is indignant to such a price. In her opinion, future students should travel free of charge. After a minute, indignation and unpleasant sensations, children still get their tickets. Sitting to a train that soon moves out of place, they feel easy excitement and fear. However, Allan seemed to be home. What a pleasant surprise that there are gnomes here. He almost seems to be back to the same world. In this town, huge, luxurious buildings have grown up to 5 floors. Now it is clear why some are smiling and calling Granville by the village. The loudspeaker calls on all applicants to the academy urgently gather at the gate. A huge crowd of people is instantly gathering at the entrance. According to legend, 20,000 people come here every year. Cecil believes that this figure is somewhat exaggerated, but cannot help but notice how many gifted young people gathered in this place. Siren thinks, will there be a powerful fighter among them, which she could like her forces? It has been 3 years, and soon they will have to go to the battlefield. But first, take the exam and enter the academy. In addition, you need to reach the 7th level and get everything possible in this city. Students are solemnly invited to the academy. Each of them approaches registration according to the queue. However, before the exams, their abilities will be subject to a special assessment. So the boys are waiting for another test on the way to the goal. The assessment ceremony now awaits everyone. For the first time, Siren survived a similar rite in the temple at the age of 5. Drago decides to act first. It is asked to put their hands on the crystal. The results immediately appear on the panel on the left. Serena looks forward to finding out how stronger her friend became. The owner of the axe has already announced its strength, level B, magical attack, D, endurance, B, physical attack, A, agility, C, intelligence, D, luck, C. Indicators are truly impressive. Drago is admitted to the academic exam. However, the guy is upset. His nose still remains unchanged, at the age of 5. Allan immediately notices that his friend is worried. It turns out that the assessment does not depend on either age or level of development. Then came the turn of the seat. Its strength is rated on C, magical attack, A, ordinary attack, D, endurance, C, agility, B, intelligence, S, and luck also at the level B. The girl is undoubtedly talented and has excellent performance on all parameters. Allan did not have no idea that her mind is literally beyond. Further on the stage comes Siren. This girl has a ball like a sorceress, a real craftsman. Her strength and magical attack are striking, both at the level of S attack, also ambitious S, endurance and agility marked by Class A. What is intelligence? It is a little inferior. Evaluation. C, but luck is held in a strong position. B. The girl sincerely rejoices in meeting her at the academy. Instead, she feels upset, because he has almost never changed from 5 years. Now Allan's turn. He does not leave an alarming feeling, but there is no other choice. Once he touches the crystal, a dazzling glow flashes around. People close their eyes without understanding what is happening. And when the results appear, the guy is genuinely amazed. In all categories, he was exhibited only the rank of E. Unfortunately, he is informed that their academy has no place for such as he. Despite correction of the mysterious set of characters, all its characteristics remained unchanged from birth. The guy is confused and does not know how to proceed, perhaps on behalf of Windows to contact the rector with a letter. Serena is indignant. She unconditionally believes in the boy's ability and is convinced that it is only an unfortunate mistake. Allan tries to reassure her. If she does not like this place, you should not worry. The academy is not the main thing, because it can still be near it on the battlefield. The rector is suitable for noise. His skin with an unnaturally light tinge, elongated ears like a donkey. From all it is visible, he is a real elf. They look as a result and do not hide frustration. The rector almost rushes to the light source, and the young man has all the signs inherent in E. Besides, no one has heard anything about the mocker. Along with the rector is Hermios. This is what heroes who are considered to be the last hope of humanity. From the very foundation of the academy, it is always headed by the rector. Years pass, and it still retains a young look. Going closer to the guy, Hermione begins to give his characteristics. Attack, 570. Intelligence, 1,630. The heroine is convinced that Allan's indicators are almost inferior to the famous magician. However, to surprise, he has no witchcraft skills. Yes, the guy notices that the hero without permission is reviewing another's status. His own indicators are striking. Strength, 1,040. Magical attack, 1,620. Endurance, 570. Agility, 1,065. Intelligence, 1,630. Luck, 1,065. The boys have such unique skills as challenge, creation, synthesis, intensification, conquest, storage and inventory, exchange, destruction, fencing and throwing. The guy has quite decent characteristics, but the hero is interested in what really lies behind the talent of the mocker. He seeks to find out whether the young man meets the requirements of the academy. Cecil decided to insert her 5 cents and suggested to demonstrate all her skills. But Allan managed to stop her in time so that she suddenly didn't say unnecessary. He believed that it was not necessary to open all your cards. The hero did not know that everyone here knows him here. Nevertheless, he still dared to introduce himself. The guy calls his name, Hermes. According to him, he is an ordinary hero. Allan pretends to be the first name for the first time. However, he noticed what was endowed with features and skills. The guy appeals to him, to show his characteristics to have an idea of whom it is dealing with. The hero states that this will not be a barrier. Allan still does not understand why Hermios appeared here. However, to reveal its features is already a lot of success. The young man puts his palm on the crystal, and the bright light flashes around instantly. Its strength, the level of S magic attack, A, physical attack also, S, and ability, S, agility, S, intelligence and luck. Both levels, A. According to the grounds, Allan quickly guesses that the hero relves in the melee. Hermione reminds that the guy's turn is to demonstrate his abilities. Allan causes Thyrakai, a tiny target. The guy confesses that this is everything he is capable of. Now the hero understands why Allan was called the spell. He is really worried about this ability to evaluate the characters, but no magic book, spells, or blessings of animals are visible. So, even if the guy has been a hero 3 times, he is not going to open more than necessary. When the boys pass the academy territory, they share their impressions of recent events. Allan is glad that they managed to find out important information. Draggle guesses that his friend deliberately failed the test. Every third, the academy does not test, but this does not guarantee that it will be able to avoid the front. At this point, the rector, along with the hero, think about Allan. The guy seems to them quite weird, so they both still have to find out about him. The written exam covers the mathematics, the state language, and the history of the kingdom. In its structure, it resembles entrance tests that boys have encountered in their past life. In addition, you need to take an exam that checks the knowledge of the flood and vulnerability of the monsters. Allan demonstrates the best result among all. However, in the end, all the guys successfully get to the academy. Congratulations to everyone who successfully passed the exam. The form will be published later, so I ask everyone to turn. Allan invites friends to remove the house and settle there together. Boys are happy to support this idea. However, first they need to get adventurers' cards, because without which they will not be accepted to the academy. After the cards, you will no longer have to engage in the search. The boys arrive in the guild where they will be issued for adventurers. However, this process takes some time, so they have to wait a little. Allan addresses the question. The guy insists, "We urgently need D-level magic for you, and at least 10,000 at once. At the price of 1 silver coin, it will only be 100 gold. The guild reward is 10 gold coins. You will be able to earn them in a dungeon located in an academic town. Over the next 3 years, Allan will take about 2 million such stones. This mineral is not only a powerful source of energy for magical artifacts, it is also appreciated by calls that seek to overcome the Demon Lord. The guy secretly hopes that he will eventually be forgiven if prices for this product are suddenly taken several times. The adventurers give the boys special cards, for each even the names of the owners. The guy is asked if he wants to register his group if they plan to go underground. After thought, he agrees to make registration. Allan is interested in Cecil if she has a good, typical name for their team. However, the girl is fully relied on a friend, and replies that he trusts him to choose a name for the group on its own. The guy calls the team a hardcore player. His friends are surprised to ask, why only one? And what does it mean? Allan explains. All this is invented so that no one has suspicions. He is a deprived inheritance, the carrier of the one who risked everyone and got the desired. The boys are quite satisfied with this title. Although Allan's past life could hardly be called a focused player who forgets everything in the world. However, in this world, it is endowed with a rare 8-star talent that exceeds the abilities of all characters. He wants it or not, now fate obliges him to become the best. This is the only way he has the chance to defeat the owner of the demons and his hordes. After a visit to the guild, the guys go in search of housing. On their luck, they are offered a gorgeous mansion that perfectly meets all their needs. Even 20 people, which are more than sufficient to conquer the dungeons, can be able to accommodate here without problems. In addition, there is a dungeon station nearby. The rent for this room is 10 gold coins per month. The guy is absolutely satisfied with everyone, so not even advising with friends, he immediately signs the contract. Comrades cannot understand why he is so easily scattered. However, then everyone just agrees with his decision. The guy is comfortable in the dining room on the ground floor, and now they all have lunch together. Allan reports that they have not been able to find the base, but now he wants to share important information. Friends listen to each of his words. Therefore, the villages note that this is directly related to events that should unfold in 3 years. Then Allan reveals his intentions. Along with Lady Cecil, he is going to oppose the Lord Demon and his numerous army, to put the land once and for all. Sulfa, without hesitation, agrees to fight with his comrades. Half of the warriors in this field are hybrids, so Drago gives time to reflection on their proposal. If he can win, he will become a hero himself. This opportunity seemed exciting for the boy, so he decides to join his friends. And suddenly friends notice the magic book that belongs to Allan. Now the guy finally understands what it means to be part of this company. Serena assures that Allan would not rush into battle with the master of the demons without a clear plan. The guy notes that they have 3 more years ahead of them to gain strength, to prepare the necessary equipment, and to find a healer for his team. At first, it seemed a little too personal, however, knowing that they were now united by a common fate. Allan dies to open up and tell her history. He confesses that he was born with a rare defect that happens only 1 of 100, so his abilities and characteristics develop 100 times more slowly than others. To overcome all these obstacles, he will need a real sea of magical stones, as well as a huge stock of magical power. The boy would not really hurt the recovery ring. It would be worth looking for him as they are still in this city. Now it became obvious to everyone why the guy is stored with magic stones. In short, they all have a lot of work in the coming years. As they say, we welcome to hell. April is approaching. The kid for the first time crosses the threshold of the first class. Wearing a festive school uniform, children proudly head to their class. 3,000 entrants were counted as 100 grades of 30 people each. Initially, about 20,000 people were filed for admission, so the screening was really significant. Allan notices a photo on the wall, reminiscent of his first class in high school. At this point, the class teacher, Cardiff. From today and for the next 3 years, he will be their class teacher. He usually manages the Guild of Adventurers in the capital of the kingdom. Its element is the art of owning a sword. But this year, it was appointed to their class, because a swordmaster appeared among students. Children's views instantly turned to Serena. The girl is a little embarrassed, being in the spotlight. Friends joke and rejoice in the fact that among them is a real star. Allan emphasizes that the guild belongs to the alliance of 5 continents. The teacher notes that in their class the peasants and common people gathered, and even aristocrats even occur. However, this academy does not matter who you were born or what kind of ancestry. Here are all levels. From now on, no titles are only mutual respect. From now on, their title is the students of the academy. Allan laughs at Lady Cecil, stating that they are now finally in equal terms. The guy also invites the girl to turn to him for you. She does not appreciate this joke at all and begins to gently iron the boy on his head. Her touch is so strong that the guy has to strain all his endurance to withstand it. At that moment, all the students turn their views on this couple. Whatever it is, Serena will have to put up with the situation, so she is asked to remain friendly. They attend 4 lessons daily, 5 times a week. Every morning they take a test for general knowledge, and they are divided into different groups after lunch. Each deals with the development of personal talents. Since the group of calls has not yet been organized, the class teacher asked to make an exception for the guy. Allan has now been able to attend any classes freely. And finally comes the long, awaited day off. The boys are going to test their hand at the dungeon of Class C. The dungeons of this level are considered one of the easiest. There are monster rank from E to C. There are as many as 10 such places in the academicist, all but Cecil, in anticipation of adventures that promises a future hike in the dungeon. Meanwhile, in the Guild of Adventurers, boys are allocated a room at 205, which is located on the 2nd floor. Cecil suggested that they would go down underground. But the girl does not understand anything about what is happening, because the entrance to the underground caves is more reminiscent of a gorgeous hotel than something mysterious. Thanks to Allan, the boys were perfectly equipped. The whole equipment cost them 150 gold coins. Cecil is surprised to think where her friend came from. Is he really carrying a whole golden coping with him? Allan only confesses that he still has about 200 coins. The cherished figure is finally found. But as soon as the guys open the gate, everything suddenly loses meaning. This room does not resemble a cave. In the air, the dice of the ruby. The system informs that the heroes move to the dungeon in another dimension. Children die in place, not understanding how to behave in this situation. Each room can be transferred to a separate dungeon, and participants from other groups do not have access. Allan is all associations with a separate server. It turns out that they will have a dungeon, located on another platform. Now the boy no longer needs to worry that someone will notice his animals. At the same time, new questions are emerging in his head. Friends have long been accustomed to such vibrations. The guy is too excited, and he will take at least half an hour. After the system answers all Allan's questions, she invites the boys to go to the dungeon. At the same time, he asks for real game fans to put on the full. The boys dissolve the massive gates of the dungeon. Inside, extremely spacious, high vaults rise above their heads. It is difficult to even imagine how many generations of masons worked here, putting all their skill and strength in these walls. For Allan, everything that happens resembles a fascinating take off of Game Lovers. The guy barely restrains the impatience of starting adventures. He first sends the birds for intelligence. The very place is puzzled. There are no windows or visible light sources, but the same bright day is dominated by the outside. Allan warns, the path is split. Trusting bird intelligence is extremely profitable and convenient in such situations. Only small monsters are roaming on the outskirts, so the guy paves the way to catch them all. In addition, he warns his comrades to stay away from treasure chests. Most often they turn out to be insidious traps. Allan notices that having become a member of their team, it has received access to information about their statuses. Siren armed with a heavy mithril sword, Drago holds bilateral mithril sekir, and in Cecil in the hands of an ancient staff made of wood. The boy can admire this picture, though, eternity. He suddenly notices that he has been stuck again in the book. Then the boy warns the seal. The enemy is already nearby, right in front of them. The girl takes into account what is heard and produces a fireball. As a result, 1 slim is destroyed, replenishing 8 points of experience. Cecil overwhelms the joy of the first victory over a demonic monster. She sincerely enjoys the moment when she applies her magical abilities. Allan also warns the boys that they have certain abilities that are worth checking. At the same time, they find out that they did not even know their special skills. The young man is genuinely surprised why they have never been told at the academy. It is impossible to spend time. It's time to take battle. Just in front of the boys are 2 opponents, a great opportunity to test their new skills in action. The victory was surprisingly easy. There was no trace left of the opponents. Only radiant magic stones remained at the battle. Cecil feels her strength steadily growing. She has already reached the 7th level. This is being restored, and with it, the session itself becomes more and more powerful. The group spent as much as 10 hours in fierce battles with monsters, but the next time she will be able to continue from the place where she stopped. But for Allan, this dungeon is special. He uses him in his own way and can come here as many times. The guy goes to the dungeon alone and prepares his creatures for the future battle. He sends the custom creatures in the depths of the maze, and he goes to study. At each level, it is possible to get up to 200 magical stones a day, so the more dungeons they will conquer, the more significant it will be. So, the boys are left 5 days to get the end. Finally, they reach the 6th floor. And there, at the 6th level, they are met by an unusual guest of the dungeon. Apparently, it is just some sleeping monster. There is only one monster of the rank of C and its 10 subordinate rank A. Cecil already had the opportunity to see the power of her girlfriend, so showing this for the 2nd time there is no point. But Serena has not yet seen Allan's abilities, so it is worth demonstrating them in the presence of a friend. And yet, 35,000 D-class magic stones. The guy squeezes the juice of 7,000 magical fruits, which gives him 6 points to the skill. Allan is already preparing to impress his comrades with the extraordinary power of his called animals. Having prepared, the guy is boldly approaching the enemy. The leader opens his eyes and instantly covers the fierce rage. Following ancient tactics, Allan first sets the bears in battle, instructed to curb them with the subordinates of the boss. Siren shines with happiness. The acceleration girl jumps on the bear and hugs him firmly. And Drago does not hide his admiration with Brown. The guy wants to find out what hides his armor. The award is waiting for the victory over the boss of the boys. They are in front of the treasure chest. The first dungeon is conquered. As a distinction, the hero receives a steel sword. Allan is already planning to sell it in the first best shop. Subsequently, the guys raise only 1 gold coin for the sword. Cecil, with anxiety, doubts whether this is enough for food. However, she is wrong. Boys really have some interesting trophies. They live lively that the dungeons occur daily, so the battle with bosses will soon become a common matter for them. Almost like a morning routine. So, Ziegel proposes to capture 3 different dungeons at once, but the guy decidedly refuses. The dungeon is a real treasure, just a great place for adventure. It is surprisingly convenient to use them. Whoever created this system with other dimensions is undoubtedly a genius. Surprisingly, the guys do not feel tired. All the tests are behind, and it gives them pleasure. They are very pleased with how their characteristics grow rapidly. While the girls tasted the dish, for Dragos all became almost indispensable. The boundaries between them were erased. Allan anticipated possible difficulties, but if they were satisfied at this moment, it was the best result. On the calendar, May. The class leader appeals to the students, drawing their attention to the important news. Within 3 months, during the summer vacation, each of them must pass the dungeon. Who does not cope with this task is at risk of being deducted from school. There are no more than 8 participants for the group. It is forbidden to involve persons who are not students of the academy, as well as high school students. Last year, 20 students were killed performing this task. Do you hear? The children are scared. They are still in a state of shock. Allan believes that this task will be too difficult for a child who knows nothing about the owner of the demons. All the guys in advance throw their swords at the master, inviting the girl to join her team. Panic flares instantly. Everyone is looking for who to unite with, or someone who could be taken to themselves. Allan, of course, does not understand all these intricacies of etiquette, but even he understands. Recruiting someone, one should be polite. Therefore, he gestures calls on his comrades to maintain decent behavior. Friends do not fully understand what he leads to. The guy feels as if he had returned to the time of the school club. It launches ads for avid gamers in search of new participants. Together, they organize a boss. The guy explains that they are looking for experts in the magic of recovery. For example, monks. They have already managed to clean the 2 dungeons of CC. The students listen carefully to the story, and are genuinely surprised that the boys have already managed to do such a striking work. Much is added. They make out the dungeons twice a week, and everyone must participate at least in one of these raids. The rules are reported in advance. The guy hopes that, because the dungeons are full of dangers, everyone will be able to fully rely on the abilities of their comrades. The reward will be divided equally between everyone, and since there are few people, everyone will be considerable. In addition to the basic payment, bonuses, encouragement, social package and prospects for professional growth are also promised. All the guys instantly covers inspiration, and in the hall rests. They turn to the guy for advice, appreciating his opinion. It grows it every minute. Cecil is upset because no one has expressed a desire to join their company. She thinks, perhaps everyone refuses precisely because there is no monk among them. Lunch break begins. The students are in the dining room and enjoy lunch. At this time, Allan is a stranger. The guy apologizes to worry at lunch. He explains that they study in one class. The guy also assures that he is a monk. The guy is wondering if another healer is needed to their group. Allan gladly welcomes him, inviting him to sit at the table and discuss everything during dinner. The newcomer thanks, but notes that he usually does not eat in the daytime. It seems that he is not only a monk but also assets. Allan notes that it will be inconvenient to eat under the boy's watchful look, so he advises him to forget about his restraint and go to buy some deliciousness. Allan puts 2 silver coins on the monk's palm. Soon the monk joins them for dinner. He is interested in the table. How can the dungeon get rich quickly? Allan finally guesses, though not too fast, that now every one of the dungeons has about 40 to 60 silver coins. For the guy, it is a crazy money. So when he heard the amount, he is already food. He asks whether he can take up the repair himself. The guy also calls his name. He is Jim. New acquaintances meet him with friendly words, and together they agree to go to the cave of the next Saturday. The first outing, in which Gio participates, starts. The boys arrive at the sea level. As soon as the boy's level rises, he will feel that he has been tested by the gods themselves. It turns out that comrades from one team who fight demonic creatures together are strengthened at the same time. Gi is not quite accustomed to the appearance of his comrades. The guy watches the boys work together. Some cover the rear, others are strongly offensive. But the main thing? They are the only coordinated team. The guy confidently coped with the dungeons. As a result, this result was waiting for the hike under the leadership of a real swordmaster. It is 2 more weeks. The boys coped with the dungeons on the 3rd day. Now they are descending to the deepest level of the Class C. Allan's boss is retreating from the boys. In response, Cecil throws the enemies covered with fire. Immediately afterwards, Allan calls for helping his domesticated animals. One opponent of the Rant C for these monsters is just nothing. Drago is injured during the battle, but Gi heals it quickly. The wounds are tightened as quickly as the animal. Allan addresses the academy to ask if the guy has mastered at least the basics of magic. But he replies that before his arrival, he helped to treat the wounded in the church. He was paid 10 silver coins a day for this work. Allan considered this work quite decent. D earned as much as a servant in a noble house. It took 2 months to master these skills. Children will begin to teach this only next year. Having received a treasure chest for victory over the boss, Ga does not hide his delight and surprise. She is overwhelmed by sincere joy. There they receive a 2-year-old mithril, and Elaine receives 15 gold coins for it. The man divides the reward in half, 3 gold coins to each, as well as 1/5 of all magical stones. After they overcame the dungeon, he suggested that the boys join the team on a permanent basis. The boys are happy to accept a newcomer to their company. Now they have an opportunity to look at his features closer. In addition, Allan reports that they rent a house that will become their common house. The guy invites the monk to join them and live together. He coldly refuses to live where he should live without their help. Then the guy turns sharply and escapes, throwing goodbye that tomorrow they will not meet. Cecil confesses that he was also not destined to have his own clan or tribe. Next to his name is not flawed any generic coat of arms, so he is not obliged to go to the war. However, Allan is convinced that everything is much more complicated. In addition, healers are extremely necessary on the front line, and in the academy he always remains alone, like a hermit. Despite all this, Serena still seeks to make friends with him. Cecil rejoices, at least because he now has money and he can eat normally. Otherwise, he pains at him. June is approaching. Allan now has 60 new type cards. These are awards from another section. In addition, the guy opened the ability to awaken. All you have to do is find out what it means. New creatures are much larger and more powerful than the previous ones. The guy spent almost all the money on magic stones, but it was quite justified. And now, after 2 years and 11 months, they will finally meet new heroes. Allan received a new talking doll named Merrick. She has charming abilities, like a ghost, can fly through the walls. Now the guy wants to test new skills. It causes a day. The characteristics of the creature remain unchanged, but there is a new line, awakening. Thanks to this ability, the creature causes a whole flock of its brothers. Therefore, Allan decides to take turns to test the awakening of each of them. Yes, my boyfriend comes back, not alone, but with a new girl. He introduces Marek to his friends and announces that she will live with them from now on. The puppet girl with a smile admits that the council to get acquainted with the mortal. The boys delight her in response. Allan is encouraged to test all the new ones that appeared in the dungeon. He is already looking forward to the next hike to the cave. 2 more days have passed. Today, special guests came to the academy. They were invited to inspire students to new accomplishments. Among the honorary visitors are Sorgmaster Doberg from the Kingdom of Latash, the legendary hero Hermios, and Sorgmaster Sylvia, who represent the Giamat Empire. Ali behaves quite cold with Giratim. Their first meeting left an unpleasant sediment. Suddenly, Siren jumps and impatiently asks Doberg how to finally start using these skills. The girl again explains that new skills will only begin to study next year. I repeatedly repeated these words, but she stubbornly seeks another answer. Not at all that he hears now. Doberg is wondering why she suddenly talked about her abilities. The girl with perseverance replies that she wants to become stronger. She says, if Allan is able to use them, then everything will work. Then the man is questioned who this guy is. The hero explains that in front of them is the black-haired guy who was discussed before. Dorgang. The hall rises a slight noise. The class teacher urges everyone to keep silence. The man adds, if someone has a question for our guests, now the best moment is to put it. At this point, Durg takes the sword in his hands and then passes it to the girl. He encourages her to strike him, explaining, if she focused, he will be able to apply a special skill. The warrior standing in front already has 30 years of experience, so Siren has the opportunity to learn something valuable in him. The girl is already okay to apply this technique, but suddenly stops and rejects it, saying that this is not a skill. After that, she appeals to remove it with the help of ability. This is not the first time. No matter how much effort she does, she still does not work. Doberg asks if she wants to give up. If it spends it a year, it will be able to master. The girl assures that she is able to move on. Her incredible willpower causes everyone around just a passionate admiration. While Allan and Cecil enjoy their skills, she is trying to catch up with friends. The rest of the guests watch the events closely, and the hero invites Allan to take part in a training duel. It seems that the guy does not mind. He seems to have no interesting things. 8 hours have passed in such a voltage. Karina does not seem. Allan is indignant. Does this old man really gonna kill her after everything he promised to teach? Tired to the edge, the girl does not allow herself to surrender. After all, Allan has been training long ago and she is only engaged in chats. It sharply rises and begins to shout that Allan has a goal that he persistently strives for, and she will certainly help him to achieve it, but only if it becomes stronger. The teacher advises her to focus and attack the boy using her skill. The girl attempts a sword, and finally she manages to use a cutter. A happy smile is played on the man's face. He remembers this battle for life. Siren lasts on his feet for a while, but soon, exhausted, falls. Allan runs to her girlfriend using a healing herb of life. Doberg decides to continue to stay close and cooperate with it. The hero approaches Allan and asks what purpose he wants, but the guy mysteriously replies that he will reveal his plans only when he can trust him completely. The boys are looking forward to conquering the C-rank dungeon located on the 3rd floor. Finally, the day they have been waiting for. And today, Allan intends to impress everyone with his new monster. The guy calls for several giant turkeys. These birds can be installed and saddled. Friends quickly look at them on their backs, and the guy orders to move towards the quarry. The enemies are rapidly coming. It is time to check their new weapons in the arsenal. The girl controls a flying sword that breaks the enemies with a steep, erased air. All this is considered the only blow, and with such abilities it can deal with anyone, even without much effort is one left. Marika joins the boys in the stones. All this bustle causes them associations faster with clumsy ostriches than with a brave cavalry. And here and not even have to exercise in the riding. The boys go down to the bottom floor. Even morning, they had not passed, and they already passed 2 floors and won the boss without even flying from the birds. Allan looks at the monk. It seems the only thing that can bring him true joy is a bag of money. But no matter how much time he was released, he will still continue to fast. Now they effortlessly pass the 3 sea-level dungeons and can finally forget about them. Allan proposes to celebrate this event, and at the same time to congratulate Guy on the official accession to the team, as it is started in any respectable organization. However, she insists that they can cope without it. He has not visited home for a long time, so probably relatives are already worried. Allan is wondering if his parents live in the town at the academy, but the guy replies that after his entry into the academy, 7 family members moved to him. Neither dating, nor support, nor worthy earnings. Every time remembering his parents, he becomes painful. As it turned out, this monk holds up to 7 hungry souls. Allan reports that they are just looking for a man for homework. so he proposes to transport this man with his family to them. But the guy cannot understand where such a concern for him suddenly came from. Allan tries to explain. They are teammates, and yet, during recruitment he promised a whole social package. The guy hesitates without knowing how to do. Suddenly, Cecil submits an interesting proposal: to divide the reward for the dungeon not by 5, but by 6 equal parts. In addition, the 6th part will keep their home and pay for the families of boys. Instead, Allan will receive its share of magical stones. Dee asks why Allan. The girl explains. She needs these K-amni to increase her level. Alana received everything from Serena since childhood. Therefore, the monk should not be perceived as alms or help with pity. Thinking, she agrees. The boys say they live near the station. They ask the boy to call everyone because they plan to arrange a warm family party in honor of dating. Subsequently, GE returns, leading several relatives. They are all very young, most are children, where their parents remains a mystery. The first to get acquainted is Nina, the younger sister of her brother Gia. She sincerely thanks the boys for inviting her today. When everyone stands at the table, the boys raise glasses and make a toast. Cecilia advises guests not to rush, but to enjoy the dishes, because there is plenty of treats. G notes that the house was quite spacious. The guy asks Allan to communicate with him more easily, because he is not only a familiar, but also a friend, as well as the rest of the boys. Allan willingly agree. G tells how he was deprived of his title. Since then, he has lived with the servants who have nowhere else to go. Their existence seems quite sad, but the guy has already adapted to a normal, modest life. At the same time, his younger sister, Nina, has not yet been able to finally learn. She assures that he will do his best to help loved ones. Siren easily finds common ground with others, and does not attach importance to which a person of the family is aristocratic or common. The girl in love communicates with everyone around, and she is surprisingly easy. Allan tells Nina that although she is now with a Karena, there were both serfs recently. Hia is hard to imagine that the guy could be someone's property. Drago adds that Allan has heard like that since early childhood. Earlier, the monk suspected that Allan and Cecil belonged to the aristocracy. As it turned out, he was not mistaken about the girl. However, she assures that it is not necessary to pay any attention. She has been accustomed to everything for a long time. After all, the Karena will simply not work. Such weirdos are a little knocking the guy out of the panther. The question arises, where did all 4 come from? Allan says that they all come from a small town that almost no one has heard. However, when the guy confesses that they are from the invasion, Guy is amazed. It turns out that Cecil is Grenouille's daughter. The boys immediately turn to Madame Nina, begging them to hide them behind their shoulders. Allan is lost for a few seconds. What is happening? Why was the atmosphere, even more friendly, suddenly filled with hostility? G is frantic from rage. He exclaims that this is how they decided to take care of his family, which are eligible. It is they who destroyed the carnal family. Cecil asks what the guy has to do with. He replies, former Viscount Carnell is his father. Drago is wondering if he is a matter of Allan's hands, to which the guy confesses. Last year, a conflict broke out between him and Carnell. He exclaims that the guy will not be able to disassemble with words. He just heard news from the royal messenger and hardly asks that they had done with those people. Again this royal messenger? Did he really get out of his hands? Allan could not imagine that Jim was Carnell's son. Carnell himself assured that he had no capable descendants. The daughter successfully passed the evaluation ceremony, and for the great joy of her father was completely devoid of any abilities. However, it became clear that he also had a son, who, unlike his sister, became famous for extraordinary talents. After that, Grunville strongly dealt with his ancient enemy, while depriving him of his, an empty title. Now Cecil realized everything. She decides to reveal all the details on her own. But first she wants to talk to Gia Boy alone. So she politely asks his companions to leave the room for a while. The guy fulfills her request and remains alone. He is overwhelmed by the impatience of hearing what happened. Finally, the girl begins her story. She tells that his father, Colonel Daniel, a notorious killer Douglas, in order to seize Mithril Mines with his assistance, stole it together with a maid Allan, seeking to cynically blackmail them. It was only through the courage of Allan that she managed to break free. Her father asked the king to understand this case. As a result of the Carnell and all involved, the title of Carnell was cancelled, and his estate was confiscated. The girl knew that Mrs. Carnell was being held in prison in one of the royal locks. Her father was indeed involved in the death of the Carnell family, but in this she saw nothing shameful. The girl notes, if G does not trust her, then let her move to the royal capital and see with her own eyes. She is not obliged to prove or test at all. Jai froze in confusion. He could not imagine that his father was capable of such. Now the guy finally realized what really happened. Allan did not suspect that Carnell was actually a caring father. According to her, up to the age of 5, she looked carefully at the servant. Everything has changed radically after the evaluation ceremony. It was on that day that the guy saw his parents last. He was detached from his family and sent to another city, along with several servants, where he lived until the last days. He never obtained education worthy of the aristocrat, and received an extremely scanty pension. But when the boy turned 10, he was sent a mentor. The young man's heart was filled with joy. He realized that his father had not forgotten about him, and was sincerely concerned about his preparation for joining the academy. He then realized that he still belonged to this earthly family. But in October last year, his support suddenly stopped. He was blocked by financial assistance, expelled from home, and the guy did not know what to do now. G began to serve in the church, and soon Nina, a girl who orphaned. At the end of the year, a royal messenger appeared in the young man with the news. The Gurenville family stands for the destruction of the Carnelli house. However, if the guy for 5 years, not 3, tirelessly fights the monsters and fulfill his noble mission with dignity, all their guilt will be atoned. His Majesty the King will return the Carnell dignity and intends to put him at the head of the house as a new lord. That's the whole story of this guy. He has not shown his abilities for a long time, but fate prepared a special path for him. Even his family needs a place they can call home. During these 5 years, he will do his best to bring them back a good name. Now Allan is aware that Ga was trapped in the noble debt. The young man shares his plan. All 4 move to this war together. As their path and purpose coincide, he proposes to join forces and pay his debt together. At first, D is refused, because they belong to different families who have long been in hostile relationships. But Allan assures that it is not important. They need it. That is why they gathered in the team, to supplement their abilities. That is why this task is full of risk and causes a lot of difficulties. Cecil tells that her brother died 3 months after he was sent to the front. According to the invasion of the monster, there is a person who calls himself the owner of the demons, and they become stronger to overcome it. The guy invites the monk to join them and proposes to combine forces in battle. He then states that he intends to use Allan for his own purposes. The guy believes that it is quite normal. Let Gia boldly go to his goal. He shouts that he is indifferent to their meaningless ruler of demons. All he wants to become an aristocrat again. And his interlocutor proposes to join forces and get a noble title together. This person's past does not matter before entering the academy. The main thing, now they have a friend. Cecil smiles, and notes that she seems to be the first Granville to live under one roof with Carnot. Guy tries to say something, but tears roll on his cheeks. Allan gently points out that it is not necessary to keep everything and fight alone. After that, he sincerely congratulates Guy and their circle again. After that, a warm, friendly atmosphere reigned in the room. Children are happy to taste hot tea and share fascinating stories. The next day came. Native Gias are genuinely apologized for their behavior and express their deep gratitude for the boys for their support. They are rapidly tearing a sweet toy figure of the boy, gladly greeting the newly arrived people. Everyone without exception immediately performs sympathy for it. The young man observes this scene and feels confidence inside. One way or another, they will be able to find common ground. He has no doubt, if GIA returns the title, its joy will have no limits. However, it is only the sweet promises of the royal messenger who skillfully plays on his weaknesses. Allan has to find out if Carnots can really return to the stage and whether it is possible. The young man is also worried about what kind of Somov, a messenger in this case, Sister GS. He is interested in whether he is going to go to the dungeon today. In her eyes there is a noticeable anxiety for her brother. However, he assures her that everything will be fine, because he goes there with his comrades. The boys gathered at the entrance to the Class B dungeon. Monsters from rank D to B are chatted inside. A total of about 10 levels here, and if you overcome 3 such dungeons, access to the Class A dungeon will open. You can get it in 12 hours the fastest. At the entrance to the dungeon, the inspector wondered if there were only 5 of them, and then warned not to act inadvertently, as fatal traps were chatting inside. Allan nodded, making it clear that he heard a warning. Drogo noted that this maze is no different from the previous one. Allan agreed with him and added that it would take much more time to pass this path, because there are 12 floors ahead. He hoped that they would be able to complete everything in a month. Allan noted that it should be followed with maximum caution. No wonder they were warned of traps. He handed out small antidote bottles and ordered the medicine to protect himself from possible poisoning. Expanding a small dungeon card, Allan reported that his air brigade was now combing the surrounding area, and as soon as important information is collected, they will immediately rush after a fresh track. Together they went to conquer the dungeon of Class B. At the 4th level, Gias came across a huge chest and, shining with joy, exclaimed about his find. Cecil warned him, noting that excessive greed can bring to trouble. The girl suggested that the chest was not in vain. Probably a trap, not a real treasure, but a cunning monster disguised as a precious prey. Allan ordered Moritz to figure out what it was and what the trick was here. The fairy did not hesitate to this proposal. She carefully flew to the chest and opened it, as it was expected, but immediately turned into a giant monster. Allan immediately recognized the B-class Max. Allan decisively ordered Mary to attack the monster Schizo. The fairy raised her hands up and, as if doomed by wanting to massacre, called a powerful spell on the monster. The facial expressions were immediately destroyed, and for this, the boys received as much as 20,000 gold. Drogo could not believe how it was possible. It was a monster B-round. Allan explained that the magic power is directly related to the level of intelligence. Marika Allan demonstrates true progress. The fairy, smiling, reported that this spell is a restriction. The recovery lasts 6 hours. However, Gia assured that this did not matter, because the main thing is to see what is incredible opportunities now in their hands. After a fight with the facial expressions, they got a spear from Mithril. Allan pretended that about 50 gold can be rescued for such a weapon. He returned to Drogo and warned that the monster was gradually approaching him. The guy instantly turned and applied a unique technique, giving movement to the whole body. Washing the axe, he cut the monster in half. Everyone around the surveyed scene, stunned by what they saw. Immediately after that, the drone exclaimed loudly that that's how everything had to work. He happily stated that he now had this skill, like everyone else. Friends greeted the guy jokingly, noticing that it is better late than never. Drogo glowed with happiness. He stated that he was so insulted now that no dungeon was scared. He even exclaimed that he did not want this feeling to ever disappear. Allan noted that the boy's abilities seemed to have some unexpected side effect. In the 7th month of the same year, the boys went down to the lower level of the Class B. Gio was surprised when it turned out that the boss of this dungeon also belonged to Class B. The siren pointed out that the leader nearby wandered real giant boars. Not pigs at all, but those who were cut in the village for slaughter. It was a Class B monster, a Sphinx of Hadiosis. They noted that he reached about 5 meters in height. Drogo, impressed, asked if the meat of this creature could be removed from the dungeon. Allan believed that it was not necessary to relax early, despite the fact that the figures were evidenced. This monster would hardly be threatened. The indicators of the boys were also at a rather decent level. Allan believed that only calls were able to receive blessings from the beasts called and raise their characteristics. However, he was surprised to learn that there were similar skills in others. As we should expect from the usual level of complexity, he was sure that they would catch up with his 42nd level in a moment. Gia activated his powerful defense, making the endurance of all group members increased by 3%. Cecil said that in this case she would start. The girl raised her hand, and saying the fire list, resorted to the spell. Numerous attacking shells flew into the monster. Awakening skills can only be applied once a day. The skill of absorption causes 3 times more damage than a normal impact. After that, Allan ordered the detachment to move forward. The boys rushed on the offensive, skillfully using their skills. The wounded monster shrunkenly. Allan shouted Siren, ordered to hit the boar and cut his throat. The girl agreed instantly. Once the wild boar fell to the ground, Siren strongly swung his weapon. She applied a blow that allowed them to overcome 1 Swingus Gradiosus. The team received 24,000 experiences for this victory. The joyful boys boasted that now they were even fighters from rank B. Chicken enthusiastically exclaimed that they were able to cut everyone completely. Instantly, GA. He applied group treatment, immediately reviving all the participants of the detachment within a radius of 10 meters. The magical recovery healed and called creatures. Suddenly, The guy noticed a silver chest and exclaimed that they should definitely take it with them. Inside, they came across a cast, dropped from the orchard. Allan noted that this alloy is solid like mithril. Jaja was interested in whether someone dared to try it, and then she offered to put the armor for sale. At least 100 gold could be raised immediately. Allan shared what he thought. Geo tries for the sake of his family, and their son just loves money. Suzel also noted that they say that among the monks there are those who do not seek wealth at all. But he is a complete opposite, a true golden lover, a priest with a craving for treasures. Allan believed that the first conquest of the B-class dungeon was a real triumph. He also fell into the eye of the incredible field for the development that opened before him. Allan summed up that in normal mode, he would be able to significantly strengthen her strength. However, the powerful army of demons still remained unattainable for them. Allan was convinced that he should constantly improve the strength of each of his associates, and most importantly, it should rise on its own. About 200 magical stones can be removed from the usual 1B class underground gate. He proposed to distribute the nucleus of the called gates between the 3 teams, and so each of them will be able to obtain 600 stones. If they continue to work at this pace, they will be able to collect a considerable mountain of trophies in a month. 740 magic stones of the C-class, and a piggy bank of 425 gold coins. He intended to buy 310,000 D-class stones in the guild, but was answered that only 50,000 was available. In order not to waste time to travel the city, he thought to buy a carriage. In addition, it was necessary to take care of the clock, so that, having immersed in the dungeon, not to lose a sense of time. And here is the 8th month. The academy is emptied, everyone went to vacations, and the bird with a small basket went to his native village, which was named Siren. Meanwhile, Allan's family enjoyed peace in a cozy house. The young man almost believed that he had returned to his native walls, but in fact he was still far to the real home. The boys were surprised to hear Allan's voice. They noticed that Goethe's uncle was also nearby. He greeted and explained that he was turning to them through the bird. It was the unique ability of POPO, transmission. Thanks to her, Allan's voice could instantly achieve the thoughts of anyone within 3 kilometers, as well as to perceive any information, even fictional or imaginary. The father wondered if Allan was able to distinguish what was happening around. All were impressed with this unusual ability. Allan's younger brother suggested reading a letter aloud. Allan added that they received a message from Drogo and Serena to their families. Goethe's uncle clumsily noted that Allan was still lacking in a diploma. The guy replied to this that he would then be able to ask Masha to help him. The father noted that it is good when people there are also friendly. Uncle exclaimed that Allan's talent always impressed with his incredibility. The younger sister said with annoyance that Mayora had absolutely no wool, so she could not help him. Allan added that she can always support her mother with her dad, while he constantly has to disappear somewhere. Hearing these words, the girl smiled warmly and assured that from now on she would always support them instead of her brother. The father also noted that he was appointed elders of the new settlement of pioneers. They will start implementing next year. Allan sincerely congratulated his father, because he believed that he was the search for 10 years, so this decision seemed quite obvious. Uncle Gert assured that he also went with them, so Allan should not worry. Let him just let Kieranny report it. The guy agreed. He thought his parents were already in their 30s, so there was a right moment to establish a village. When they approached the hunting grounds, Allan noted that now, when his father became a respectable person, he was already mastering a diploma. Subsequently, the bird reached Granville. He cautiously knocked on the window and apologized to the care, calling Allan. The man thanked Allan for the message and asked the boy and continued to take care of Cecil. Allan expressed a desire to find out if there was a chance to clear the tarnished family name after 5 years of impeccable service. The man stated that if His Majesty himself decides, then it is quite possible. Whether this promise was true, he did not know. But if the son of Carnella was indeed a healer, that happened occasionally. Surviving on the battlefield and returning home, he and his family could count on considerable privileges. A significant number of aristocrats without hesitation gives their children to war. And, of course, many families have someone with a rare gift of a healer. Among the peasants and common people, people with similar abilities are extremely rare, and usually their fate is closely intertwined with the church. There are so few such gifted ones that, according to agreement, even elves send their healers from another continent. The elves are disturbed by the awakening of the advanced, not the pleasures of aristocrats. Using healers on the battlefield solely for your own benefit is not at all what they are there. And although this thought seems clear to the majority, it is absolutely alien to the aristocrats themselves. So it is not surprising that healers often remain on the battlefield for various reasons, performing their duty until the last breath. Allan fell on shock. The man told how Carnell took his child from his family, because only she had such a unique gift. He apparently believed that the guy lost both his family and the taste for life, that he was neither love nor care nor worthy upbringing. Allan only noted that it is a really dark and unfortunate story, but now he realized the royal pad sent G to the battlefield just because he had power. Gia became a timely healer for him, whose arrival was convenient. The man agreed without hesitation. He believed that Jerry was a good guy who sincerely cares for loved ones. He saved everything, so that his relatives were always enough, even if evil happened. Even if the royal messenger had been cheered, Allan would still have achieved justice. The man asked Allan if the guy could trust him with this business. Allan asked that he thought of his mercy. At that time, the man wondered if the royal ghost remembered his name among those suspected of death of the Karn family. Allan thanked him, and noted that they were far away before their battle, so they could wait a little. After that, Serena wondered what they could help with Gaia. Trogo asked if the messenger of the king should be considered their enemy. Allan noted that it was not necessary to rush with the conclusions, because they did not know whether he adhered to the word. Therefore, the seal advised to wait for the news from her father to find out what it turned out. Gia faded and thanked the boys, confessing that he really needed money for his family. Therefore, he promised to make every effort to conquer the dungeon. September began. Autumn entered its right, and the summer holidays came to an end. The boys gathered together to try to overcome the dungeon of Class A. Serena wondered if there were any tips at all. The guard replied that only one of the 10 units was getting there. He was surprised to see that there were only 5. The man wondered if they were from the same group as the sword. He confessed that they were rumored, as if about some monsters, but warned they should be alert. Allan suggested that the final boss, the one who hid at the very bottom, is the monster of Class A he has not yet encountered. Everything around seemed new and unknown. He noted that Gio was walking in a sulfate and upset, and he knew well. Only a familiar golden ring would bring it back to her senses. They moved forward without taking prisoners. Still, no one has stepped into such a maze. Allan sent scouts, but none of them returned. Monsters and traps allowed them to even breathe freely. For 2 nights, the snoring of his comrades did not allow Gia to close her eyes, and she could not go the first level, and Serena remained aside and did not hug her lover. Allan noted that there were only those who did not need sleep near him, so they didn't have to worry about it. The further they moved, the more often the monsters of Class B, so they encountered the king of the orcs and the cyclops. With their skill, the heroes instantly deal with these monsters. For one orca, they gained 20,000 experiences. Then they were waiting for the cyclop. It had to be destroyed. He tried to hide Drogo, but the man flew back immediately. Gio, dissatisfied, mutilated something under his nose and healed the guy. Drago did not even have time to realize what happened. But suddenly, unexpectedly for all, the ostriches, along with the seal, came on some hidden plate, which was the trap. Gia escaped a loud cry, but Cecil from Drogo had already disappeared. They were absorbed by the spacious trap. In despair, she apologized to her companions. Allan, meanwhile, turned to Serena, asking her to quench the crazy interest, and without hesitation, she took up the case. Allan flipped through the pages of the book, thinking that the disappearance of those 2 brings a lot of trouble. There were only 3 more units left nearby. This was clearly not enough. He came to the conclusion that they should be found as soon as possible. So Allan immediately summoned his branch into place. He gave Mary a few things and asked her to find them and pass them on to this couple. The fairy, without hesitation of a second, rushed to fulfill the assignments. Just half an hour passed. As Allan heard, everything was found. The monsters were rally around them. Drogo, flowing with blood, desperately defended Cecil. Allan immediately ordered all the sisters to rush to them. Allan ordered Kieran and Gias to cling to ostriches. He himself caused a divine gust of wind, and together they rushed to help. Cecil confidently directed her abilities against enemies, and Marish, at that time, was interested in whether the girl would use a letter of life. But in response, Cecil noted that now, it is much more important for her to replenish the mana. Drogo exclaimed that he was fighting, and at the same moment the monster fell on the ground. Allan with his comrades finally got there and wondered if they had forgotten something. Cecilia was very happy. Drogo guessed Allan's approaching when many fairies began to swarm around. They sincerely thanked the charming creature. Jay was agitated. Allan turned to him and warned him. He did not stand aside. Jaya said with annoyance, "They say, nothing special. He almost killed his comrades." He turned to the boys and apologized for the fact that Allan had to save them. After a short pause, they went on. Allan warned, "It is necessary to watch the traps. One wrong action, and they can be on the moon." That's the end of September. Today the boys were finally quite set to go to the lower level and meet live with the boss. Only now did Gia recover after his failure, and this was made possible by his younger sister. Meanwhile, at the lowest level, the boys were horrified by stuck in the monster of Class A. Allan noted that the monster grew at least 10 meters in height. Drogo was aware of whether their blows could get such a giant. Allan noted that they were quite fortunate. The first creature of Class A which they encountered was not a dragon, but an armored monster with extremely powerful protection. His attacks were quite serious, but they did not compare with the dragon. If they had a dragon, I would have to retreat immediately, and this opponent could be at risk of fighting. The statistics of the boys have grown steadily. Allan quickly flipped through the pages, thinking that they should wait for him to understand everything. Special ability. Replacement. Allan receives control over all targets within a radius of 50 meters. In addition, he has mastered the unique skill of Aculova oil and unlocked the ability of distribution. Allan apologized to Cecilia and reported that he would be the first to act today, according to the plan. It was today that he intended to show them a unique technique, which he called the explosion of power. Faced with these small, shimmering objects, stunned monsters were confused and did not know how to act. Allan noted that they would cause a devastating Euron over a large area. As soon as a meteorite downpour, the battlefield instantly covered powerful outbreaks of explosions. Allan skillfully destroyed a dozen kings, receiving 200,000 points for this victory. He said that one of them almost deprived him of his life. Cecil was amazed at no less than G. A boss appeared in the next moment from the smoke club. Then Cecil and Drogo ran into the arena, full of determination, but they had to approach how the monster almost crushed both with their mighty blow. At that moment, the boss sharply turned to Serena and jumped a flurry of attack. The boys were astonished with surprise. Cecil wondered if it was all the part of the plan and whether Allan had forgotten. They were afraid of the Karen, but contrary to expectations, it rose from the hands of the boss. She noted that it was a little thing for her, like a sand. Allan exclaimed that she was a real Atlas in a skirt. At that time, he used healing while others were surprised to watch everything. At that moment, Drogo had time to whisper his ostrich. It was time to approach the head of the boss. Shouting loudly, he rusted the head forward, straight to the enemy. Once Gia was approaching, he instantly attacked a powerful jerk, and followed by Serena, he released a burning red April. Allan exclaimed that he would also go on the offensive with Cecil, but strictly forbade any of them to even touch Serena or Drogo. Cecil only answered that without his instructions, he knew everything perfectly. Through joint efforts, the boys staged a monster on a devastating attack. In the end, he finally exhausted and fainted, falling to the ground. They dumped a mighty giant wolf, for which a generous reward, 480,000 experiences. The joyful exclamations of friends flew up. The victory was complete. It is difficult to imagine something better. Allan took the Class A crystal and immediately felt his powerful energy. Gia, meanwhile, was interested in looking at the jewelry chest, wondering why it was made only from a simple tree. When the boys received the hulks of the halberry, they were suspected. Were they not surrounded by their finger? But Allan reassured everyone, they say. Now a wonderful weapon appeared in Drogo. Cecilia agreed, noting that Mifrilov's axe has no longer had the power to be so powerful. Drogo gratefully said goodbye to his faithful weapons, saying her last, "Thank you." Allan guessed that it could happen during the war, so he had to increase his level and get even more powerful equipment. Suddenly, there was a cube in front of them. They were greeted with the successful passage of Class A dungeon, and handed over a certificate confirming this achievement. Allan wondered in surprise what a certificate sign means. He reminded him of a guild card. The cube replied that after passing the level of level 5A, they will open access to the dungeon of Class Y. The boys did not hide astonishment. They did not give them the idea. Will they meet them with the monsters of Y-Rang this time? Geo looked forward to the treasures that would be special, not as before. So the end of summer vacations, full of fascinating adventures in the dungeons with friends, came. In October, Allan turned 30. It happened on the day when the vacations were over and had to return to the office again. In the academy, students boasted that thanks to Allan's instructions, they managed to go through the hardest dungeons. Others noticed that only 3 had disappeared. Everyone decided that they were just scared, and many were struck. Allan and his team were able to overcome the dungeon of level A. They cast their views on Kieran, recognizing her as a true sword craftsman, not every graduate to the strength to overcome the A-class dungeon. It really was among others. Cecil asked what a big consultant would do after lunch, and whether he was planning to take receptions. In response, Allan reported that it was time to take a weapon training, because he had not been able to practice fencing for a long time. Serena suggested organizing a duel with Allan, but the guy politely refused. His called beasts were hunted for trophies in the dungeon, so it was too expensive to change them now. Suddenly, the sword grabbed the Grey and dragged it as she had to say her desire to fight with Allan. At the same moment, the guy met Rafel, who recalled loudly, "Today, they are in pairs." Allan agreed without hesitation. During the battle, Allan only tried not to mention Michael. 3 hours passed, and the sword confessed Karini that it was not surprised by her victory over the dungeons of Class A. The girl herself was amazed by the fact that the swordsman was capable of something. Allan believed that the teacher would unconditionally win in this duel, although the guy would not refuse to fight with a worthy rival. But suddenly the teacher turned to Kieran and Allan, ordering them to go to the rector immediately. He called them an hour ago. The boys were surprised. Allan asked Serena why she was looking so strangely at him, because he did nothing. On the way, Allan noticed an elf, whom I have not seen since the entrance exam. The teacher mentioned that he had already been reported to how the boys received a dungeon certificate. Now he wondered what plans are further. Allan replied that their next goal was to clean the dungeons that are fixed by Class Y. The guy noted that there are 4 such places in the town at the university, so he would not have to look. Therefore they will go on a journey of the kingdom. Allan asked the teacher who he succeeded in his studies. The man replied that none of the teachers had risen above the A assessment. The huge dungeons have remained unexplored for many decades. Only the good has descended there. Repeating his feat was meant to enter history. Allan also stated that it was a little thing for him. The teacher pointed to the tower that gradually emerged from the fog. The children considered its unusual architecture with delight. The elf with a smile confessed that I am glad to greet the game of the most friends and the most diligent. He advised them to try out the sage and get the key to the right answer. Serena wondered if he was an elf or his ears for his appearance. Glued, Allan exclaimed, an annoyed girl. The man explained that he understood her curiosity. He still had thousands of years, and he had only 43 of them to manage the city and the academy. Allan noted that in his opinion, they resemble insects. He became wondering whether the same thing causes the mysterious, almost impermeable expression of the man's face. In addition, he wondered whether this building was a model of elven culture, more ancient than any other building in the city. The man informed that he had an assignment for those who were able to pass the Class Mill A. He suggested that they participate in the Academy's martial arts tournament, which would take place in a week. Serena shone with joy, but Allan looked upset. The guy wondered in surprise what news was said, because he heard it for the first time. The teacher explained that only students of the 2nd and 3rd years of study are allowed to participate in the tournament of 16 swords. Only real weapons are appreciated here, and there is no place for sorcerers and scientists. But recognizing their merits, they still decided to make an exception. Honorary guests from different countries, as well as the royal family of the Kingdom of Latosh, come to the west. Allan noted that Drogo's fighting even exceeds his own, so he should take part. Moreover, Drogo had already passed the dungeon, which he had to cope with. The man noted that the owner of the axe is not allowed to participate in the tournament, a place here only for those who have at least 2 stars. Allan said that he had many stars, but in a competition of this level it would be unacceptable for him. The man assured that he advised Allan to participate in order to show his talents. Allan immediately noted the cunning design of the interlocutor who sought to evaluate his ability. He believed that for an elf who has been around for 1,000 years, he is too inquisitive. The guy stated that only stupid can participate in this, and it would be better to observe on the side. Allan confessed that to demonstrate his abilities of the appeal was too expensive, and only the possession of the sword was not enough. He would lose in the first round. For Allan, participation lost meaning if she did not aim to improve the skills. Otherwise, it would be only a waste of time. The man stated that if he wins, he would be able to challenge Doberg. Ellen noted that this gray needed better equipment. The man replied that they are just going to register the girl now. On the eve of the tournament, 16 swordsmen, honorary guests, visited the cluster. Among them was the father of Cecil. Looking at Zia and Ninoan, the man noted that they remind him of Visconta Carnella. At the same time, he asked with restrained caution in His Majesty whether the Carnell house was possible, because he swore to resolve this issue. Gia received the answer of the king himself, hidden in a small box. When the guy wondered that it was, the man explained, it was the highest royal distinction provided for the revival of the Cornell genus, provided that it will serve on the battlefield for 5 years. But if it is special courage, or distinguished by heroism, the term was reduced. That's all. The boys were delighted. The document stood signatures of Grenville and Hamilton. Suddenly, a real Hamilton appeared, the same classmate with whom Gia has never spilled over. He stated that he had come on behalf of his father, who was a close relative of both Grenville and Carnillus. When asked if they belonged to the older branch of the same dynasty, Allan noted that the highest feudal lords did not spend time on the hassle of common people, especially when it comes to other people's possessions. In response, Raphael wondered, is Allan really a simple peasant? The guy assured that the Hamilton family would take care of their family as they perform their duty on the battlefield. Gia thanked him and wondered why they decided to do so. The man stated that nobility is responsibility for his own actions. He did what was dictated by his duty and honor. He sought the children to understand. Both royal emissaries, and all those involved in this case, did not reveal whose orders were obeyed, but they all acted for the benefit of the royal family. To be more accurate, it was Prince Admirer who provoked Latache to this step. He is the king's nephew, and the main contender for the throne. Even the king himself, without the indisputable evidence of his crimes, is unable to do anything. Allan believed that the true organizer of the abduction of Cecil and G could simply disappear from the field of view. The king is already old and sick, so it is likely that in 5 years the throne will be drawn by one of the princes. He himself did not know how he would do and whether he could take this opportunity. Gia thanked him, noting that the chance is negligibly small, but he exists. He promised to do everything. He seems to be a true nobleman. And Cecil turned to Nina with warm words. They say she had an extraordinary brother. The man reminded that the tournament will take place tomorrow, so everyone should focus on it. Serena agreed with that. The next day, the academy raged real passions. The martial arts tournament began among those students who will soon go to fight with the owner of the demons. The man pointed to Allan on Crown Prince. Meanwhile, Siren confidently dealt with his opponents. The presenters noted that it is not surprising. The sword craftsmen are completely able to overcome the list and win. People paid attention to the rapid progress of the girl and quickly began to gossip that she had already overcome the dungeon of Class A. Cecil noted that only Doberga had left. Everyone reminded her not to forget the important lessons she received. Cecil decided to challenge Doberg. Everyone was looking forward to the end of this confrontation. The man confessed that she went a long way. Siren immediately noted how much she strengthened the session. The man introduced himself to the hunter on the monster, the fighter of the demons and many others. He boldly challenged the Grey. They say, if he could, let him try to hit him. The girl rushed into the battle, skillfully using her skills, and all her attacks easily reflected Doberg. Kirena did not even have time to react. 2 sword virtuosos collided. Doberg with force pushed Kirin and asked boldly whether it would end there. She stood stunned with the power of his blow. Doberg asked again if it was an end. When she rushed forward. The opponents again applied their abilities. Suddenly the field shuddered from the loud explosion. Siren exclaimed that she did not seem to give up, but still fainted, falling to the ground. Victory won Doberg. Turning to her, he urged to become stronger, for the sake of his friends and people. Many involved this development. The siren was taken to the infirmary. Her wounds were deadly. Allan used the so-called life leaf to save her. She got up and confessed. She struggled with her strength, but none of her blows. Allan only noted that his skill and equipment far exceed her. He reassured her, they say, to worry about anything. A year ago there was no thought that she would achieve such power. He encouraged, should be even stronger, and next year Doberg. Siren nodded as a sign of consent. Suddenly, A voice came from behind. Someone reported that the battle was impressive, and the guests were given a real pleasure in this spectacle. Before her stood the sedentary Prince of Embel. He wanted to talk fervently. Vicar stressed that it is a great honor for him. The emblem expressed him his approval, adding that he hopes to see the same unity from the alliance. The knights told the teacher that they would now stand on guard, and he should wait from the outside. Imbele assured that the meeting is unofficial, so the window may well sit. The man was noticeably nervous. Suddenly, Allan returned to Viscount and asked him to take a place that was already prepared for him. Inbal asked the servant where this guy came from. He replied that everything was fine and suggested that Victo take. After that, the man took place himself. Allan thought about an unexpected attack. He was calm because he believed that Cecil and others were under the reliable care of the commander. He did not give him rest what the prince from Visconta sought. The prince noted that Visconta was brilliantly coped with the domain Granville management and fully justified his trust. The real swordmaster appeared in their kind, and the Matrilovan mines grew to unprecedented scale. All the rivals were eliminated, and the legacy of the Viscontov was firmly in the pages of history. The man noted that he was refracted from talk about physical destruction. The prince nodded to the sign of consent and stated that it is now an incomparable decision, supported by the revival of the Carnelli house. Concerns the same impersonal document that signed its majesty. Imbal assured him of his full support, because ahead, a fierce battlefield, where the Empire Gemute directed the best warriors. He insisted that it was here, the perfect place for the swordmaster and the descendant of Carnell. There is simply no better choice for the kingdom. Allan was silent. Viscount was rushing to the prince to stop. Imbal wondered what it was a concern for Window, because he belongs to the supporters of the alliance. He argued that everyone should make the decision of the king with gratitude. But now it is the supporters of the kingdom who suggested to reduce their participation in the front line. Allan noticed that there are several influential groups in this country. On the side of the alliance were the guild, the king, and Grunville himself, while the royal faction included Crown Prince and Carnal. Viscount laughed. He was missing. Imbal wondered if it was unpleasant to give his own daughter, and then added that he had no reason to worry about the monk. Allan approached Viscount and, when addressing him, noted that it was a truly unique opportunity to change the course of events on the front line for the better. The man was confused by surprise. The prince strictly asked what right this man should interfere. Allan calmly replied that he was the head of this group and therefore has the full right to express his opinion. The prince wondered if he really heads them, not just a swordmaster. Alento confirmed, adding that the right to manage does not always get the strongest. Viscount was significantly nervous. The prince solemnly declared that Allan is a servant designed to protect a young lady. The guy confirmed it and assured that he was ready for everything for this purpose. Viscount said that if it was the will of the king, they would submit to her. He looked at the guy. He seemed to be thankful that they were allowed to accompany his daughter to the front. It takes 3 months, and the skill of strengthening Allan eventually reaches the 7th level. Due to this, it receives additional 1,000 units to 2 characteristics of the called creature. In addition, during this time the guy significantly advanced in the study of the Class A of the 2nd level and opened several treasures. Now they have arms and armor created from orichalcum and adamantium. In addition, everyone wore rings that strengthened their abilities. That's the first month of the new year, and with it, a long-awaited day when they finally had to overcome the final boss of that dungeon, which was so persistently cleared recently. They were delayed at the entrance, noticeably nervous. Allan asked what they were so afraid of. It was their 76th boss. Drogo only muttered that this monster is extremely fat. Before them lay the most powerful boss of the underground level, the dragon of the rank of A. Powerful and massive. He slowly snoring until the boys discussed their further actions. Seeing that a monster without satellites, Gian wondered where his assistants went. Drogo, paying attention to the suspiciously trembling belly, suggested that she probably had already eaten her own retinue. Cecil asked Allan to ask how they would do further. He said without hesitation that he undoubtedly accepted the call. He was convinced that this moment is the most important in their way. He decided that an important fight should be viewed a deck of cards. Opening them, at the same time dropped his eyes on his partners. Allan announced that he would start the attack first. He warned, in response, the monster will certainly release the flame tongue, so the boys should be alert. Friends supported Allan's decision. The guy realized that in the end, Cell clearly made him understand. it was forbidden to call her spell aloud. She noted that now these meteorites are not illusion, but real celestial stones. After that, he created many small objects just above the heads of the monster. Calling them with energy bombs, he activated the explosion, and a powerful wave of lesion struck monsters. Over time, the smoke gradually dispelled, and the monster, having fallen asleep, strictly glanced at a guy who dared to attack him. It looked around and decisively asked how these 5 pathetic human children dared to challenge him. Friends were extremely surprised by his words. Serena was surprised that the dragon was speaking their language, and Cecil, on the contrary, calmed down, deciding that with such high intelligence, the translation could automatically turn on. The dragon wondered what led to it, absurdity or elementary ignorance, but noted that they were still lucky to meet his fire at such a young age. Allan looked strictly and gave the command again. Energy shells! The explosions rolled around again, and the boys shouted the dragon so that he immediately entered the battalion. The battalions already demanded the fire. The snake, rising from the smoke clubs, addressed them in an annoyingly, "How is it not a shame to interrupt his speech? Like, it is time to show them what real education is." Allan exclaimed that this is what is called a collective responsibility that the boys will have to get used to, because they are only screws in a large mechanism. He then ordered Franu to turn the treadmill to go to the base immediately. A moment, and Ostrich rushed the field rapidly. Allan praised his feathered friend with delight. The dragon rushed to grasp the ostrich on which the drow was racing, and the bird cleverly slipped sideways, which was a good angry lizard. At that moment, Serena has broken her skill on the monster, but she was only able to leave a scratch on it. Allan was surprised by such an ineffective attack and quickly guessed, this creature has extremely strong physical protection. The dragon was surprised to ask if it was a joke. At the same moment, a bright light broke out in his mouth. Allan exclaimed that the flame would escape now, and ordered the boy to turn on the defense immediately. At the same moment, the entire battlefield swept the flame. Cecil, with anxiety, shouted her comrades, who desperately tried to protect themselves from the fire, covering themselves with their hands. Ellen managed to apply the awakened self-sacrifice skill. The dragon, with interest, said it was quite unusual technique. The siren asked the guy whether direct strokes would also be safe for her. Allan confirmed her guess, adding that she would hardly survive for the second time. Meanwhile, the dragon has already begun to accumulate force for the second such impact. The siren rushed under his paws and struck as if she wanted to crush the iron claws of the monster. Cecil lifted the rod, calling a spear from the flame. Maria hanged in the air, and Allan insisted that she would use shuts. It is possible that it will work. The crossing agreed and added that he would definitely lose his mind from such a trick. Gia, with tension, noticed that this time the dragon would retain the fire much longer than before. Allan froze in anxiety and could not believe what was happening. It seemed to him that the monster accumulates even more power. He swore, complaining that he would not have time to create his warriors, so it is better for the boy to flee immediately and hide on corners. At the same moment, the dragon dumped a powerful flow of flames, raising a devastating fiery attack. He is the sweep all the creatures of Allan from the face of the earth. The guy watched as the dragon destroyed the fortress with one blow. Cold horror ran on his back. The next breath of the beast will be deadly for SL and Guy. At this point, the monster was already gaining air for a new breath. Allan exclaimed that he did not have time to call his spell. He invisibly turned his gaze from Serena to Drogo, trying to understand what had happened to them. Suddenly, the dragon glanced at them insightfully, and, without delaying, rolled off the offensive with incredible rage. The disturbed ostriches of the boys instantly climbed into the air, rapidly rushing through the entire battlefield. Cecil turned to Gia and wondered that he had stopped. This question returned the boy to his senses, and he finally was able to master himself and use his abilities. Drogo said bitterly that they had killed Fran. Allan assured that they would definitely take revenge on him and emphasized the main thing they managed to survive. At this point, the dragon laughed, gaining air again for the next attack. Dee suddenly exclaimed, struck by the fact that the monster can still breathe. Drogo appealed to Serena, calling her to get up, and wondered in surprise why she was still lying. Cecil also addressed the boy, confessing that she had no strength to fight. Allan exclaimed that everything is under control. He calculated the necessary time in advance and was sure that he could catch up with the monster, although a grueling and protracted battle awaited ahead. The dragon looked at them resourcefully, and asked if they were really ready for it. Cecil tensed, and Drogo immediately supported him. Allan turned to the boys and ordered him to be behind him. He noted that Serena had gone away and asked what she was busy. The answers to his questions never sounded. Allan turned his gaze on a girl around which a gloomy mood prevailed. The boys were somewhat impressed with this development. Almost instantly, Serena broke from the place and rushed to the dragon. Allan shouted at horror, and the monster was wondered if she really wanted to die. He directed his attack directly on a girl who was rapidly approaching him. Yakaya, stunned, exclaimed that the blow fell exactly. Allan carefully lifted the clover and noted that it should be eaten. Even this did not stop the Grey. She rushed to the dragon rapidly and cut his paw with a lightning blow to the sword. She landed just when the dragon's paw fell nearby, angry with the pain. At that moment, the girl's look was absolutely empty. Allan wondered whether she had activated some additional ability, because she clearly exceeded her own boundaries. The monster released a shrill scream as soon as Irene turned. Cecil urged the boys to pay attention to the girl. She did not fight, she danced. Drogo recalled that at the age of 5, Irene did something like that. Allan nodded, agreeing, and noted that it was simply her additional ability, so he was surprised by their reaction. However, in a moment, the surprise on Allan's face was equal to the impression of others. At this point, the guy considered the properties of the siren. He could not understand at all where this strange recharge came from, which suddenly added 3,000 units to its characteristics. Regeneration was surprised to be surprised, but as soon as he saw that she was recovering 1 point of health every second, it was finally in place. The dragon rapped in all his voice, wondering who she considers himself, because only a human child. Angered the tail and hit her with all his strength. The siren flew to the side and quickly rose to her feet and raised his sword again. The girl pushed away from the ground and rushed back to the dragon. There were no emotions left in her gaze, only emptiness. The monster took a deep breath, preparing to cheer her with his fire. He did not have time to register how the siren was rapidly caught his fist in his stomach, and then by a powerful stroke of his leg into the jaw. The monster was powerless to do something and screamed in full force. After that, the creature clapped to the ground and flashed the flames instantly. The boys were able to overcome one loose dragon, for which they received 1,600,000 points of experience. The boys froze in surprise, watching the dragon dissolved in the air. Drogo, not hiding his astonishment, asked if the dragon was hidden in his stomach. Allan decided it was the most powerful opponent of all, and for his victory they have 3 times more experience than from any other boss. Allan looked back to the siren standing silently and asked if she was still with them. The girl returned to him with a smile and said that having killed the dragon, she became a dragon. They surprised them. Gia enthusiastically noted that this is an incredible additional skill. Allan, having a little discord, mentioned that only he had no one. Cecil asked how the girl managed to activate him. Serena confessed that she did not understand herself, because everything happened by itself. Jaja noticed that the chest appeared in the middle, and they needed to open it earlier than others. The shining chest was covered with pure gold, and impressed with its giant size, Allan exclaimed that he had never seen anything like this before. When Kiri opened the chest, she was surprised. A tiny ring lay in the giant chest. Kale, a little worried, noted that the size here does not matter, because it is possible that this ring is so needed by Allan. The guy enthusiastically put the ring, hoping that he would bring him back. However, the reality did not live up to his hopes. The decoration provided only a slight recovery, the same as Siren's ability. Shiro noted that it was even better than nothing, and she agreed with him, adding that it is especially useful when you open a skill that allows you to exchange health points for Manu. Cecil wondered in Allan whether they coped with the dragon. He replied that in fact the monster won Serena, but in general it was true. Then the man asked with interest, why did she do it at all? Serena was thinking. Once they had already released blood, maybe the moment has come to call their white dragon. Yai found out whether Cecil was in mind the same one who came to them. Carnals from Grenwell. Drogo enthusiastically stated that he already imagined how happy everyone would be. In response, Serena confessed that she wanted to put a piece of iron between the ribs. Allan sighed heavily and stated that they would not kill the white dragon. Cecil wondered if they really planned to call the reserve with his name. To this, Allan replied that they won only a miracle, and only because of the ability of Serena worked. In addition, he noted that even if they decide to kill him right now, he is not sure whether he would hand over the long-awaited prey. This answer was a little puzzled by the guy. Allan explained that these territories are from now on royal possessions. But this land is absolutely no value, so no one will stay for it. He wondered what he would change if the mithril began to be extracted there again. However, by passing these lands, they planned to demonstrate a white dragon who was a real master here. He smiled with insidious confidence and stated that he would squeeze the maximum benefit from this case. Cecil was surprised by Allan's insight and predictability. Gia was convinced that her father had chosen the opponent. The guy loudly stated that they would go there, relying only on himself, without any hope in case, and therefore even in the spring vacations would not leave the dungeon. It has been 3 months, and the boys still broke through their 3rd dungeon of level A. It was here that they won the next monster, which at the same moment fell away from Breathless. Serena was surprised to find that her rank had increased. She reported that she was now on the 4th step, and said that life was completed for her. Allan noted that such rapid growth only increased the bitterness of disappointment. He was in surprise in the pages of the book, trying to understand how it was possible at all. Because they were only 13 with their friends. However, Serena and the rest of his comrades have already reached the highest level. They all reached 60 levels. Drogo noted that if it is no longer possible to raise the level, it is unclear how to get out of this mud. But Allan assured that there are other ways to solve the problem. He noted that first, you can use additional abilities to strengthen yourself, and also get more powerful swords and rings. However, they were lucky to get a golden chest once. Drogo could not tread why they could no longer increase the level. He was accustomed to constant growth. Serena agreed with him, and even indignantly exclaimed that it was too unfair. However, Allan did not lose optimism, and was convinced that not everything was lost. Many online games of the past world from time to time have renewed, which increased the maximum level. It was hard to believe that in all these years such had never happened. He decided that there is a way that would unlock this level. You just need to learn how to do it. He was courteous to find out if the hero of Doberg also reached the 60th level, because they remained 2 years before their access to the battlefield. He did not have the choice. It was necessary to understand how to make the team even more powerful. The holidays were over, and in the world of Allan has the moon that corresponds to April. 2,600 brave students of their academy became Sofa. The teacher announced the class that they stay together this year. But there are 3 vacancies in the classroom for new classmates. At this time, several students rushed the corridor, sending steps to the class. The air welcomed the admiration. The children were briskly discussing the appearance of new ones. Meanwhile, Allan and Serena were quietly sitting on the rear desks. Suddenly, Serena, without being surprised, exclaimed, "One of the new ears like a donkey." The teacher asked the children to keep silence, and then reported that all 3 newcomers came to them from different continents. He then invited the guests to introduce himself to the class. The first was the charming Elfian. After presenting, she called her name, Sophia Luna, adding that she came from the Elven Kingdom Rosenheim. Smiling, the girl was welcome to contact her just Sophie. Further on the stage came a rather harsh elf man. He introduced himself an official name and stressed that he was a personal guard of Princess Sophia Luna, the heir to the throne. The whole class was stunned by the emergence of a true Ares in their team. Her light skin caused admiration, and the students did not hide the surprise, first seeing the Elfean. Someone even noted the ironic fact. Their rector, by the way, also belonged to the elfish people. In the midst of the general exaltation of Sophie silently watched the boys, as suddenly her gaze met with the eyes of Allan, who looked at her at that moment. Noticing this, the girl has changed strikingly. In her behavior there was a courage mixed with surprise. Such a weird reaction made Allan think. Did she not see a man with black hair for the first time? Allan cast her gaze on her, and in his thoughts a playful perseverance woke up. He decided that if she is tuned to a fight, then do not delay. After all, he is okay to twist her ears, no matter how older her guard is over 13. Suddenly, a low girl jumped out of a crowd of newcomers and eagerly asked for permission to introduce. Her voice was eagerly, and a light tan glowed on her face. Smiling, she said that she had arrived from the distant country of dwarves, the Balkus Empire. The girl was called Merle. She reported that she was also 13, and she was happy to meet the class. The children could not tear the passionate views from her cute face. The sincerity and charm of Merle conquered everyone. Allan mentally noted that he would like his daughter to look like this girl. The teacher noted that in the Allan group the least participants, and therefore he will have the least. So he was instructed to take care of all newcomers. Sophie, smiling, noted that everyone was interested in his opinion on it. Allan supported the idea and suggested discussing everything during lunch. At the same time, he was thinking about inviting 3 more people to their company. Whether there were 5 or 8 of them, the number of experience gained will not increase. However, he still remained unknown whether these 3 ideas about the existence of Lord Demons. A little time passed, the lessons came to an end, and the boys gathered in the dining room. Turning on a few polite phrases, Allan introduced himself and readily named his comrades. He reported that they were descending daily in the dungeon, and this is not a secret for anyone. Looking at the interlocutors, he wondered if they had the desire to join. Sophie confirmed with a smile, noting that she had already managed to conquer the marine dungeon at the Rosenheim Academic Cantry. Her ability is a witch's witch. Formal noted that he was an archer, so her talent will be useful for their team. Merle added that she has somewhat unusual ability. Commander of Demonic Stones. Allan was genuinely surprised. He didn't even know that. It seemed to him that it was probably related to the features of the race. Cecil, in turn, wondered if he used the magician of his wards in battle. Sophie wondered if this was really the case, but Allan replied that it concerned his personal, and he was not ready to share the details at this time. Merle confessed that she would also like to join, but she had her own reasons. She promised to support what she could. In 2 years, she needs to become as strong as possible. Sophie shared this opinion. Allan realized that the boys were already aware of the demonic ruler. The boys rejoiced, because now they have a chance to become even stronger. They readily accepted newcomers to their team. Allan decided that a common goal combines them, and therefore is the right step. So they settled with the boys. Allan believed that they were united by Sophie's ability to make decisions instantly. One day, a stranger approached Allan. The guy noted that the Rector to see is a real rarity. He confessed that he was worried about Sophie because, like her, he is a representative of the royal family, but for several years older than the girl. He asked Allan to take care of her, promising that the young man would gain the respect of all Rosenheim. Allan agreed. 4 days later, they met again. Allan was glad, who rented a mansion in advance. Their company was significantly replenished. He invited everyone to take place, reminding, there are equal rules within the walls of the academy, so there are no gentlemen and common people here. Sophie ignored the comments. Cecil immediately noticed how quickly they met. Allan nodded in confirmation and advised everyone to sit on the table until the dish was still warm. While the boys tasted food, the elves bowed their heads in prayer, and Allan realized how much they were. Sophie explained that it was thanks to the prayers to the King of Spirits that they were given extraordinary abilities. Spirits are creatures that, according to people, will once become gods. They pray for their king to turn into a spirit. Cecil wondered in Merle if she joined these prayers. The girl told that Digrag stated that he did not need their prayers. Digrag is a dungeon, and they worship him. He invented many different devices, and now the dwarfs weave them into their charming tools, without which they no longer imagine their lives. Sophie wondered in Allan, whom he believed. The guy was starving. He did not trust anyone. Gia intervened in the conversation and said that Allan honors Almisha, the goddess of creation. It is she who gives the magic of healing and relieves pain that depresses the faithful of the church. Turok asked if they were in the dungeon of Class B. They were in a confusion of how to be now, because they suddenly overtook others. The boys were surprised that they went so far, and suggested that their presence would only create unnecessary difficulties. Serena confessed that he did not mind going through it even with her eyes closed. Allan also recalled that the time is short. They need to complete the cleaning of Class A by July and simultaneously seal the entrances. Cecil wondered where they would take so much time. Allan replied that they would be divided into 2 teams and work separately. Since their detachment expanded significantly, they decided to divide into 2, although uneven groups. Cecil, Yai, and Serena moved to conquer the dungeon of Level A, and Allan, Drogo, and newcomers got the less prestigious Category B. Allan from Drogo has been exploring the dungeon of Class B for 6 months, but it was time to catch up with the backward. Allan developed a cunning plan, because the called creatures were quite enough for both detachments. The youth team included Allan, Drogo himself, and all newcomers. The newcomers from among the transferred were quickly accepted to the company and added to friends. Allan took care of their equipment. Merle became interested in the class of the attraction. It seemed quite exciting to her. Sophie, however, struck that the force here can be estimated in numbers. Drogo was amazed to learn that Sophie and Formal have been already 48 and 67 years old. The girl laughed fun and said that the elves have been living for centuries. Now Allan solemnly accepted them to the ranks of the Culveria Ostra, so he could not help but mention that boy a true, exceptional talent. Allan thanked her sincerely. According to the development strategy, they moved forward. Allan warned Merle not in a hurry, but the situation remained controlled. The girl agreed uncertainly. At that moment, Sophie appealed to the water spirit for healing, and in a moment everyone felt completely healthy. Merle could not believe his eyes. Sophie noted that brass magic manifests itself perfectly in the treatment and auxiliary spells, but is inferior to the power compared to the skills of the monks and magicians. At that moment, the Formal stretched the bow deceptively using his skills, and instantly struck the monster. Sophie added that they can always count on their support if necessary. Drogo assured that he was counting on guys. Merle worried that she could not be useful. Allan reassured her, they say, there was no reason to excite her, because she couldn't take her golem. Merle assured that if she had a hallam, she would have coped with any opponent. Even the dragon would win. The boys heard it, and were surprised. Sophie stated that the Bauca Empire is the most powerful military state, and once it will show the Master of Demons how to capture their lands. In response, Allan noted that the sale of gauntlets abroad is still a strict ban. Sophie was enthusiastically told the boys that their skills are a real phenomenon, and it is a great honor for her to be next to them on the same battlefield. In response, Allan noted that it is the state who decides who to direct each of the fronts. He wondered why he was chosen, because he did not consider himself special. Sophie, however, replied that, according to the prophecy of the King of Spirits, he is a new hope. Allan wondered what the spirit heralded. The girl replied that usually the owner of the spirits does not turn to them and mostly asks. However, about 10 years ago, he suddenly spoke and announced, "A guy with black hair will soon be born, who will show the worst features." Allan suddenly realized that he had just said in his sleep. Sophie immediately joked, they say, it was a real prophecy. A man with hair of the color of the night is amode clouds that hide the light, and will drop the darkness into the abyss. After that, eternal peace will come. Sophie believes that it will come true, and she will witness the future with her own eyes. The boys looked at their way. Allan thought that everything was over. The game was played. The prophecy seemed to him absolutely meaningless, because without him everything was clear. Allan recalled that Winnie had already made it, and therefore the rector and the hero were aware of the prophecy. He hastily advised the boys to run as soon as possible through the dungeons of the 5th level, and not to mention them more. Friends supported his idea. A bird appeared in Grenville's house in mid-April. The father wondered if it was not Allan. The guy confirmed his guess. Marika approached them and announced that she was a personal fairy in Allan and came to help them in everything. The boys did not hide astonishment. Humorously greeting the fairy, the children approached the boar and began to consider it with admiration, because he was much larger than the boars they usually overcome. One of the toddlers wondered if it would be possible to eat such meat. On this, Allan exclaimed with indignation that he was eaten, like betraying his comrades. The father asked the guy what luggage was on board. Allan explained that it was all sorts of junk, weapons, tools, and other stock, which they purchased with Siren and Serena together. Parents were quite impressed that Lady Cecil herself took part in this buyer. Uncle Gerda got his tears to see how much Siren was worried about his father. Allan's father raised his eyebrows in surprise, noticing why weapons are red. The young man explained that it was in fact a pot. The father looked confusedly until Uncle Gerda shouted happily that he had a mitral weapon. Allan noted that hunting for borons only begins in the fall, and there is no point in appearing there with outdated antediluvian equipment. The father thanked Allan, confessing that he was not left with the idea of how much money went on. The guy reassured him, they say, there is nothing to worry about. Allan just smiled mentally. When they earn 2,000 gold every month, no one will count the penny. At that time, Allan had accumulated 20,000 gold in the treasury, so everyone was surprised to be surprised when the council decided to cut down the tree. Seeing Marika's arrival, Allan realized that it was time to take care of countrymen. He ordered the fairy to bury a wild boar, preferably fat and large. Marika made an assignment without delay. This is how July ended in the world of Allan. During one of the fighting, Sophie ordered the boys to retreat because she was about to use their special ability. They barely departed as the girl caused the majestic spirit. He was many times larger than the girl. The spirit was introduced as a powerful earthly spirit named Noich. He endowed Sophie by force, according to an agreement concluded with the King of Spirits. So, the majestic spirit entered the battle with an underground monster. He used the ability of fragments, and this enabled him to apply a series of lightning blows. The monster flew into the priests, and the boys engulfed a sincere surprise. Drogo did not resist, and exclaimed that he was a real machine for throwing stones. Such a striking effect was given by Sophie's additional skill, a manifestation of her mighty spirit. The girl smiled and noted that this time she succeeded, probably because she became stronger. Drogo emphasized that these skills can only be applied once a day, and their power is truly impressive. So, when he noted that he would also see a goal, Merle would not be a goal, imagining how wonderful it would be to have his own golem. Allan willingly agreed with that. Formal stated that he would only apply this ability when Princess Sophia Luna is at risk. Drogo has sadly admitted that he would also dream of having such a skill. Allan also denied that he did not see it, because he also had considerable force. And so, on the eve of the summer holidays, Allan and Serena were again invited to the rector. Allan said whether the manager could again persuade him to take part in the tournament. Next to him, Serena smiled mysteriously without saying a single word. The rector told the boys that today he wanted to introduce Allan to one person. Suddenly, a middle-aged man came out of the darkness with a sincere smile on his face and greeted the boys. With unexpected joy, Serena exclaimed that this is the legendary illustration hero. Allan immediately recognized Hermios, and made her relief that he was alive. The young man came closer to Allan and noted that he did not lose his kindness. He suggested just call Hermie, as all his friends do. Allan wondered about the reason for the man's visit. He added that he did not even mention when friendship was born between them. Allan was not particularly concerned about it. The director informed that he would like to offer the boys to participate in the martial arts tournament. He wondered if they wanted to try their hand. The siren without hesitation agreed, and immediately asked to enter it in the list of participants. Allan assured that one of the gray groups would be enough for this purpose. The rector, however, wondered why Allan still refused. The young man stated that he had no need to prove something or compete with someone. He had a lot of things. And the rector asked if Sophia Luna Allan told about the prophecy of the King of Spirits. Allan shouted in surprise that he had heard anything about it. The rector, in turn, acknowledged that he was unknown to the true essence of prophecy. However, he assured that Allan was able to save the world from the power of the owners of demons. They were on one side of the barricades, so the rector insisted. At any cost, it is necessary to find out the limits of the possibility of the relic as the reference. Allan struck how unexpectedly the rector changed tactics and openly posted all the cards on the table. He believed that it was better to change his mind so as not to anger him. Allan suggested that the prophecy was probably true, but it was not sure whether he had to disclose important information about himself. It could be too risky. Allan noted that the rector himself was well aware. Even the walls here have ears. This was reminiscent of suicide before the start of the case, and Allan did not even mention that participating in the tournament did not promise him any benefits. The rector wondered if this means that the main thing for Allan is the benefit. Meanwhile, Hermios thoughtfully twisted the ring, and suddenly he slipped out of his fingers and rolled against the table. He exclaimed that he had lost his fascination. Serena immediately recognized the recovery force. She gladly said that it was the ring that Allan sought for a long time. The guy angrily ordered her to shut up. Hermione noted that he was not in vain, because it would be unreasonable to lose so much to lose the ring of the King of Spirits, which he received as a reward for the salvation of the elven army. Allan was silent. Hermios noted that the boys were constantly appearing in the dungeons and wondered if they were looking for something special there. He suggested that you seek advice to the elders. Allan thanked and politely refused, they say, such advisors to nothing. Hermio assured that his ring is a real rarity because it is not found in any dungeon. Allan asked with interest, where he so confidently states. Hermione replied that it was a secret, and if Allan is silent, then she has no right to disclose the details. Her words were annoyed by the interlocutor, but Hermione noted that the guy was good and would certainly share when the right moment would come. The reason was that the owner of the dungeon was not understood at all in this case, and would never have coped with the production of a ring of magical power. He confessed to this, allowing Allan to see in person. He noted that finding weapons from Orichalcum is easy. It was for this purpose that there were dungeons. However, on this, he said, it is better to stop. Allan imagined Murrow now boiling from envy because of his conversation with Greg. It seemed that the whole guild did not subside from the gossip about it. He asked why they should be stopped at all. Hermios specified that there were 8 of them, and noted that one of them may not return from endless dungeons. He wondered if Allan was ready to sacrifice these people. The guy thanked the hint and asked what Mios was here. He explained that the rector made him an offer. Since this year the master of the sword Doberg is busy, he should become the rival of the winner. If he loses, he will give him a ring. The siren struck it. Allan wondered if the ring could be viewed. Hermes agreed. Ellen noticed that his mana is renewed surprisingly rapidly, and has already begun to envy such force. Hermios wondered if the guy realized what power he possesses. Ellen also came to the conclusion that the young man had already collected a lot of valuable knowledge. Allan thanked the opportunity to try on the ring, and confirmed that he was real. Then Hermios wondered if it was enough for Allan to join. To get a ring, you need to either defeat the hero or turn to the sleeping king. Allan was not particularly chosen, because they cannot tolerate those who rest. So saying that he refuses the preface, he joined them. Allan immediately fell asleep about the details of the battle. Hermione noted that the guy was capable of everything. Allan was convinced that the grass of endless recovery. Hermione noted that it remained 2 months before the deadline, so he probably considered his plan of action. Serena said she already had a dozen different plans. In response, Allan advised Hermione to be ready to give the ring. He believed that Hermione would not shed his tears due to the loss of the ring, even when he embarrassed it in the eyes of the whole kingdom and foreign guests. Allan said that it was forced to take part in the tournament with Serena. Although it was not of his will, the hero was able to convince him. Drogo wondered, does Allan really proclaims humanity hope? Cecilia brought her eyebrows in surprise. Sophie noted that this is a great opportunity to demonstrate the power of Allan, and the guy, without hesitation, replied that he agreed only for the sake of the ring. Dee asked the guy if he had the idea how to defeat the strongest warrior of their team. Allan answered in the affirmative, adding that a lot of effort would be needed for this. That is why he will spend the next 2 months alone. It surprised everyone. Allan explained that he seeks to achieve the next level in the call, so he should work on himself. Cecil noted that the calls need to have magical stones, and wondered where to get it. Allan explained that it is impossible to obtain such stones in the academic city dungeons in the Gilding. So he decided to visit all the cities, buy all the magic stones, and get the most valuable equipment. The boys were delighted with this idea. He ordered them not to delay and to complete the 5th dungeon of Class A. That they would not be threatened as soon as possible, he left his beasts to protect them. Himself sought to carefully prepare for the future storm of Class Y dungeon. The city has only 4 levels of Level A, which are already behind, so guys need to prepare for a further journey. Sophie noted that it would be the first such experience for them. Serena wondered how Allan was going to act, because he would also have to overcome the dungeon. In response, Allan said he would handle his own. He also reminded Serena not to lose vigilance and not to forget about additional skills. The girl stated that the hero would definitely win, and the other wondered if they had not forgotten. The hero would never fight them both at the same time. Allan confessed that he would have to overcome a small obstacle. Serena said she had heard about it from her own obstacle. She confessed that she was looking forward to Allan's clash even more than with the hero himself. Allan said goodbye to everyone, promising to see after the holidays. 2 months have passed, during which the guy was only engaged in collecting magic stones. During this time, he collected 28,000 gold and spent all the purchase of 1,000,000 E&D stones. They also purchased 100,000 seashore stones. He literally collapsed the whole market, and when the vacations ended, his level of skill rose to the 7th. Now he was able to call the monsters of the B-Rang. Even he was frightened. October heated, and he turned 14. Returning home, the guy met his friends. They immediately asked if he managed to pass the 5th underground maze. He nodded, confirming success. Jaja noted that Allan didn't seem small at all. Sophie couldn't hide as a surprise. How did Allan Man be overcome by Danja's boss? Serena was concerned. The tournament was in a hurry to start, but at first they were waiting for a new, special activity in the academy. The history of the Master of Demons. The ominous legends of the kingdom told about the relentless confrontation between the hero and the Dark Bishop. the ancient and continuous clash of good and evil. Among them, 4 will fulfill their noble purpose. 3. Thanks to hereditary nobility, and Serena, according to their special attitude. Only inner confidence will tell them whether to follow your vocation. Some will give up the war and remain an adventure seeker or a knight. At the same time, others think that these people seek to support their comrades, but in fact, they simply overestimate their own strength. Even despite all the efforts of the strong to restrain gifted youth, the bones on the battlefield are still white. For those who decide to devote themselves to the battle, the Academy offers a special course. Allan realized why Misho managed to survive. After this news, the news of the tournament no longer caused much delight. Serena and Allan advocated their group and sincerely counted on the support of classmates. A few days have passed. Everyone gathered again in the stands. Allan won his first duel, winning a third-year student. This unexpected triumph was quite impressed by the audience. Cecil noticed that Allan had not pulled out his weapon for a long time. Some have never seen it at all. He had no idea whether Allan did not hide any new thing for hunting the hero. Hermione noticed that Allan intentionally does not reveal her true potential and restrains her abilities. The hero was openly bored. He had no idea that such a turn of events would happen so quickly, so they got the finals without much effort. Serena appeared on the battlefield. The crowd was talking about the incredible power of Allan. And so, Allan opposed Serena. Everyone was delighted with what he saw. The girl intriguedly suggested to bring her beast. She did not suffer from him. Allan wondered, why not? This caused a wave of nostalgia in the battle that took place 8 years ago when they imagined brave knights. Serena then stated that she was not going to lose. Allan completely shared her passion. They rapidly rushed into battle, relying on their skills. Serena confidently stated that the enemy would not have any moment to call for a monster. She tried to use additional skill, but the attempt was futile. Allan regretted that he had tasted her additional skills. A fight broke out between them, in which the Siren took the mountain. She undoubtedly exceeded him in his own sword, but he had an advantage in strength and agility. She told him that she became much stronger. Allan was taught full, and for her it was a real pleasure. The audience was striking how Allan managed to stay against the swordmaster. Sulfa wondered where Allan's favorite creature was, clearly intending to dismember him. And the guy did not doubt her determination at any moment. She caught him suddenly when he was passionate about reading. She ruthlessly stated that she was too late, and activated some skill. The guy noticed how she hit him directly in the face. This technique is able to win even the monsters of Class A. Kieran was amazed by his resilience. He was still on his feet. As soon as she made a step towards it, he lightly put his sword on her throat. His voice sounded cold. The game is not over. Serena was angry, but finally gave way. Allan won the Academy tournament. All were stunned by the defeat of the swordmaster. Cecil turned to the rest, asking if they saw it. Drogo wondered whether it was possible to stop the attack with the help of the abilities of the called beast. However, none of them knew what kind of creature he caused. She assured that she seemed... When Serena hit him, she noticed someone's shadow. Meanwhile, the girl congratulated Allan, and the guy noted that it was a worthy fight. Allan reassured the girl, advising not to be upset. Dorg agreed to compete with this year's silver medalist. He also wondered if she wanted to take revenge on him last year. Serena confidently confirmed his words. He stated that if the spies are not deceived, he also reached the 60th level and has absolutely the same sword. Whether it is good, he did not know, but Serena was always marked by his straightforwardness. Its strokes are easy to predict, but the extra skill will be crucial in this fight. A shadow of surprise ran on the Serena's face. Allan, noticing her confusion, wondered why she was excited again. The girl was depressing that she would no longer be able to increase her strength, because Dober remained on a level and did not progress. Allan confirmed it. She already wanted to answer him, but he suddenly approached and struck her on his forehead. He reassured the girl, promising that together they would definitely find a way out. He urged them to perceive it as another obstacle to be overcome. To cast his gaze on the arena, he noticed the Dobergan Hermios there. Turning to the girl, he promised to show her what a real vertex was. Hermio, with a smile, noted that adults also have the obligation to bring to babies to the ground who think too high. The presenters declared all the residents of the academic town about a special event. They are waiting for an unusual match. The legendary swordmaster of the Dugurg generously agreed to meet in a duel with the finalist of the current tournament, the unsurpassed Serena. Dobrik and Serena rose to the arena together, while the loud exclamations of the captured crowd were heard, who followed their every movement. Being among others, Cecil did not find a place. He was worried about whether their siren could win a victory in a duel. One of the men, covering his mouth with his hand, whispered that no student had never won special battles, and Cecil with Allan was laid even more. Allan noted that he even gave the siren his wedding ring to strengthen her agility. As a result, the girl had 2 rings, each of which added 1,000 units to its speed. After his sword, he solemnly proclaimed himself a fighter for the disadvantaged, the fighter of the tribes, and the absorber of the fire itself. He exclaimed Chiron enthusiastically so that she shows her achievements this year. The girl trembled noticeably. Allan decided that, considering a rival just a student, Dobberg will not use his additional skills. For Serena, there is a real star time. It was at this moment that the girl exclaimed the name of her skill, Breakthrough of the Boundaries. And at the same moment the body of Serena trembled. Seeing this, Allan realized that the situation is critical. At that moment, Serena, without hesitation, rushed at the enemy with a weapon. Dobberg cleverly repelled the girl with his thunder sword. Serena waved his sword once after, but Dobberg cleverly avoided each of her falls. Allan could not understand how he was moving even faster than her. It seemed incredible, and she decided that there should be a secret that they did not know about. Dobberg noticed that Serena became much more skilled. He suddenly hit her with his foot, throwing mockingly, "This is not enough!" The girl flew back, but the healing power of herbs immediately returned her strength. The boys were clearly nervous. Allan noted that Domberg is just beginning to calculate her next steps, and it would not seem worse. As the gray was opened the door, the man waved his hand and directed a powerful blow to the earth. The girl flew back and, falling, angry. Seeing that she was silently lying in the arena and did not move, Dobberg asked what had happened to her. He ordered her to get up, they say. If it remained so, it would be in vain to die directly on the battlefield. Serena coughed, but at the same moment a powerful aura caught fire around her. Allan not to hide her delight. It was at that moment Serena used the quota-the limit of the break. Her look of the darkened, the eyes became empty. Dobberg, completely confused, asked what was happening. "It is easy, like a feather." Serena rushed forward and began to randomly attack a man. Stunned, Dobberg did not resist, and asked if it was really her special ability. The boys from the band shouted loudly to the girl's words, urging her to defeat this hero. The second happily stated that it was finally time for her. Hermios watched how much she copes with it. He noted that in addition to improving its indicators, it can also restore its own health. The girl rapidly attacked Dobberg with hail of attacks, forcing him to barely have time to evade. He was surprised to watch this incredible force, unable to understand where such a power came from. In the end, Dobberg could not dodge Serena's 1 of 1,000 blows. The girl's sword lifted him into the air and dropped far back, forcing him to roll in the arena until he finally froze. He lay on the ground until the dust settled around him. The audience was stunned. Everyone shouted that the unsurpassed Mr. Dobberg seems to have just fallen. Meanwhile, the boys' flock happily celebrated this unexpected event. After holding her breath, Sophie asked her asleep whether Serena really won. And at that moment, Allan caught a look strange. Dobberg, lying on the ground, barely audible, whispering under his nose. Allan never could figure out what he mirapped. At that moment, the overthrown hero refused to accept his defeat. He addressed the ancient gods and confidently stated that not everything is lost, so he simply has no right to give up. Based on the sword, he slowly rose from the floor, and a dark, incredibly powerful energy circled around him. Allan was truly stunned. He immediately realized that Dobberg had already involved his additional ability. Allan noticed that Serena's skill has not yet been exhausted, but now it became unclear whether she could win. When Dobberg slowly rose from the floor, Serena's lightning rushed to him. She was already preparing to strike, but suddenly the burden burst, and lifting his sword high above her head, shouted loudly. Seeing this, the siren was a little lost. Dobberg used a reception called blocking sword. Guided only by its own reflexes, the siren was able to beat her blade. To her surprise, the sword suddenly began to cover with thin cracks, which immediately spread throughout the blade until it was finally crumbled into the powder. The girl was shocked, but there was no time for reflection or action. The good sword was ease with the weapon of Serena, and he was already ready to put a point in this duel, both for himself and for her. The gray stood, covered with surprise, unable to understand what was happening. Suddenly, behind the girl, someone's figure appeared, which immediately stopped this terrifying attack. Allan watched this side without hiding his surprise. Smiling, Hermione wondered what a man was doing. At the same time, he began to torment doubts. Is he really going to harm students? It was at that moment, as if consciousness stopped. He noted that this was not at all like Nair. He was too fast influenced by this skill. He was really impressed with how deeply he plunged into a duel with this girl. He slowly lowered the sword to the ground and bowed his knee in front of the Grey. The girl was surprised and asked what he conceived. Dobberg lowered his gaze and acknowledged that the victory was completely on her side. These words stunned Kirino. She was surprised to ask what he was in mind. Dobberg silently stretched her weapon, apologizing for a broken sword, and suggested using his blade. Siren firmly pressed the sword to herself, trying to understand what was happening, and asked about the meaning of this strange generosity. Unexpectedly, the presenter announced that Dobberg recognized his defeat, so the Master Kirin's sword wins the points. The girl was really surprised, and at this time the whole stadium exploded with loud applause in her honor. The audience in the stands was surprised to ask how it was possible, because Dobberg won. In response, they were explained. In fact, in that duel, at least a 13-year-old girl was well. The crowd did not subscribe. Everyone was waiting for a much fierce fight. But when the girl returned to her own, the boys were passionate about the boys that she managed simply. Despite all the gentle words, Siren was upset. She pressed her sword, given to her recently, and sighed hard, because she failed again. Allan hesitated whether this was due to the fact that the battle was not quite familiar. However, he did not attach great importance to this, because he believed that the prudent person was not so easy to lose his mental balance. While the Allan was looking at the stands, Hermione wondered if he was really worried about his girlfriend. Allan sincerely replied that it was, and then suddenly thanked the hero for protecting her soul. Because no one even noticed how it happened. Hermione closed his eyes and confessed that he did not feel significant changes yet. He assured that he should not worry about Dobberg. He just was not used to playing. Allan wondered if his only anxiety was a reason why he suddenly became bad from a new additional skill. The presenter began his speech, emphasizing that he was standing in front of them, sparkling with gold weapons and armor. He announced that today he introduces the inhabitants of this scientific city to the hero, the embodiment of hope for all humanity. Hermione, holding the sword in his hands, waved everyone around everyone, and a wide smile shone on his face. Viewers in the stands were crazy, and reacted enthusiastically to both his majestic figure and to Hermione's attractive appearance. Looking around, Allan realized that there was nothing shameful in his behavior. After all, everyone reacted when it was about a local gold guy, but he understood perfectly. The hero is much more than just a warrior. At a time when the legions of the demons were ruthlessly taken away by thousands of lives, people wanted hopes. And it was then that the hero appeared on the horizon, like a real rescuer or messiah, who was waiting for burnt people. At 15, he found himself on the front and stayed there for up to 24 years. That is why ordinary people called him the last hope of humanity. Hermione smiled widely, neatly adjusting his clothes. Allan just farther away, thinking about whether he was so pleasant to him. He tried to quench his emotions, because he soon had to erase this smile from the hero's face, and at the same time, to remove the ring from his finger. Looking at Allan, Hermes advised the boy not to frown. It was this tournament that will glorify him all over the world. Ellen sighed and noted that this was the least lacking. Hermione cheered the boy, assuring that he did not escape from his own glory, so he would have to get used to her gradually. Allan said cold-blooded that he could not endure in vain movements, so if Hermione will now obey and give him a ring without resistance, then he would not threaten him. Hermione laughed, calling it actually a witty joke. He added that he does not even count how vain attempts Allan made, but he still has to make a lot of efforts, because he will not win the hero still. Allan thought that having reached the highest level, any further effort seemed futile and devoid of meaning. Allan stated with a view filled with determination that no movement was superfluous. Hearing this, Hermione smiled again. The Allan group was noticeably nervous until the rector was waiting for the start of the duel. Germus was barely noticeably transformed into a stag, preparing for battle. Subsequently, he admired that it looks interesting and invited Allan to demonstrate his capabilities. Instantly the ground under his feet seemed to have fallen, exposing thick dust in the arena. Without a single second, he rushed directly at Allan at a rapid speed. The young man is confused with the lightning speed of events. At the same moment, Allan lifted his sword and parried the hero, a powerful wave of air risen around them. The audience was sincerely wondered by the Alana managed to repel Hermios's attack. Some even believed that the hero could be more careful with the guy. Such a blow could have ended fatal for him. Allan was no less impressed than everyone around. In his hands, the sword trembled, and the thought raised in his head. How can Hermios have such a demonic force without even using any special technique? The hero was surprised to step, saying that the situation was gaining a comic. Looking closer to the skills of Allan, he noted that he acts in the same way as during a duel with Gray. He did not realize how Allan managed to hold back. In addition, he noted that Allan still has no additional skills. Although his number of victories was truly impressive, he cast an inquisitive look at Allan and asked what it should mean. Allan smiled cunningly in response, assuring that he did not understand what the hero heralds. In the meantime, he realized that the Eye of Germios evaluation does not reveal to him the strengthening of monsters. For the guy, this information was truly valuable. Before Allan lay his call cards, and Hermios nodded, confirming it. Also reassured Allan, they say, it was not necessary to cry. At the same moment, he rushed on the offensive, once after attacking Allan, who barely had time to dodge the steady blows. Hermios noted that Allan is incredibly difficult without even resorting to any of his skills. He advised the boy to think about what hell could wait for him in the future. The audience wondered why the organizers chose such a composition of rivals, because the Swordmaster would have much more interesting to resist the hero. Allan believed that they were almost equal at speed, although undoubtedly, the possession of a blade was the advantage of Hermios. This meant that Allan was to act. He grabbed the card and summoned Didor. Halamos watched his act with surprise. The next moment, a huge dragon suddenly appeared on the battlefield and rushed at Hermios immediately. The hero was a little jumping by surprise. Allan did not hesitate for a second. He rapidly rushed to the side attack. Germos was stunned. Allan wondered how the hero would perceive it. The audience was horrified by seeing the dragon. But the monster was glad. It is time to eat. The audience exploded with the screams of horror when a dragon came out into the arena. Some called him a monster, while others did not hold back tears from fear and despair. Hermione just mentioned her wound. At this point, he looked at the scene of the injury. Allan did not lose vigilance. The sword remained before him, and thoughts did not leave the wounds that once passed through the hero. One question remained for Allan. How many more such blows will be needed to finally overcome Hermia? The hero looked at Allan and noted that many friends had already gathered around their little mocker. At this moment, the dragon behind Allan's back angrily exclaimed that he would not suffer any mercy on his master's enemies. Serena was amazed, at the same time delight in what great the beast of Allan was. Co, also without holding back joy, joked that she always knew Allan would be able to surprise them again. Jaja was confused and asked if there was a confrontation between the hero and the dragon with some sophisticated mockery from Allan. Cecil only noted that only Allan is able to give a job in such a tense situation. The presenters tried to quench the audience. Dear Rector of the Academy explained that it was the abilities of the Relicking. He is able to call for magical animals. Even the heir of the throne was quite scared. Allan still has not seen the action of heroic skills, and it did not give him rest. He rushed to the attack, passionately wishing to finally observe these abilities. Hermione easily reflected his rapid attacks, while noting that Allan is a fairly skilled fighter. Suddenly the guy exclaimed, ordering his dragon to the deer to activate the recently awakened team skill. The dragon instantly began to collect forces for its use. At that moment, Herman suddenly froze, realizing that he was about to happen. The dragon's pashak flashed with a dazzling light, and in a moment the monster released an incredibly powerful attack, the Fire of Rage. The hero hid his face in his palms in despair, trying to protect himself from a terrible flame and to avoid severe burns. The audience was overwhelmed by the horror. Anxiety for his beloved hero did not rest them. Suddenly, a man rose from the smoke after the dragon attack. Allan did not hide astonishment. At this point, Hermog hermilled in the air, barely holding back the cough and quietly cursing. Allan was genuinely surprised when he saw that Hermios was also rising into the air. In the delight of the audience, the choir exhaled, enthusiastically discussing the incredible abilities of the hero. Germos reached forward and said the healing spell. At that moment, dozens of barely noticeable sparks broke out around him. Allan was genuinely surprised to learn that Hermios also had the magic of healing. Such a schedule was in his hand. because now he had the opportunity to see the characteristics of the hero himself. When Hermios finished healing, Allan already studied all his characteristics carefully. It seemed to him that only 6 skills were available in normal mode. He suspected that Hermios was hiding another unexpected surprise. At this point, the hero wondered why he could not see the characteristics of the animals that Allan called. He slowly approached, adding that Allan would still not be able to reach him. The young man smiled boldly, and noted that the Germos had now appeared in a truly fascinating situation. At the same moment, he carefully threw a small card. Allan called many of his yo-yo, who were circling around the Hermos just in the air. While the hero tried to understand what was happening, Allan had already activated his special technique. Just as Allan exclaimed, "The processor overheated," as a powerful explosion over the arena. The audience paid even harder than before, scared of watching what happened to the hero who was the epicenter of the explosion. Cecil and Gio were amazed to the depths of the soul. The girl noted that Allan chose a truly perfect place to do it with the hero. Suddenly, a bright flash got out of the cloud of smoke, and Hermios rose to full height. Having cleared his throat, he told Allan that it was incredibly painful. The guy smiled widely, seemingly admiring the words of Hermiosis. He wondered that the hero was thinking about the opportunity to repeat it again, and it was at this moment that Curly Niran appeared again around Hermiosis. The hero could not believe that it happened for the second time. As if he obeyed his will, a powerful explosion was struck again in the air. The audience was crazy. The screams of the perturbed crowd were heard over the arena, urging everyone to stop this little monster. Panic began. People shouted that Allan was going to kill the hero. But suddenly the presenter returned to the residence of the academicist and called for them to calm down, suggested to give the word to the Decatur. After another explosion, Allan said with enthusiasm that it was extremely spectacular. His deck contained many cards for Lightning Call. Allan noted that he had to wait for about 10 seconds to cause every subsequent creature from the last branch. Now, thanks to a new ability, Just Think, and several creatures appear as if from the air, leaving no trace from the former delays. It was enough to imagine how many bodies needed, and in what condition they were. In a moment, all 70 cards would be updated at the same time. After that, he could call them at such a lightning speed that the enemy would not even have time to notice anything suspicious. The whole secret was that magical crystals were always enough. Holding his book in his hands, Allan Smirk thought that his abilities really did not know the limits. It was these advantages that gave him this devilish power. After the second loud explosion, the hero again rose from the smoke club. He sighed, and, barely smiling, said that Allan simply left him a choice. At the same moment, Hermes rushed to Allan from a height. His speed was striking. Allan thought that the hero decided to attack him in his head. Hermios was instantly on the ground. He swung his sword on the enemy, but Allan cleverly evaded, so the blow came only in the arena, leaving on it traces of destruction. At that moment, Allan lifted a small card and exclaimed Carolyn that it was time for her to leave. To hear this name was a surprise for Hermione. She involuntarily turned her gaze. As it turned out, Allan decided to take a map of the beast level B. At the same moment, a huge dog with 3 heads materialized on the battlefield. He said that it is good to come if Allan desires. Having united with the dragon, Carolyn revealed the whole arsenal of her skills to overcome Hermios and give Allan victory. At this point, the audience engulfed panic again. A huge monster was put in front of them, Lazy Hearts. The army, without losing smiles, competed on its own against the entire army of Lord Demon. Easily flew into the air, he struck one of Caroline's heads, but nothing appeared before his eyes. Horimios was surprised that these monsters have no blood at all. At that moment, Allan loudly urged the door to take revenge on Carrie's sister. At this time, the dragon released a powerful stream of flames, trying to hit Germios, which was rapidly falling down. It was at this moment that the hero cleverly turned into the air and, raising his sword, rushed with an attack on little Allan. The guy stunned and struck his eyes. At the last moment, he miraculously managed to capture the trolley with a 3-headed dog again. Hermio began to swear, while the monster rushed to the attacker. Allan with dexterity bounced sideways. Hermios used therapeutic skills, quickly restoring strength after a short battle. Allan, meanwhile, sat on the floor and hurriedly used a healing herb of life. The guy really got serious injuries. Hermione sighed loudly, amazed at the skill of the mocker. He seemed to be confused and did not know how to do next. And suddenly, Allan's face flashed as a surprise. The sword of the hero was illuminated by a bright glow. The smile instantly disappeared from his face. He warned Allan, if he does not want to die, it is better to surrender now, because Kermios is no longer able to restrain his strength. The rector watched this tense silence carefully. The boys from the Allan group were also nervous. The confrontation did not joke, and the tension increased with every moment. At this point, his dragon and a three-headed dog stood behind Allan. As if trying to delight the crowd intentionally, Allan turned to the people and said that they had just heard the hero joked. A wide smile blossomed on Allan's face. He realized that the sixth skill of Hermiosis is an attacking one. He was filled with the desire that the hero would come closer, because he sought to clearly demonstrate him how to overcome such an opponent as himself. Hermio waved his weapon, awakening the reception of the flawless sword. His blade flashed a bright glow, filled with the devastating magic of the attack. He went rapidly to Allan when the guy commanded his creatures Dordor and Caroline Doctors. However, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, caused by Allan, the beasts were powerless before the threat. Hermione weapons without unnecessary efforts have broken the creatures that Allan used as a living shield. When Didor was defeated and the hero was just a few steps from Allan, he exclaimed that the guy should not die. Allan was alert. Although there was a little bit of anxiety inside, he had no doubt in his own plan. He just wanted the hero to hit full force. When Hermios had already taken a few steps from the guy, suddenly Allan used to use his high-speed call, and a powerful massive shield obstacle immediately grew between him and Hermios. Germaeus was astonished by surprise, but it did not have time to stop the blow. All his forces rushed to the defense, and Allan used this shield skill and at the right moment. There is a powerful explosion of magic. The whole arena shudders from unexpected thunder, the earth is covered with cracks, but Allan's protective shield can withstand pressure. Although he trembles the whole body, he manages to stand and stop the rapid attack of Hermios. The hero looked at a powerful shield, struck by his indomitability. Allan shouted loudly, passionately praising both his skill and the accuracy of his own words. He announced that now the mirror could be used. The large magical circle swept the shield, after which he suddenly shone brightly. The Ermos watched the amazing transformations on the field without hiding his admiration. At an instant, Allan's shield shone with a dazzling light, which at the same moment fused an attack directed by Hermes himself. The arena shuddered and flew to the piles, leaving only the ruins to the foundation. When the attack subsided, there was nothing left under the feet of Hermios, except the arena that he destroyed with his own power. The guys from the team Ellen leapt to the edge. They only looked, as if fascinated, spreading their mouths with surprise. At this point, Hermios, exhausted, fell to the ground, like a crumpled doll. Allan raised his hand and said, "Only the hero is able to defeat the hero, or feel the power of his own blow. Mirror skill. It doubles endurance and returns all the damage to you. It did not work even after defeat." Allan acknowledged that it was a real risk in view of the features, but his favorite mirror did not let down. It became the key to success. Satisfied with the result, Allan presented the hero heroes. At this point, Hermios lay silently on the ground, looking thoughtfully in the sky. Allan could not get rid of the hesitation. Would the battle continue, or did the end of this confrontation? Contrary to Allan's expectations, the hero just lay motionless on the ground. He was surprised on his face. Allan silently watched the hero. Finally, Hermione dared to break the silence. His face was illuminated by a sincere smile, and he confessed that it was really impressive. He also added that he had long dreamed of this moment, and could not hide his admiration. At this point, Allan wondered if the hero was really going to give up. However, he hoped to hear the objection. At the same time, Allan warned that he was ready to repel any attack by Hermionios. At that moment, the hero stood slowly. With a light smile, he confessed to him. After that, he softly used healing, and mentally agreed. The words of the King of Spirits were true. He nodded and added that it would be great if it had happened. Allan, however, did not hide his astonishment. Then Hermio explained that it means that humanity still hopes for a bright future. Hermios never approached the true essence of the owner of the demons. Others insisted that only by overcoming all the divine trials, he would be able to become unmatched weapons. There was no strength than himself. He was destined to become exactly the kind of hero who was seen by everyone around, but this enemy was impossible to overcome. By this point, Hermionesis has already lost too many loved ones, friends who believed him and stepped up for him in this fierce battle. And yet, as a real hero, He had no right to be desperate. This situation was completely unacceptable for him, although he could not save even 8 from his closest comrades. Once upon a time, one man gave him this ring, because the meeting with this hero had to become an unhappy last hope. Hermione told Allan right in the arena when they stood face to face. At that moment behind the guy still had his favorite mirror. Allan, in surprise to bow his head, asked what kind of hope Hermione said. To this he replied that he refers to the hero, whom everyone called the last hope of humanity. Hermione slowly breathed into full breaths and acknowledged that it was true. But Allan had no idea what pain was about. Hermione added that soon the guy himself will realize himself in his own experience. The test of copper pipes is much more scary than to pass through fire or water. With a radiant smile on his face, Allan lightly raised his hand and politely refused, noting that he prefers to leave it with Hermione. In his opinion, the hero is so cool and stunning that it causes nausea. At this stage, Allan began to feel his patience exhausted. He is already bored that they are still so ceremony with each other. I wanted the Mahan to just reach him the ring, and everything, the end of this fuss. After all, because of this fight, he has already lost the whole handful of his magic stones. Hermione with a sly smile looked at Allan, as if hinting that he thought it was his last technique. Hearing these words, the guy frozen like a fossil. Instantly the incredible force enveloped Hermione. Around everything was plunged into the darkness, and a bright light broke out in the eyes of the hero. The faces of Allan and his comrades were pale. They immediately guessed that Hermione had involved their special skill. The rector of the academy was no less stunned. Instantly mastering himself, he could not understand what the hero Germimos intended this time. Ellen embarrassed a slight excitement. She could not understand how Hermione stood up after such a blow. The words of the hero spoke recently came in memory. They say he could not play at all. He hurriedly began to flip through the pages of the book, hoping that the mirror had already recovered. However, he could not be sure whether he would have the strength to resist him. The situation was also complicated by the fact that for Allan, it meant unforeseen costs. He gathered a few dozen of his techos around him and wondered if his awakened Tahos ability to restrain February tornadoes would be able to. Now a smile played on the face of the hero. The sword in his hands burned with a bright glow, and he strongly told Allan that he was already approaching. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to the guy. With a frantic smile, he exclaimed that it would be the most powerful blow to humanity. Allan is frozen. Then the godmother collided with Techo Allan. There was a powerful explosion, the ground dispersed. Techo's defense could not stand unexpectedly, and the hero finally reached Allan. The young man struggled to repel this attack. At the last moment, he used a awakened self-sacrifice skill. He suffered some of the injuries assigned to several associates, on himself, and his endurance increased immediately. However, even this did not save Allan from a devastating attack. The incredible force of Hermos demolished both hands to the boy, and in the next moment he crashed into the stone wall behind. The faces of the boys were instantly swollen. They shouted with despair, the name of their friend, unable to believe in their own eyes. Allan, filled with blood from head to toe, is powerless, sat near the broken wall. Hermione approached Allan, asking for everything with him. Then, with a sly smile, she wondered how the guy survived a blow from the hero. Allan suddenly opened his eyes in which anger flashed. Slowly, tears of pain rolled on the cheeks. He could not understand whether Hermione really decided to kill him. However, one thing was clear. A long battle was waiting for him, and Allan was ready to tear the ring even from the hero's body if he had to. Suddenly, a small window emerged from which a small object fell. It was nothing more than Mamoko's awakened ability, the blessing of heaven. This artifact is able to instantly return not only full health and supply of mana, but even restore lost limbs. It was thanks to this thing that Allan received his hands again at the same moment. Hermione did not hide astonishment. He could not help but notice how the guy just recovered his hands in his eyes. In passing, Hermione wondered whether Allan kept the elven potion of recovery all the time. The guy lied, carelessly saying that it could be considered that way. Suddenly, in the same magical frame, Allan's sword appeared from the book, the same way in which he was knocked out by Hermione. The guy quickly rose to his feet, confidently grabbed the sword and was ready to fight again. Hermione asked if Allan was really able to call the swords from the air. He was wondering if it was also one of the strength inherent in the calls. Hermione noted that Allan was well aware of the difference in their abilities, so she was truly interested in why he had not yet refused. The guy exclaimed, wondering what this character still wants. Smiling ominously, he reported that Germus had already torn his hands, so it is worth preparing for a cruel, bloody massacre. He also sincerely did not understand why to seem a stronger opponent. He noted that such a logic seemed strange. The enemy had to be strong from the outset, and Allan had to make every effort to overcome him. Hermione was asked how the guy would do if he did not get enough strength to win. He wondered how Allan would do when he was desperate. The guy did not realize why he was asked about it. But looking at Hermios, in whose terms deep longing was read, the feeling of anger began to gradually subside. He realized that the hero was saying quite seriously. Silently froze for a moment. Allan became unfortunate. It seems, even to those who stand on the forefront, it is not always possible to overcome despair. So he finally realized why Hermios was always smiling. He realized that the hero constantly thinks what reaction will cause in people the despair on the face of the one who is called the last hope of humanity. In this world, ordinary players immediately face cruel reality. Many who probably put their hands immediately without standing the pressure. The worst thing is to lose hope. But not everyone came here. Allan had a completely different goal. In his eyes, determination broke out. With confidence in his voice, he stated that if the goal lies beyond despair, he would certainly be able to overcome this limit. When Hermione heard Allan's response that he was outside the despair, a smile appeared on her face. She wondered if this could be possible. He approached Allan and asked who he was. Surprisingly, the guy was immersed in thought at that moment. Allan noted that if the demonic lord calls himself a messenger of the end, then, leaving this logic, he himself is a harbinger of the beginning. Then he added that, in other words, he remained only a newcomer in the cause of the call of spirits. Just Allan. Hermios was genuinely stunned by this statement. He noted that in this case, everything makes a completely different sense. Allan has taken a deep breath, thinking, no matter what the question, the answer would certainly be. At that moment, Hermios was near the boy, which he was amazed at Allan. Suddenly, Hermios stretched out a small ring. Amazed, Allan exclaimed, asking if it was really for him. Smiling, Hermione wondered who else could be. He explained that the King of Spirits himself insisted that this thing would get the harbinger of the new stage. The caller Allan. The guy was confused. It was difficult for him to understand whether everything was happening, and whether it was only someone's fiction, and on what conditions their fight should take place. He was even more confused by the question, is the amulet Hermia really belonged to him? Allan decided that everything was fine, because he should not risk accidentally depriving the hero of life while receiving it. Hermio assured that you do not need to worry about it. Suddenly, he gets the same ring out of his pocket and states that it is his property. He adds with a smile that the owner of the spirits was surprisingly generous. Allan faded, and, as she wound, wondered if they were now finding out the relationship through him. He sighed heavily. Hermione assured that if Allan decides to go on, she will always be near to support him. Smiling, the guy replied that he did not agree, because he did not see any reason for quarrel. As it should be expected, the great hero again confirmed his grandeur, and Allan felt that he simply did not compare him. He was angry because of the words of Hermio, who urged to save him. In his thoughts, the ironic gratitude of Hermios for the efforts erupted by itself. The audience did not understand anything about what happened on stage. The rector followed the events, and the rest of the students thought if the guy decided to give up. At that moment, Hermios laughed loudly, noting that he did not expect anything from Allan. The presenter announced the completion of this special duel. The victory undoubtedly reached the hero of Hermios. As the news came, Allan's team rushed to him. Karina, without holding back tears, hugged him firmly, and Cecil immediately began to look at his hands. Jai stepped sideways and noted that Allan was a truly outstanding personality. Drogo was unable to refrain from consent and emphasized that Allan was always taught full. This ended the martial arts school tournament. Hermios and Dobberg jumped on board the airship and rushed to the front. A week has passed, and the award ceremony took place in the city council. Allan asked Karina if she was here for the second time. The girl smiled and confirmed, adding that it was for the third time for her. As they crossed the threshold, all the views turned to them instantly. Voices whispered in the air, as if before an important clash. Some whisked, they say, Allan is an ordinary guy, even with rare black hair. Others wondered why the kingdom of Retesh was still hiding him. They could not understand this. Did they not have to inform the alliance of 5 continents about the most fertilized children? Serena noticed that Allan has become very famous now. Noticing the guy, Prince Ares exclaimed that he would not move. The knight warned the prince that he would not annoy the guy. The heir seemed to whisper that she understands, however, it remained convinced that they could not be trusted. Allan was surprised that he was already perceived as a threat, though after all it is not surprising, because he could call the dragon. The prince noted that the tournament was extraordinary, and expressed joy about the fact that there are such capable people among them. He also added that the boys should continue to serve for the benefit of the kingdom. The boys eagerly agreed. Allan dreamed that the ceremony ended as soon as possible. The Prince Cranavian was noticeably worried. And suddenly, trying to revive the conversation, he spoke of the brave Allan, remembering how he fought with the hero himself. He stated that he would call this fight the most prominent in the history of the Academy. Allan thanked the high rating and noted that he was pleased to know. The prince himself followed the duel. Suddenly, the prince noted that Vicane Grail is also a decent respect, as such outstanding servants grow on his lands. He fell to know more about his subordinate Window in advance. Window was surprised. Allan hurried to ask, adding that the prince received false information. He explained that he was here as the honorary guest of the Grenville family. When Allan suddenly lifted a small dagger, all present kept breathing in surprise. The knights wondered where the guy came from the weapon. In fact, it was only a ceremonial dagger with a coat of arms. Allan explained that as a child, the priest treated him as best as possible, and he feels an eternal debt to him, which cannot be given. So he agreed to complete one task. He strictly promised that he would become a shield for him and his family before any threat, regardless of the number of enemies. Hearing this, the prince and several present in the hall paved. The heir noted that to protect the knowledge of his kingdom is a worthy respect. Meanwhile, in the northern citadel of the Empire of the Amble Mountains, the girl asked Hermios whether he was at home. The hero confirmed this, although he noted that he was not there for long. The girl wondered how a guy feels so easy. Hermione replied that he seemed to see a ray of hope again. Time flew, and early winter, December. The boys finally got the top tier of the dungeon of Class A. Drogo exclaimed that a difficult game no longer seemed so difficult. The seal only sighed, and noted that they managed to defeat the giant dragon, even without the additional abilities of Serena. The girl hugged Guri and sincerely thanked the griffin for salvation. In addition, this griffin was a creature called Allan, a conscript beast of Class B. Drogo immediately noticed that thanks to the call of Class B, the passage of the level A became a real little thing. Dridora had no objections to this. Merle, however, celebrated that she had climbed to a new level. Allan noticed that only they had not yet reached the maximum. The girl noted that his progress is much slower than he could. Suddenly, Gaia shouted, pointing to the golden chest. He noted that he sees her for the first time in a year. Inside, they found a magic ring that gave the owner 1,000 units of mana. Allan sighed, mutilating that this thing would be a weapon of gold or calcum. He did not rest the idea. Will he have to overcome the Y-rank dungeon for this purpose? Suddenly, Siren paid attention to the cube. The voice came with a greeting for the whole team. Each of them has already overcame 5 dungeons of Class A. He added that now, having their cards, they will be able to open the way to the dungeon of rank Y. Instantly the cards of the boys turned, which enthusiastically admired Drogo and the rest. Allan wondered where the dungeon of the rank of Y cubes replied that he was the Temple of Yampani in the possession of the Boki Empire. Cecil was surprised that the Baku Empire is a state of dwarf. She immediately turned to Merle, asking whether she was aware of him. The girl nodded affirmatively, confirming her knowledge. She confessed that she had never been personally, however. She said that it is a huge temple, which is located in the northeast of the Imperial City. That is where the Great Digrag lives. Allan was amazed, learning that Digrag himself lives in these walls. He always considered the Digraga a deity of the dwarfs, the creator of the dungeon, and who invented even this magical Rubik's magic cube. Kieran sighed hard and sadly, noting that they seemed to be able to get to that dungeon. Gaia looked at her carefully and wondered if there was a chance that they would be able to go there during the summer holidays. Allan thought for a moment, and then asked why they would not be transferred to the Balki Academy. Merle was comforted, because it was there that she felt at home. Drogo also wondered how such a transition could be organized. Sophie noted that she would ask the rector of Theodosel, because as her relative, he is unlikely to refuse her. Rubik's Cube informed the boys that after they overcome the Y-class dungeon, they would be able to challenge the owner of the dungeon. Gia and Sasso were enthusiastically asked who the mysterious person was, and Allan shone with joy, remembering the secret boss. Gia turned to the boys, asking what she was so pleased, because in the post of the lord of the dungeon was de Grag. She asked if they were going to fight against the deity. Serena trembled with fear, and Cecil was already keenly interested. What is promised in the event of victory? Rubik's Cube stated that only the winners will be able to find out from the master of the dungeon himself. Allan's eyes were curious. He realized, the cube himself does not know it. The boy became too interesting. His admiration grew incredibly quickly. The educated Allan exclaimed that next year they would certainly conquer their first Y-Rang dungeon. His friend was passionate about this idea and swore to do it with him. A few days have passed, and King Latash went to Light's quite good age. Life in the kingdom seemed to be frozen. All things were stopped, and economic life was in paralysis. The whole state enveloped in a silent mourning. Only a month has passed. And as planned, without any surprises, the heir officially proclaimed the new prince. Having shown his impressive capacity to call, Allan was quite logical for difficult trials. However, it took about 2 months, and everything remained unchanged. Life was in turn. The day seemed quite commonplace. Everything happened as usual. The sun was gently illuminating the class while the teacher was enthusiastically telling the students about a new topic. Allan Stargolov flipped through the pages of his book, calling for new animals. Marika hung in the air smoothly in the air, and the guy carefully woke up to Karina, who fell asleep just when he was reading. The ring for the recovery of magical energy allowed Allan to spend strength continuously, so it has already turned into a real factory for growing magical herbs. The boys were fascinated by their business, and suddenly in their direction a figure moved in a fast walk. The doors dissolved sharply, and an excited teacher appeared in the hole who hurriedly called Allan. He exclaimed that the guy should immediately gather all his people and go straight to the rectorium. Such a rotation of events was quite alarmed by the whole group. Allan wondered if it was worth carrying with it all the composition. Allan Wonder suggested that this situation could be related to their desire to translate to the Balsai's empire. Together with the accompanying teacher, they reached the rector's office, where the mentor immediately proclaimed that he brought them. The director looked truly tense. In all his office, a depressing, heavy atmosphere prevailed. The man looked at the audience carefully, then took a small piece of paper and mentally pleaded with the great Rosen to support them all. Unexpectedly, the rector turned to the boys, holding a small decree. Therefore, he reported that His Majesty, King Latash, recently sent an order. They all have to go to the battlefield. The boys were quite surprised. Kirena wondered what it means, and Gyar could not shake, as it happened, that all of them, only Sofa. The man led to Miss Sophia Luna, Mr. Breed and Miss Morale, informed that the Rosenheim government, along with the Bauchi Empire, issued orders to return the boys as soon as possible. They are incredibly stunned. The director announced that such an order received absolutely all students transferred here. At this time, Allan just carefully studied the content of the decree. He explained that the document stated that Rosenheim should be their end point. Hearing this, Sophia Luna asked loudly and in surprise what it all means. Allan strictly raised his eyes and noted that the main fighting unfolds in the north of the central continent. The rector stopped for a moment in indecisive silence. His face faded instantly, and, confessing that it was secret information, he added, "All 3 continents moved 10 million monsters." Sirin couldn't believe her own ears. The named figure was too large. Allan, meanwhile, thought where the numbers came from, not marked with red. He wondered who exactly calculates all these monsters. The rector promised to tell everything in turn. Once upon a time, the central continent, considering the most vulnerable of 3, was attacked by the army of the demon bishop. In the meantime, Rosenheim was protected by the blessing of Rosen. The mighty Gaulets did not allow anyone to the boundaries of the Balkus Empire. At the same time, the man noted that with the advent of the hero Germaeos, the weak turned into the strongest. A month ago, an army of 3 million soldiers flew to Rosenheim, and even the inaccessible fortress did not stand before this pressure. Having learned about the invasion of a 3 million demons' troops, which happened a month ago, Sophie was quite unlikely. The man noted that the number of the elf army never exceeded 1.5 million soldiers, less than the army of other continents, especially now that most of the experienced healers have been sent to the Hayamud Empire. He stated that the capital would not withstand the pressure of 3 million soldiers, as 70% of the Rosenheim territory were under the control of the enemy. Sophie, pale like death, turned to him and asked what had happened to Her Majesty. The director replied that they did not know anything about it. There was no such information in the sent message. Sophie trembled with fear. She could not believe that all this really happened, and the formal tried to reassure her. Allan was worried because he knew well that the queen herself was Sophie's mother. The rector reported that the remnants of the elven army are currently preparing for a decisive battle in the south. According to him, if Rosenheim falls, no one will be able to stay. Sophie trembled with horror. Allan realized why they were sent there. At the same time, it was strange to him. If the invasion began a month ago, why did the help ask only now? The director confessed that they, Elfam, are characterized by excessive pride, and that is why everyone learned about the troubles only now. The seal could not be tired of how it could have happened. Meanwhile, Merle wondered what was happening to the central continent and the Baukius Empire. The man noted that the big battle has not yet begun, but everyone is expecting that 2 million demons are coming on the offensive soon, and another million army is in the reserve, preparing to attack the Empire of the Beam. Drogo just did not believe the eyes. They were moving for 2 million. Where so many demons came from, she could not even imagine. Merle, when he faded, barely said, "It is a real double blow." Allan noted that the monster would not hurry to attack. They seemed to be delayed, waiting for a certain moment. He decided that they were trying to regroup their forces, so Allan asked the rector whether they reported the elven healer from the central continent. The director confirmed this information, adding that they had ordered Rosenheim. There were about 10,000 of them, so this process would take a long time. Allan realized that the ruler is just waiting for the healers to leave the territory to start the invasion. Cecil asked if this means that the central continent would have to fight without supporting healers. It seemed like a true madness. The rector explained that he is powerless to change something, because the GMAT Empire already has his hero. In response, Cecil noted that there are 50 fortresses on the front line, and no hero is able to protect them all at the same time. Gia noted that at least these fortresses remained, and here they can hide. However, Allan interrupted her, saying that there were only 6 million left, and he cannot understand where 4 more. The rector agreed with Allan, emphasizing that the Lord has 4 million more in stock. Only now did this reinforcement have noticed off the coast of the central continent. The boys were stunned. 6 million were approaching them. Hazel wondered if Giamat should be moved to the Empire, because if this state falls, the next one in danger will be Latosh. Instead, Gia replied that they had no idea of the intentions of the ruler, and he seems to have already predicted a common panic. Sophie engulfed horror. She said she understands that everyone wants to protect their family. Suddenly, Allan agreed. It became clear that now Tile was simply forced to save Rosenheim. It was their own choice. Sophie looked at him. The entry asked if it was true, and then reported that the aircraft was ready tomorrow. The boys were silent. Cecil asked Allan if he guessed what the reason. The children suggested that the owner of the demons probably spent many years to prepare such an army, and now he had only to decide that he would be the first victim of destruction. He noted that the Rosenheim would first attack, then the central continent, and then the Baukius Empire. At first glance, it seems that troops are distributed in different directions, but in fact they will attack in the following sequence. Cecil wondered why Allan was so confident, because the troops of the reserve army had already landed on their shore. To which Allan replied, "If the elves are able to change the course of war, the army will soon go to Rosenheim." In addition, the demonic ruler has another hidden trump card. Allan noted that the departure of elves from the central continent contradicts the conditions of the Union. The rector confirmed this. Allan noted that the demons are just waiting for a discord between the allies and their union will break up. If this happens, everyone will remain on their own with death. That is why they cannot simply move north and wait for everything to go. They need to save Rosenheim. This is the only way to save Latosh and the other world. Drogo wondered, how do they be able to withstand 3 million? Cecil hesitated the same, not imagining what only 7 people were capable of. But Allan noted that even in this situation there are many opportunities. Sophie exclaimed that Allan was the one who was talking about in the prophecy of the King of the Spirits. And after his duel with the hero, everyone understood. He is their ray of hope. Aleem hesitated whether he had to take the initiative so openly. It is because of this that the army of demons began to move. His equipment left much to be desired, so only his own skill remained in the stock. He fervently stated that they should make every effort and curb the owners of the demons in his den. The boys fully supported Allan. Serena assured that they would surely save the mother of Sophie and the homeland. In Sophia, tears of gratitude performed in his eyes. She thanked them sincerely, and the rector, along with the formal, bowed back. Sophie confessed that she was extremely advice that addressed them, and expressed her deep gratitude and sincere commitment. Member has sadly admitted that she was not able to fight them without her golem. Sophie hugged her and assured her they were fine for everything for the sake of her native land. Drogo noted that the main threat lies in how the mainland will withstand 2 million soldiers, even without the support of healers. Allan has already prepared the answer. He wondered why he would not become a supplier of clover for their army. The rector was clearly lost from such a proposal. Allan explained, "Clover instantly restores 1,000 units of vitality to all allies within the radius of 50 meters. The man noted that clover was able to heal 2,500 people if they are a dense group. Gia noted that the strength of this plant exceeds the possibility of even experienced healers. Allan added that he has a 600,000 such clover. This is enough to close even a small break. The rector wondered whether it was related to the ability of the mocker. Allan replied that they had been grown through Elfie healing elixirs. Drogo, looking at Sophia, addressed her. Why did she stay silent if they acted together? The girl acknowledged. If it were not Allan, nothing would have happened. She noted that it may be a kind of apology for the departure of healers and for the presence of Allan in Rosenheim. The young man praised her. He expressed his hope that this support would be able to preserve the union of 5 continents. Rescue Rosenheim and the protection of the Alliance were a real driving force for them. The rector noted that if they are lucky, they will seriously weaken the influence of the Lord. Gia assured that Allan is absolutely everything. He replied that he would try to get a happy finale, or to win a world that has no end. Returning to Merle, the guy promised to give her 10,000 clover. The girl sincerely thanked him, promising to preserve this gift as the most expensive. He guessed that she would have to move the Golets, and it really had sense. He also emphasized that their plan to go to the Empire of the Beam in April remains unchanged. They prefer to destroy the army of the demons first. Then no one will interfere with their conquest of the dungeon of rank Y. Cecil stated that he was only a narrator. Merle burst into tears and promised that she would be waiting for them in the Bakvik Empire, where they would eventually be convinced of how powerful her goal. The teacher noted that he did not hope that it was time to say goodbye so early. Allan thanked him for the opportunity to study without restrictions. The rector stated that he would remain obliged, but also seeks to fight for the people and the queen. Allan thanked him. Then the teacher turned to Drogo, emphasizing, thanks to his talent, he always finds himself ahead of all, and therefore should be especially careful. The young man agreed. Now there was a real test, the boundary of the possible. As a class leader, he did not want his students to get into the very swirl of events so early. Although they were softeners, it was not possible to doubt their power. Serena, for example, had already surpassed him. His last lesson was that the battlefield did not look like a dungeon at all, so they should be especially cautious and be sure to return alive. Allan stressed that they have no different way to retreat. The classmates of the boys wondered if they were really going to Rosenheim. Allan confirmed this. Gathering together, the students confessed together that they would be sad for them. They thanked the boys and wished them to take care of each other. Allan thought that none of the students seemed to announce them of the onset of the demon's owner. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a rifle. The man approached and assured them that there was nothing to worry about. He took all the problems of the Gia family. Allan, as we should expect from the son of the general, emphasized that it was only a business relationship. Gia sincerely thanked the stranger. Cecil reported that in April they went to the Empire Balkis. Having spent goodbye to the academy, which had already become their home, friends felt sad. Drogo noted that everything happened too rapidly. Allan stressed that it is necessary to make sure that the war in no way influenced the students. It is necessary to restore the front. Serena assured that they would be able to handle it right now. Allan said they would leave the clan hall tomorrow. It is only necessary to bring with you the most necessary. Everything that will fit in inventory. Cecil noted that you should not forget about the supplies of the provision. After learning about the events on the battlefield, she, as a sister, was stunned and alarmed. The guy insisted that all this needed to restore their dignity and respect. But for the girl, the greatest value was not the prestige, but the life of her brother. She burst into tears and wished them all the victories in future battles. Cecil stretched a letter to the servant, ordering him to send the message for its intended purpose. He, without hesitation, agreed. Allan became interested. Cecil assured that she also made such a decision. Her brother Mikai also warned his family before going to the war. Allan apologized to the boys, explaining that they were sent to the forefront only because the king disliked him. Everything is guilty of his pride. The boys looked, silently reading each other's thoughts. Everyone assured that it is already too late to think about it, because the victory over the owner of the demons and so inevitable. Serena sincerely believed he would cope with any threat, and next to him even the legendary demon fellow does not look like a terrible opponent. The next day, Allan went to the suburbs of the scientific city. Lilith reported that they managed to gather information about the army of demons operating on the central continent. She wondered whether they should be destroyed. Allan agreed, adding that it would be difficult, so you should act with caution. She nodded back, and the dragons sighed with fatigue, but confidently moved into battle. At this point, the guys came. Cecil reported that everything was prepared. They headed to the high-speed ship. Sophie expressed gratitude to the servants for their difficult work and promised to find their families. The servants thanked her sincerely. The ship moved forward, and Serena was interested in what was the city of Rosenheim. Cecil asked how to treat foreigners and whether complications may occur. Sophie advised, "In the city it is better not to attract attention. It is necessary to hide the face under the hoods. It is a wonderful continent covered with evergreen forests, and in the heart of the capital stands a majestic tree, the World Tree. Its inhabitants are marked with elegance and kindness, with great respect are treated with the spirits of nature and sincerely squeeze any controversy. The population of this continent is almost equal to the number of inhabitants of only the kingdom of Latasha. The city they head to is always famous for peace and flourished as a lively shopping center." The Torn assured that it would be great if their families were already able to find shelter in this place. Sophie sincerely hoped for it. She had reason to believe that her mother was safe, because she was always a reliable guard. Allan very much wanted them to know about the events in Rosenheim. He was a little worried about the fate of the elves, but they did not receive any instructions, so they were forced to act at their own discretion. 4 days later, the boys reached the destination, the port city of Gnezdo. Cecil, looking around, noted that no traces of destruction were visible here. There was a deep January time when one of the guards recognized the Princess of the Moon. He reported that they were already waiting for the Council of Elders, so he promised to spend them there. While they were traveling in a carriage, Allan suddenly noticed something from which his face faded. On the streets, the whole crowds of miserable and hungry elves. Cecil with anxiety noted that they lacked strength and resources to cure all the wounded. Drogo immediately realized they are not ready for a decisive battle. Allan imagined a huge number of refugees left without food and roof over their heads. Serena offered to feed them with the medicinal clover boys. However, Allan denied. There was no time left. He sought to understand what was happening in this country as soon as possible. GS suggested to split. The boys jumped out of the cart. Allan assured that after all the cases, they would send them a conscript beast. The boys agreed and moved to the refugee camp. When Sophie finally got a huge building, she announced her return. The old elf came to greet the princess, who reported that she had already been waiting here. The girl wondered about her mother's condition without delay and immediately asked where the queen was. The man apologized and explained that they had already asked Her Majesty to evacuate, but she still remained in the front and was currently in the city of TMO. Due to the lack of magical crystals, the connection with it was complicated. Sophie glowed with joy and immediately asked if she was fine with Her Majesty. The man shook his head. Hardly. According to him, TMO is about to be defeated. A huge army of demons is already ready, waiting for the right moment for the offensive. Sophie faded, and Allan reassured that if they had time until tomorrow, they would have time. However, when the elves realized that they were in front of them, they had anxiety. They were alertly asking what he was looking for here. Then another elf noticed that a stranger has black hair. They wondered whether he was the person from the prophecy. Sophie assured that it was. Allan is the chosen one who was awarded the Spirit of the King, and it was for the sake of this mission that he arrived in Rosenheim. However, the surprise for all was that the savior was an ordinary boy. Allan thought involuntarily and noted that one of the elders was completely helpless, but did not voice it. Instead, he decided to join the case. He suggested that he first cure the wounded hand of Elf. The man assured that he had already received the necessary assistance, but also stated that she was finally lost. Sophie advised Lucille to listen more closely to Allan's words. The guy pulled out a tiny object and thought that heavenly blessing would heal all his wounds. A moment, and Lucille's cancer recovered, blossoming with new force. The elves were amazed to the depths of the soul. They wondered if Allan had an Alex elixir. They were unknown since this drink has become known in human kingdoms. Allan believed that people seeing what they wanted to see, and that was meaningful. He asked the general, asking how many wounded in the city. If you count only the military, there were about 10,000. Allan said that this elfish elixir operates in the central square and surrounding streets. It is necessary to gather all the wounded in this area, and the elixir will completely restore their physical and magical forces. He promised to pass them 1,000 of such zil, so he ordered the general to prepare the troops. In response, Lucius exclaimed that even in the whole world there would be no elixirs. He suggested that it could be some other drug unknown to them. However, Sophie interrupted him, noting that it was an Alex elixir, and they know more. She ordered him to act according to Allan's instructions. The boys stated that they would go to Tama to meet the queen, and renewable work would be entrusted with Luciao. The man nodded, explaining that he had little time. In addition, the aircraft will be a light prey for the monster, and the cart will take at least a month. Allan assured that there was no reason to excite. If you have any questions, you can always contact them. He will leave them with their deputies for communication. Then Lily and Popo called. Here the fairy suddenly wondered if it would be easier to simply destroy them. The elf struck his eyes and screamed that a ghost was in front of him. Lily was angry with whether he wanted to die. She was just a fairy whom Allan's talent called. Popo added that Lily has a terrible character, so it is better not to leave her with children. They were stunned by a bird who spoke in human language. Popo assured that it was through him that they can communicate from distance. Sophie urged listening to Allan without unnecessary delay. There was no time to hesitate. The passers-by were surprised why Sophie returned. Their opinion, she should have longed to escape from here, because it was no longer possible to save the country. But the girl only firmly replies that it is not an option to stop or give up for her. People told that their homes were destroyed, and everything they possessed was lost irreversibly. The tears did not go from their faces. One woman with despair confessed that in her eyes a cruel beast absorbed her husband and children. It remained completely lonely, without any hope of salvation. Sophie engulfed true horror. She said she could not retreat for them. Allan insisted that they should go, and then summoned the Grits. At that moment, the boys had already arrived. Sophie and Allan climbed into the sky. The girl announced that she returned to save Rosenheim. She urged everyone not to bury her hands, not to lose faith, and to pray to the great Rosen in the hope of salvation. The elves assured that they could still reach their destination. Meanwhile, the man ordered to gather all the captains to restore the army. Allan warned everyone firmly, because the speed was growing. He activated the flight skill. The name, in his opinion, was quite appropriate, and the journey itself was much more comfortable than a grueling month in a carriage. In addition, they could travel even at night. 2 hours later, Serena noticed something and asked if Taima. Long drew attention to many lights that flashed all over the city. Allan activated his awakening skill and saw monsters. The city was besieged, but the battle did not happen. It seemed as if both sides had concluded a night truce. They managed in time. It was here that the princess was already waiting for them. They had already received the news of her arrival, but did not expect to see her so early. They announced that they will now be held to the queen. It was also added that the sofas were delivered in due course. The queen was surprised when one of the servants suddenly stated that they were not alone. Sophie turned to her mother with a worrying question whether everything is fine. The queen warmly congratulated her and reported that the father of the formal and their entire family had already been transferred to a safe hiding place. This news instantly illuminated the girl with a happy smile. Siren, looking closely, noticed how much Sophie resembles her mother. Allan noticed a squirrel on the queen's shoulders and wondered why she was dormant. He thought that possibly elfie magicians have a special shortage of animal treatment. The queen wondered who all the children were. Sophie presented Allan as a leader of the group and assured that there was no reason to excite. Allan explained that he had arrived from Latash by order of the king himself. The warriors whispered about the black-haired guy from the prophecy. and only 5 children were faced. Allan believed that only Sophie believed in the prophecy. The queen thanked him, adding that she had already reported to his clash with the hero. She was pleased to see him near this crucial moment. Someone noted that Taima would not withstand tomorrow, and therefore, taking advantage of the magic of the mocker, both the princess and the queen should immediately go to the shelter. Elaine frowned. The queen fervently stated that she would stay here until at least one elf. As a ruler, she could not only take care of her own safety. Allan apologized and wondered how many more soldiers who could hold weapons, along with the wounded, remained in the city. He was answered, 60,000 remained capable, and 40,000 are wounded. Allan assured that the army would be restored as they did in the nest. They intend to repel the demons. Someone wondered if they were really planning to attack. This is what Allan arrived. They plan a bold attack on a sudden frozen monsters. Recovery takes time, so you cannot delay. Sophie ordered the formal to stay here and monitor all the affairs so that Allan's assignments were executed without delay. Jaja wondered how many elixirs remained in Allan. Of the 2,000 remained the same number. Serena asked impatiently if they would fight because she had already bored all these chats. Allan noted that he was pleased to see her determination. Suddenly, Lily appeared, and the elves were immediately confused with fear. One of the soldiers was uncertainly wondered if they were really going on a night out. The queen warned Sophie to be careful. Allan reported that together with Hollow, they calculated that 3,000 soldiers had accumulated around the city. He suggested suddenly attacking the main camp because they are definitely not waiting for the attack. There was no living soul on the road. Allan called for an impressive number of animals. He suggested that Didradora could attack from above in the area. Allan's boars left near Carolyn, because they will easily deal with danger. He called Harami, Karakula, and Atvina, ordering them to apply special skills and awakening on everyone. After that, the detachment went on the road. The boys also used their skills, preparing for the future battle. According to Allan, this will be their first clash with the whole army of demons. Allan reported that they would attack with Cecil from above. The rest he ordered to act the same and not delay. At the same time, the guy warned, do not overdo it. The boys agreed, and Allan from Sicila rushed into the heart of the battle. The guy recalled that he had not encountered monsters outside the dungeons for a long time. Everyone slept firmly without even exposing any guard. The month has passed since the 3 million army of demons broke into Rosenheim. Like a relentless avalanche, it worn out the elves' cities and fortresses, leaving only ruins. Allan, even with the support of the all-eyed White Knight, did not see any prisoners. Even the monsters for war need reserves, so residents of the city have become only a resource for them. Allan realized that this is a real war to destroy the enemy of all humanity. The guy nod allowed Cecile to start. The girl said that the crucial moment had come. She lifted her staff, made a call to the heavenly messenger, and suddenly a small but incredibly powerful meteorite was rapidly crashing from the sky, defeating the monster. Cecil gladly announced her success. Allan in amazement noted that she destroyed 10,000 monsters at once. The guy was passionately noted that Zassel is a real miracle. Karini was strictly forbidden to use their additional ability because she could not stop. Now his herd has come to join the game. The monsters did not even have time to seeing the boys, they turned out to be too powerful. Allan cast his gaze on the burned ground and fully appreciated what the witch was capable of. He noted that in close casemates, everything looks not so terrible. He asked if her strength had increased due to its proximity. She regretted that she was able to use it only once a day. Suddenly, the staff was illuminated by a bright glow. They were faced with a monster. Allan quickly noticed among the enemies of healers, they had to be destroyed first. Serena immediately executed the order. Meanwhile, the monsters were talking about something. Allan wondered if their unexpected attack and a mysterious army of dragons were disoriented. There was a right moment to reduce the number of monsters even more. Cecil applied his skill, and Allan meanwhile caused even more dragons. Suddenly, the informant reported that the army from the North Camp, which has 30,000 soldiers, moved forward. Everyone had to climb the sky immediately. Serena confessed that she was just beginning to enjoy. Cecil wondered if their raid was already completed. Allan denied. No, as long as the elf army continues the offensive, they will continue to support him. He reported that it was necessary to attack the enemy camp in the south. Are they ready for battle? He asked the boys. The boys glowed with perseverance and eagerly. As a result, 40,000 soldiers lost the army in one night. The queen noted that it was a truly impressive result. Thanks to the elixir of the boy, they managed to quickly restore the army. Allan was convinced that the army of demons was in full disorder and is unlikely to organize the offensive. The queen expressed their sincere gratitude on behalf of the entire elven people. For the guests, everything was ready. The treats and cozy rooms were waiting for them, so the boys had to rest. Allan answered her with gratitude. Knights reported that Tamao was saved, but they were confused with the rest of the cities and did not have a clear action plan. Allan, surprised by their conversation, wondered what it was about. After the fall of the elven capital, the queen hid in one of 4 cities. The demons have never been able to find out where it was. However, it lacked the strength to blame the blow on all fronts. It was the last outbreak of orderly resistance from the disparate army. Their arrival allowed to win precious time. Tired Allan reported that they spread 500 elixirs in each of the cities surrounded. They also left the custom creatures to keep the situation under control. At the same time, the monster's army is already exceeding 300,000. Allan spent all the heavenly blessings together with 2,500 Class B stones to cover the shortage. He did not give him the idea of why there was no any crystal merchant in their throne room, as is usually the case in other games. The knights sighed joyfully because they were finally able to fight. However, Elf noted that in fact they only delayed the inevitable suffering. Allan also agreed with this gloomy statement. The army of demons was still tightly surrounded by Taima, and around 2.5 million of enemies remained all over the Rosenheim after the bloody battles and losses of elves. The queen noted that even delaying the opponent's attack for only 1 day, they thus retained their lives. Their gratitude was so deep that it was difficult to convey in words. Allan noted that the war is unlikely to end in the near future, and then he wondered if they really thought he would give up the award for the task. The boys looked at their ways in surprise, and the knights, alert, kept alert. Allan was the first to voice his demand. He needed magical crystals. All that can be found among the remnants of bodies belongs only to him. The queen found it quite fair, and without hesitation agreed to his conditions. Hearing this, Allan suddenly asked him to introduce him to the king of the spirits, which surprised the queen. He carefully wondered if there would be no difficulty because of this. Sophie, however, asked that she had not yet introduced him. The girl expressed doubt that she would be able to talk to the great Rosen. Allan wondered what had happened. The queen in response assured that everything is fine. Suddenly, the squirrel, which settled on her shoulders, said and stated that it seems to be the herald of the beginning. Allan felt genuine surprise. The squirrel itself was a great Rosen. She wondered what this guy achieved. Allan greeted him. The siren asked if their god was really before them. The elves cast angry glances at her. The guy apologized, adding that he imagined God otherwise. Finally, he thanked him for the ring. Rosen noted that all this in the past, and there is no point in moving the old, especially since the heroes sought it. After that, he wondered what Allan wanted from him. The guy stated that he wanted to receive a reward for rescuing Rosenheim. Hearing this, Rosen wondered what award he was in mind. Allan was indifferent to gold or ancient relics. He sought only one thing, that his comrades would go into the mode of real hell. Rosen considered this strange demand. Allan explained that his comrades were stuck at a maximum height because they chose a slight level of complexity. In hell mode to earn points is much more difficult, but there are no restrictions. Rosen replied that he would check it. He stopped. Suddenly, someone pulled Allan sharply. Cecily was curious about what requests to the King of Spirits were about. She had no idea. Drogo was completely confused and could not understand anything. Rosen said that he had addressed the help of an almond, the goddess of creation, and she assured that it was impossible to change the established order. Listening to this, Allan only abandoned that there was no benefit from Rosen. God wondered what the boy wanted from a little squirrel. Allan has already guessed that Rosen did not occupy a prominent position among the inhabitants. Allan wondered if Rosen could decorate his friends' backpacks, that is, to increase his status from a simple sword to a swordmaster, or even higher. On the part of Rosen, the conversation went on to the issue of class change. He wondered how much more he could shame the gods, and noted that after he chose the path of the bishop demon, he had already made trouble. They had a hurry to create a call, and instead of 6 stars he was given as many as 8. Allan himself realized the power of the call should be restricted. He said it was really interesting, and asked if they could change talents because they did not want to strive anymore. From the expression of Rosen, Allan realized, this is really possible. And God stands. Rosen noted that to give a talented person abilities is not the same as developing an existing shaky. His own strength will not be enough for this, so he will have to pay for years. The boys did not want it. Allan noted that their lives were not boundless, so they could sacrifice experienced scores. Rosen added that in this case, the boys will return to the first level. Allan replied that he did not deny if it was the entire amount of payment. He wondered if the overall skills would be stopped. Rosen explained that every time you can get only 1 star, and those who are missing do not participate. Allan was sorry for Merle. He noticed that Rosen had already prepared. God called himself to those who read thoughts. Allan apologized and stressed that he had no requests. Rosen explained that this is why the guy's thoughts penetrated. He had a sister named Gamer. He could give her any single-star talent that the same guy will choose. Allan noted that Mayura would certainly be happy. He solemnly promised to make every effort to save Rosenheim. In the meantime, Rosen quietly plunged into sleep. Allan reported that they would leave because they also want to relax. The elves were surprised. Rosen talked for so long and exchanged replicas with an omission that it caused them a real surprise. They assured that everything should be written carefully. Elf noted that they need to get used to the idea that Allan is a chosen one. In the morning, Cecil came to Allan. He politely congratulated the guest, and she immediately wondered what negotiations with the owner of the spirits on her behalf. Allan immediately felt their anger. He was broken. Whether to open the truth to them that he has arrived from another world, or keep it secret. In the end, he dared and told everything. He said that when he was in another world, he deliberately chose the talent of the mocker. It was there, thanks to the patronage of the goddess, he was destined to be born for the second time. And yesterday, relying on the memories of the past life, he had a conversation with the king himself. The boys were frankly surprised. Sophie noticed that Elmisius really sent them a real rescuer. The guy confessed that the goddess did not demand anything from him and tried to contact him. Sophie assured, it is quite normal, because the deity should not interfere directly. Allan suddenly realized that Rosen was a half-god, which means he can find a way to solve the situation. Dewey was comforted by the fact that Allan did not become Lord. Cecil was interested in asking how many years of Allan. They were stunned by his answer. Drogo wondered if Allan was already an old man during their children's competitions. The guy replied that the case was not at all. He shared it with the boys because they were one team, almost inseparable. They had a lot of common. Even Allan's parents did not know about it, and he sought to keep everything secret. Sophie noted that he could not say nothing at all. Allan laughed and joked that he still knocked out some privilege, which is why they looked dissatisfied. Cecil replied that she would really rejoice if she guessed what she was talking about. The guy wondered, they say, she wants to become an outstanding magistrate, not just a sorcerer? He wondered what the magic of the 4-star level is called. Drogo replied that one day God himself mentioned it. Sophie and Cecil laughed, they say. He did not understand anything. Allan announced that it was time to go to war. They had to take a test to change their profession. The army had to face the monsters. The warriors removed the shields, courageously against the rage of the dragon. It looked like a real miracle. When the terrible beast fell down, the characters thought, did they manage to get an unprecedented power? Travelers gratefully whispered about heavenly patronage. The man in the cloak also did not hide his astonishment. Allan noted that the strengthening for the caused beasts, it turns out to work for the elven army. Siren wondered when the battle began. Allan, I am convinced that he could cause even more creatures, called Arapons. He ordered Arapon's army to demonstrate his power. Drogo noted that an army of 3,000 soldiers is already a serious force. They watched all aside. Looking at the Arabans, Allan noted that these creatures could not be overcome unless you strike a special skill of the hero. The appearance of Eratos caught monsters by surprise. Allan ordered the use of acid, and they poisoned the monster with their deadly charge. Allan has almost exhausted heavenly mercy, and the last stones have long ended. Now they will have to survive by smashing monsters in search of salvation. He advised to surround the monster and not forget. Every destroyed creature is a replenishment of the military treasury. A fierce fight unfolded on the battlefield. And it was at this point that Kirana appeared, demonstrating her new extraordinary skill. Drogo exclaimed that they should immediately rush to her. Each of them used their skills in battle. Sophia, raising her head with the Prince of Prince, strictly stated that she would never forgive them over their native land. She turned to the Great Spirit when she received freedom. The spirit promised to wrap all the enemies of Sophia on the ashes. The deaf roar of explosions was barely heard, and the soldiers recognized the princess in the figure of the spirit. They stated that ants and dragons were their help. They had to fight as desperately as Sophia. The chaos reigned on the battlefield. Everyone exterminated their opponent. Allan believed that things were just wonderful. There were no stronger monstrous creatures around, and these opponents seemed like a solid smallness. The Arapons also coped well. Tomorrow they will lay new eggs, so they will grow again. In 30 days they will already have a whole army of 3,000 Arapons. The soldiers noticed how the monster rushed to the north. They wondered, does the enemy retreat to their main camp? The victory was behind them. Everyone celebrated the victory, magnifying the queen and the army. On that day, 4 cities reflected all the hostile pressure, although there were only about 3,000 elves on the battlefield. The father roared over the body of his dead child. Suddenly, a man came to him in a cloak. The father immediately recognized him. Jae returned his life with the help of divine intervention. When she spoke, her father hugged her firmly, and Jaja was released. He confessed to everything. Allan praised him. Jai failed to save everyone. Allan assured that the guy had positioned. Meanwhile, Night told the queen that soon the alert of the battle. They destroyed about 100,000 monsters. The queen did not hide her astonishment. The elves noted that in the south there is an unbearable heat. Having defeated all the opponents in those lands, the army moved to the eastern gate, after which the demons panic flee to their camp. The elf stated in the cloak that he now wants to be hidden in the nest immediately. She stubbornly refused, and then the elf exclaimed that it was her stubbornness that he was unbearable. Formal turned to the Hetrieg, ordered him to treat the queen respectfully. He only swayed in response. Allan suddenly remembered this elf. Sophie explained that they are facing the strongest elementist in all Rosenheim, and talks to Formal. Lord Getrug is a shower envoy and the queen's personal guard. Cecil compares him to the legendary sword master of Fly. Allan thinks why the Getrug did not participate in the battle. He may have remained in the shade to best protect the queen. He looked at it and thought that his charms should help. Having subtracted the 70,000 stones that Allan promised to the Allan group, they remained 30,000. Siren glowed with joy. Allan noted that it is too early to stop. It is necessary to carefully investigate the situation on the southern front. Called troops are urgently needed to reinforce. Elf reported that air connections are now restored. The army that was restored in the nest was going to return to the front line. Only 2 days passed, and the course of military events has changed dramatically. The queen glowed with joy. She wondered Allan if he still had an elixir. The young man replied that he was being prepared now. He learned that today they have used 400 elixirs, and warned, if you need additional, let them pay for stones. For hundreds of elixirs we'll have to give 500 stones of B-class. The gathering was angry. Cecil noted that the war was picking up a lot of resources. Gia supported his opinion. The knight addressed Allan, asking that therefore was known about the enemy army. This guy seemed omniscient. Called creatures monitored the enemy. Meanwhile, Lord's army cleared 4 cities from hell and was now leaving the north. The soldiers froze in surprise, because the advantage was still on their side. Allan ordered his group to chase the enemy to find out their true goal, and at the same time reduce their numbers. The elves were treated with distrust. Allan insisted that the warriors immediately return from the nest. Having united the forces, they were to move north to release the capital of fortress. The queen was confused by surprise. She clarified that they should attack, not defend themselves. Allan suddenly stated that he intends to completely destroy the remains of the army of the Lord. The attendees did not hide their surprise. The boys were tirelessly chasing the demonic army that retreated north. Thanks to the rapid attack on the enemy's rear, they won 30,000 precious stones. If the events continue to unfold at the same pace, there will be no trace in 100 days from the 3 million army. Somewhere in the days of March, counting from time to time, the boys flew forward. Allan believed that they would soon reach the capital. It seemed to him that the enemy was preparing to gather new forces, and suddenly he frozen in place. The boys wondered if he noticed something suspicious. Allan replied that the situation was extremely bad, because he managed to solve the design of the enemy. Formal, looking carefully at them, assured, they do not cope with it on their own. Allan reported that he would have to go back. Returning to the Arapons, he stated that they would withstand tension. The queen wondered if the army was really coming to Seami in 1,000,000 soldiers. The four armies removed the siege from the cities, stopped to wait for reinforcements, united, and decided to attack Tama. In just 2 days, they will get there. The queen turned to the white pit. Allan guessed that the demons noticed her presence. It turned out that these creatures were much cunning than he imagined. Alpha decided that these forces were governed by a skilled commander, because they moved with incredible coordination. 1,000,000 soldiers are a really powerful army. The boys looked at Allan. He stated that he planned to capture the fortress immediately, and then take the fight just under its walls. Now they have no other way. We should fight for Tama. He wondered whether the queen wanted to organize evacuation. She also replied that in 2 days it is impossible to take out all the inhabitants, so they will stand side by side in the fight. Silence fell. Allan thanked her, noting that he had not hoped for anything else. Suddenly he was illuminated. He wondered if the intelligence army had their skills could be useful. The man reported that there are about 3,000. He was indifferent if Allan decides to bring them with him. He only asked to choose a commander among them, who would then hand over his plan. After that, they will remain 3 days to strengthen the city's defense. The man understood everything and assured that they would make every effort to transfer the troops from the nest as soon as possible. He gave the command to move on. Cecil wondered if it was scared of it all. Allan thought that since he had a second life, the fear of death disappeared for him. The only thing that really worried him now is the fate of his friends. The boys subsided instantly. They exclaimed that he should think more about his own safety. However, Allan assured that he is superfluous. He is about to protect everyone. Marshall was impressed with their coherence. The warriors began training. 3 days have passed, and the enemy was already coming. The Katrug himself was ahead of the army. The elf conveyed Allan's words that they managed to destroy as much as 400,000 demons, almost half of the enemy army. The Gatharugu could not tread why their help was still needed. The elf reported that there were no more enemies, and promised to defend the city. They were coming an army of 600,000 demons. A fierce battle began. Gatruga exclaimed that their arrows did not even slow down the opponent's offensive. The elf exclaimed to the warriors, calling them not to lose their courage and stand up for the queen. Suddenly, Griffin came out just over them. It was Allan. He arrived on time. He wondered if his spirit was followed by a Kutrug. He confessed to balance on the verge and needs any support. The battle again awaits. 400,000 bodies, 110,000 stones. And Allan remained only 20,000, and another 600,000 monsters on the way. It was a whole rope of grueling duels, and Allan almost brought her comrades to the limit of opportunities. Unfortunately, there was no magical potion against fatigue and stress, but they had to last a little. Fortunately, his team was next to Allan. He called the Arabans and ordered them to multiply. He loudly called for everyone who was around. Demons have not suffered in battle. Allan added that he was chasing them without stopping for 3 days and 3 nights, so they do not even imagine how angry he is. He ordered the Dorada to fight all his efforts. The dragon exhaled the flames, destroying the demons in place. The gathering is amazed, shocked by the incredible power of the spell. Allan Held unfolds the book. The B class of magic stones is reduced rapidly. There are only 15,000. A loud reference suddenly sounded on the battlefield. Allan thought for a moment, and then turned to Karina, Cecil, and Sophie loudly, urging them to take advantage of his assembly. Cecil raised the rod and said calmly that she had already done everything. Meanwhile, Serena and Sophie used their abilities silently. The monster rushed to fight against demons. Katuga exclaimed, ordering his spirit to destroy enemies. A giant glove emerged from the ground. The elf looked sharply towards the 5th detachment and ordered the reserve skills. The detachment made the team without hesitation, and powerful explosions began to rise above the field. The battle unfolded at full force. Allan tensed, feeling that the invasion would not be able to restrain. He feverishly thought about what other actions could take. They remained about 400,000, and Allan had only 9,000 magical stones. The cost of the call was 290 units every minute, so this stock will only be enough for half an hour of battle. Suddenly, one of the monsters was struck by a powerful blow. Drogo reacted lightly and kept balance, and Gia immediately rushed to treat the girl. Allan approached her and wondered if everything was fine. The girl assured that yes, adding, her demons were about to fall on this row. Allan was thinking that he still shifts responsibility for A-wound monsters to Siren and Drogo, And this is a great burden for both. Earlier it seemed to him that this was the right strategy, but now he began to doubt. Would they be able to have time? Serena and Drogo were in a very serious condition. Suddenly, he noticed that the elfic warrior was racing nearby, squeezing a bag firmly in his hands. It was a scout. He said that there was a real hell. After reaching the northern gate, he collided with another night guard, who immediately ordered him to rush there. He ordered the scout to throw a bag into a well. From it, immediately, the magic stones fell on the pages of Allan's book. According to the scout, this was the secret of victorious tactics. Allan did not hide joy. Finally, the long-awaited payment came. His thoughts were circulated around questions. What would spend that money? In just 3 days, they managed to eliminate almost 400,000 monsters during the assault in the rear of the enemy. However, there was no time to collect the trophies. This case was taken over by elves. They pulled precious stones from the bodies of fallen enemies and brought prey Timo. Allan was surprised that the flow of opponents seemed to be diminishing. They went and went. Cecil noted that she was heard with melody sound. Allan exclaimed with delight that there were 300,000 magic stones at their disposal. "It's time to start a counterattack," he said. Allan gave the command of Didridor to enter the arena. The dragon broke out the capture. Finally, he had the opportunity to become part of this long-awaited action. Many dragons released the flames of rage, burning the demons one by one. Allan has gained a lot of experience. He spent 580 classes 5th. Allan, exploding the rage, ordered not to stop loudly, shouting all his indignation and anger. The boys did not hide their surprise, and Serena was frankly admired. Drogo, having become discouraged, carefully noted that she burns not only enemies, but also magic stones. Soldiers, watching this scene, unexpectedly spoke. It was difficult for them to understand whether the troops were actually running away. Kutruga, along with the elves, watched this sight, stunned to the depths of the soul. Their mouths were revealed with surprise. The soldiers were surprised by the power demonstrated by these people. Within a few hours, the battle subsided. The army of the owner of the demons, Timo, was completely defeated. Eventually, about 200,000 magical stones were spent. And considering 3 days of continuous cultivation of peaches, the number reaches 400,000. However, another 200,000 charred stones were dug on the battlefield. The elves said that the king of the spirits did not leave them in a difficult hour. "I am grateful to the great Rosen for their support. They won on harps and joyfully had fun." The boys were in hot springs, enjoying the holiday. Allan took a deep breath. His face was illuminated by a wide smile. He stated that after a successful hunt, he would not replace the hot cup. Other boys fully agreed with him. The wide door dissolved. The soldier entered the hall and, stamped, announced his appearance. The elves trembled with fear covered by anxiety. One of the soldiers assured that he should not be afraid, because he was on their side. They understood it, but still couldn't overcome their fear. Well mounted to the edge, Allan entered and reported that 200,000 people escaped, so he never received the title of Destroyer of all living things. However, 8 of 1,000 remained unbreakable. They were not going to run nowhere. The queen smiled warmly and thanked for salvation from this danger. She added that the events unfolded exactly as the Voladar spirit provided. Allan was a true rescuer of their state. Allan sighed, said with sadness that in this case everything would happen very carefully, and almost imperceptibly. He wondered what would happen if 2 million enemies were attacked by suddenly. The elves were silent, and silence fell for a moment. But suddenly Allan smiled, confessing that he was only joking. He assured everyone that the victory would be easy, since there is no doubt. He also emphasized that they should be particularly thanks to the scouts. Their work really deserves the highest praise. The elves thought about these words, and some of the soldiers even agreed with the opinion. One of them returned to Allan and asked what their further plan of action would be in this war. Allan struck these words. The man suddenly stated that they would develop a strategy together. He also added that if the intelligence is not mistaken, the number of invaders in Brosengama should be reduced to 1,700,000 soldiers. That is why it is worth staying alert. The owner of the demons will do everything possible to break the course of events. In particular, it can send help. The man wondered whether Allan referred to an army of 4 million soldiers, stuck in sea ice and doomed to inaction. In response, Allan confessed that he was tired of endless battles near Thyma, and seeks to finally find himself in a more convenient battlefield with reliable fortifications. The man assured that there is nothing more reliable for a fortress like a paw. It is a real mountain stronghold, inaccessible and strong, like a rock. Alyest asked if it was the same fortress standing north of Tama. He was told that yes, and now she was truly captured by demons. The man admitted bitterly that he had previously regretted that he left the fortress without involving all its protective capabilities. Allan did not see any sense in Tama. It's time to act decisively. He stated that they should regain what they belonged to them. The man assured that he understood everything, and suggested that half of their troops be sent to the capture of La Polka. Another elf added that it will take 5 days to meet. In the meantime, reinforcements have already been setting out of the nest. Allan warned, this is a real pursuit over time. During these 5 days, they had to defeat the remains of a broken army. Now it was necessary to discuss the plan of action to the little things. After a brief conversation, they assured Allan that they understood everything and advised him to relax. The boys went to bed, but in the middle of the night, Allan called Lily. He explained that he needed her help so that he would get somewhere. The fairy wondered in surprise whether he really called her in the middle of the night for the sake of it. The next day, 3 fairies were among the mountains. One of them noted that she saw them, and they were all simple mortals. In front of them, the inaccessible fortress of La Polka stood. Allan was amazed, because it appeared in front of a fortress surrounded by steep rocks. He inadvertently thought that it would be extremely difficult to get it. It seemed to him that from here it was possible to see the world tree. It is so giant. The fairies were disguised as a monster to invisibly penetrate the fortress. Allan strictly warned, they are forbidden to kill so far. Even if their masking is revealed, no one guesses that they are called fairies. Meanwhile, the inner walls of the fortress were literally swarmed by monsters. Suddenly, one of the monsters returned to the dressed fairy. She looked around quietly and asked what it was necessary. He ordered her to pick up this trolley and take him to the Master Glaster until he was kindly configured. She was wondering who really is the Master Glaster. Is the ordinary boss of the Snow Fortress, or perhaps the supreme commander with all the army in Rosenheim? She silently agreed with instruction and moved. He added that he appreciates her own life, so let her hurry up. It seemed to her that he was quite smart, because she was able to brew tea. However, he did not even know about any safety measures. Paying up, she confessed that she was not sure how much it can be life-threatening. Allan was impressed with the franticity of this tea. Suddenly, he froze in place, unable to utter a word. The fairy, all hidden under the suit, noticed a small table in a spacious hall with a high ceiling, behind which 3 demons sat. At first glance, they all looked extremely influential. One of them had a small horn on the left side, and the other part of his face was densely covered with hair. The second demon looked harsh. His short hair opened his face, and his head was decorated with 2 massive horns. The third demon, rather like a beast, also impressed the creature of no less weight. Allan guessed that he was in front of the senior demons, and in the heart of archdemons stood. This hierarchy was first revealed by the hero about 8 centuries ago. Then Hermios dared to get into the heart of their possessions, and destroyed several of them. They were told at school in a lesson. He was very fond of learning about their condition. Seeing a fairy, they noted that the tea was brought in time. One demon suggested making a break, but in rage, the Gleezer exclaimed that it was better for them to focus on finding the causes of their defeat. The demon sighed and noted that the Spirit King Rosen reached divinity. That is why the elves received such a power. Another expressed surprise, because it was difficult to imagine that this proud race would seek help from someone from abroad. Yet he wondered, did the Rosen do not hurry with this uplift? The demon noted that their spiritual messenger has already achieved true grandeur, so it is not possible to exaggerate. The demon also stated that it was impossible. If a great messenger of the spirits appeared, they would never go so far. He was not aware of the monster that became enemies, but he heard the legends of dragons and ants. Allan was delighted with this incredible spy mission. The most important thing, he was not even suspected. He believed that there were no agent among the elves. The glacier exclaimed that they behaved like a blind mouse, and they did not understand anything. He added that the commander had already applied for reinforcement. Allan looked around in surprise, accepting him as armsman. Some of the audience wondered if he had at least a chance to get here alone from the capital. This option was impossible. Glaster has hurriedly assured that he passed everything into their hands. Allan believed that all of them were higher demons, and the mysterious archdemon had not left the capital yet, quietly being there. The situation became increasingly intense. but he expected that they would soon call backup fighters. The glacier noted that the next time they will bypass the elves from both flanks, patiently wait for reinforcements, and break their resistance by simple force. 10 kilometers north of Tama. The dark-haired guy thought that now it is not time to collect stones at all, so he hoped that the elves would cope with this task much better. A girl with a neat ribbon in her hair, which was pouring the stones, turned in surprise to him. She could not believe that the guy, knowing the demons and the devil's threat, decided to entrust the treasure of elves. A girl with 2 tails and a guy in the bandana were surprised. They could not inspire that they were standing in front of them for the mighty demons, and they tried in vain to remember their names, calling them the Supreme Devils. A dark-haired guy imagined himself a kind of final boss in Rosenheim, but a girl with a bow and no idea who he was. It seemed to her that such a person had never appeared in their country. However, it did not make it easier. Every hour the guy in the bandana was increasingly lost in guessing. What is it for the plan? According to the plan, the reservists had to move south, bypassing the main route. The girl sighed with anxiety, and the dark-haired young man became noticeably serious. In the south, it was hidden, where they were going to be well eaten by elves, and then with new forces to attack Tama. But a girl with a bow in her hair noticed that in this den, many fugitives from the whole kingdom gathered. And the other girl grabbed the boy for her clothes and began to shake him, hoping that he would ban them and agree with her. It was important for her to hear it from his mouth. However, the guy was sincerely wondered. Why should he stop them? He is not red, so it does not apply to him. A moment, and a deep silence reigned in the hall, and the guy did not stop. He sought to convey that he was not the only one who beats here, so together they could repel the enemy using the whole arsenal. The guy in the bandana thoughtfully wondered. He realized that his satellite should finally master his special ability, one that is the unity of body and soul. As he said, the girl with tails, serious and focused, stated that she has her skills at the highest level from the baby. Her skills include saber, cut, flying sword, red flower, thunder and lightning, adamant body, and fencing, an additional fragment. Overcoming the limit. The guy with a slight note the amount said that it does not seem to master this skill, but the skill will master it. In response, the girl just shrugged. They say, you do nothing. When something switches in her head, the ability to work herself. And if there is no switch, nothing happens. She just arranged as a dark-haired guy grabbed a girl for his cheeks and squeezed her face like a duck. The guy obviously did not understand anything. He claimed that she was not able to do it and suggested that some god was involved here. The girl immediately asked him to let him go. However, the guy was not going to let her go because he realized that someone had decided to intentionally restrain its potential. After all, she is no less than the heroine. The girl with the bow thought for a moment and noted that if her abilities are really acting, then by characteristics she almost equalized with her brothers. The dark-haired guy suggested taking control of Eksh and mastering other abilities under her cover. In addition, you should not get hung up on the restrictions. Then you will be able to cut all the archdemons into pieces. Serena accepted the order, promising that she would not be afraid, but decisively began to cut. But the guy immediately squeezes his fist, unambiguously hinting that she should be careful. Looking into the book, he realizes that he himself is quite skilled in this business. He did not have a special magical blow. After numerous battles and accumulation of enormous experience, it reached the 63rd level. But nevertheless, among the acquired skills remained those that he could not apply. His level was insufficient to master the command of command. The young man was convinced that she would become available after the 60th level, but it never happened. He did not understand when he finally managed to unlock these skills. Be that as it may, he had nothing left but to cut this endless armada of reinforcement. After Lily and the wolfskin skillfully revealed all the designs of the enemy, they began to track the movement of the reserve army of the owner of the demons. All this huge mass, 4 million demons, rapidly rolled to the Rosenheim's shores. On the map, the figure of the army of the invaders flashed. 1,700,000. At the same time, the offensive forces were divided, 3 million in one direction and another 1 million in another. And when the enemy approached, split according to new tactics, it became obvious that they would not prevent their plan to adapt to this non-standard situation. During the military council, it was decided to accelerate the storm of the Lapoka fortress. It would take at least 10 days to transport all 300,000 elven warriors. At least 10 days, a time that we simply do not have. So this idea had to be discarded. A February calendar appeared on the wall. 3 days have passed, and now our next stage is Tama. General Luadril warmly greeted Mr. Allan, and he gladly noted that they had not seen themselves for a long time. The general reported that their fortnight army, which had just arrived from the nest, was already fully ready for action. They will also join the Gatrug with others. Allan could not comprehend what would happen to Her Majesty, Queen. In response, he was informed that, as it should be expected, she would remain in Tama, a wonderful queen in luxurious attire, elegant and majestic. She stood surrounded by her guards. Lucidrol told that he had left his hand during the battle for the northern fortress. It was pulled out by the monster. He believed that this creature far exceeds the monsters of the rank A. Perhaps the archdemon himself was in front of them. This thought was in his head. Sighing, Allan agreed, but put forward the condition to give all the strongest demons to them. He promised to lead the detachment, while others had to follow him. The rope of griffins and flying ships came to the sky. Ellen noticed the bat down to the right. The formal immediately accepted the order and also drew attention to the bat in the same corner. The mouse whistled low above the ground and suddenly fell, removed from the game. Allan did not hide his joy and proudly stated that he was only under the power of lifting the enemy from a distance to a whole kilometer. He noted that the formal style is perfect for attacks. His level reached 60, the power was 1,322, and the stock of mana was 716. 10 months have passed since their first meeting, and additional abilities have not been manifested. Allan was convinced that he had warned. He would only use it to protect Sophie, so it should not be forced. But suddenly, someone turned to him. It was formal. He obviously did not know what actions to take further after the rescue of Rosenheim. The guy was noticeably surprised by this issue, and the elf added that his help had come from the way. They were in a hopeless position, and he sincerely appreciated the dedication of another. However, having such a force, he could not understand what step Allan would take. The desire to find out at all costs has become a true obsessive idea for him. At that moment, the formal looked as concentrated as possible, while the dark-haired guy was surprised. He did not hear what he heard, because he hoped that the King of Spirits would keep the word and increase the level of all participants. Allan confessed that he had dreamed of getting 4 stars since childhood, while trying to remember the names of those who have already reached this top. A shadow of the sum appeared on the face of the elf, and after a short pause, he, apologizing, confessed that his question was ill-advised, and meaningless. The girl with the bow hastened to reassure him, turning to Sophie. They say it is not necessary to worry, because Allan, most likely, predicted absolutely everything to the smallest detail. Fortress Lapoka on the mountain high, February 4th. The crunch of snow under the soles was in silence. Allan noted that there are 2 gates in the surf walls, northern and southern. They decided to go to the south entrance. The guy in a large round hat jokingly noticed that walking through such snowstorms is a real pleasure. The leader assured everyone so they would not worry, because they would be laid the trail. And, raising his hand, ordered the stars to move forward. The Steel Knights moved forward, covering other warriors. They were opposed to 50,000 elves, while the defenders were 300,000 demons. The enemy army froze, as if afraid to take at least a step. However, they decided to adhere to a protective strategy. Demons kept at the entrances, and their leader mocked us, attackers, ruthlessly calling us fools. He seemed to think we were too self-confident. However, with such a few detachment, they still failed to capture his fortress. Bullet, cumbersome with a mowing scraping of metal giant spears. Demons sought to see their formidable ballot. The weapon released a huge arrow, which with a thunderous speed crashed directly into the knight's shield. In his eyes, a spark broke out, and he immediately took advantage of the full internal reflection. Triple endurance. Triple absorbs the obtained damage and instantly sends them in response to the enemy at a considerable distance. Recharging skills. 1 day. Allan was satisfied, because this skill was too devastating to allow her use in the martial arts tournament. He suddenly engulfed in curiosity. How many creatures were killed here? The lucid roll returned to the gut. Having guessed everything without words, she turned to the spirit, asking for protection. A radiant square broke out around the girl, which immediately began to destroy the monster. It was an eternal miniature garden. The Gatheruga endowed all elves within a kilometer for a whole hour. Allan suggested that each of them would become 3 times stupid in battle. The general sharply addressed the archers, ordering them to destroy the enemies who seized their fortress. At the same moment, the soldiers raised the bows, and the air rolled up numerous volleys of arrows. He also wanted to destroy someone once and for all. Allan noted that their enemy still has not made himself known, so you can wait until tomorrow. The guy cast his gaze on the clock, and realized in surprise that almost noon. At the same time, the guy appealed to the general to stop the fire on this inanimate. The enemy, apparently, hoped to wait for the help. Lucidral assured that he would be distinguished on the battlefield, as they agreed, but emphasized that it is worth keeping additional skills for the decisive moment. 3 from the team turned to the mountainous terrain, where the snow is crisp. Allan knew exactly where to stay. There was a beast, G, force plus 22, attack plus 22. He chose Mogus. Strength, 1010, mana, absent, attack, 1010, endurance, 6, agility, 5, intelligence, 7, luck, 6. Additionally, plus 2 to force, and plus 2 to the attack. Special skills, digging and awakening of life underground. Austed life skill, dig a pit with a diameter of 2 meters and 10 meters deep. Allan warned them to be alert. Both nodded silently, agreeing with his words. Snow streams fell from the mountains, and in the meantime, Allan and Mogus continued to lay the tunnel in the cave. It seemed to the small animals that they had already climbed under the fortress, and just then, Allan decided that the work was enough today. Meanwhile, the elves equipped the camp and brought firewood to warm up by the fire. Allan liked a sense of security because this stronghold was truly reliable. No attack did not even hurt her. Sophie explained that the fortress was created by a great messenger of the spirits in ancient times. It surprised the boy, so he turned to Sophie to find out why such a powerful fortress was erected in this place. After all, at first glance it seemed that demons were not particularly concerned. The girl was surprised that he was not devoid of ingenuity. After all, there were 2 peoples on their continent, light elves and dark elves, and the relationship between them was far from cloudless. The majestic tree of the world, equally revered by both peoples, eventually settled on the lands of light elves. Here, he was adored and kept as a sacred source of birth of spirits. However, the Dark Couvels could not accept the established order and constantly provoked clashes, trying to gain power. Instead, the lights of the elves tirelessly sought ways to peaceful coexistence. However, the Black Blankets stubbornly abandoned peace. They only wanted to destroy all elves. It was then that the fortress of Lapoka appeared. The war between peoples raged for millennia without subsiding. And after all, the elves were defeated. While the other elves were hotly praying, looking for salvation in mysterious roots of a large tree, a little girl suddenly met Squirrel. She gave her the name Rosen and made a special agreement with her. Since then, everyone knew everyone like a priestess with shiny hair. The priest released a powerful power that dramatically changed the course of war against the Dark Wealth. Then the elves were asked for coexistence or acceptance. In response, they were rolled up and sent, banning their return. But the gloomy bedspreads, full of proud stubbornness, refused to obey. And from that moment, the whole continent began to call Rosenheim. Sophie sighed, calling it her dark past. Allan listened with surprise. After her story, he thought that Her Majesty was a priestess. After all, she also has radiant hair. However, Sophie denied this, saying that her hair and mother were an indisputable proof of their affinity. Since then, no person has concluded contracts with the Grand Rosen. Karina ate, and then confessed that she was very interested, even more than before. However, their affairs did not make it easier. They were again in a difficult situation, if not worse. Why the contract was not concluded remained a mystery. Lucidral tilted his head in front of the King of the Spirits, sincerely thanks to him that they managed to stay alive that day. Meanwhile, Allan approached their camp, greeted everyone, and noted that they made a lot of efforts today, but there are many things to come ahead. The general froze without being talking about. Allan calmly replied that he realized. Tomorrow they would capture the fortress of Lapoka. The army of the owner of the demons is rapidly coming. In 3 days the last detachments from Rosenheim will arrive here, and 4 million reservists are ready to change their intentions, depending on how tomorrow's battle will end. Lucidry realized that this bloody confrontation was not visible. However, they should be at least one defeat, and for Rosenheim everything will be lost. They will follow you at least to the edge of the world, Mr. Allan. The general ordered them to throw them directly into hell. Allan not only agreed, but also promised to do so. Behind them, the flames were cracked, while the conspirators, without bringing their eyes off the fortress, caressing the hope of winning the heart. On the morning of February 5th, they undoubtedly checked time on the clock, because it came a long-awaited day when it was planned to return the fortress of Lapoka. Everyone exploded with approving exclamations and raised their hands up from joy. It was from this inaccessible citadel that their offensive should begin. The column of soldiers strongly rolled into the fortress, and demonic creatures immediately began to pull up to its walls. The young man in the cap realized, right now is the moment to split. Allan waved his hand, calling everyone to move after him. The order was immediately implemented. Separating from the main column, a small group almost failed in a giant abyss. The military stared at the mysterious hole in the rock and turned to Mr. Allan, trying to find out where she came from here. With the same self-confidence on his face, he happily stated that it was not just a pit, but a real hole that he dug the day before. It turned out to be an underground passage that led to the fortress. Today, they felt like real hardcore gamers. Their detachment of 5,000 elves was about to sneak inside and open the gate for the whole troops. One of the travelers thoughtfully noted that in order to penetrate the den, where 300,000 enemies were hidden, 5,000 selected fighters were needed. But Allan denied. They say they had already considered everything, and came to the conclusion that such a difficult mission is quite brave guys as they were, so they had nothing left for them to obey the order. One of the knights was short to eat, thus confirming consent. The soldiers and noise did not have that this tunnel grew here not in one night, and was not done in a hurry, but with skill and perseverance. It seemed to them that the battle on the surface had already flared up full. A loud roar thundered in the tunnel. Allan remembered that he was noon soon and turned to Serena. He ordered her to hit all his strength, but not to break the sword. The girl did not hesitate to grasp the arms, readily accepting the order. Suddenly the air broke up a deafening explosion. The demons have not yet understood what happened as dust began to settle down, opening a sight. Crowds of attackers escaped from the break. Allan, without seconds, ordered Lord Gatrugi, who kept the outer wall in the south gate, to step behind him. Dry numbers on paper were not frightened as much as their reality, which appeared just before their eyes. The crowd of demons suddenly erupted in front of Allan, began to growly and rapidly approaching, preparing for the attack. The commander exclaimed the new team, instructing Sophie to apply his extras. The girl, without any hesitation, rushed to action. Avoid its extraordinary power, the embodiment of the Great Spirit. She asked him to protect their army. Demons went on the offensive, releasing arrows from their bows and fiery charges from the rod. Their leader appealed to faithful servants, the vile skeletons, ordering them to deal with the cursed Erdens. Arrows with a crash were scattered against a magical shield, which was securely guarded by a huge bird. Allan smiled satisfied, looking at Sophie, and praised her with warmth, calling a wonderful girl. It reached 60 level, had 723 forces, 1,621 units of mana with an additional 598 attacks, 844 agility, 903 intelligence with a bonus of 600 as well as 840 luck. She possessed the magic of the spirits, and Allan had nothing to compare with, so he just guessed. Was it not related to the fact that she was a descendant of the first priestess? After all, the ability to call the Great Spirit, which was inaccessible even 3-star elementalists, and really seemed something beyond any rules of the game. Allan checked the clock. The arrows were pointed to the exact 12th. Lucididae ordered everyone to use their additional abilities. In response, a frantic attack broke out. The air whistled from the arrows, the fiery arrows cut the darkness, and the giant balls of the flames rose in the air. Allan was satisfied. It was a real deadly flurry. The arrows were raining, destroying the demons by whole crowds. Allan urged everyone to stay away from the wall, because they needed to intercept control over the south gate. The arrows continued to fly over the fortress wall, and the elfy warriors were confidently moving forward, making the wounded demons which still gave signs of life. Meanwhile, the gates were slowly opening, and one of the soldiers hurried to report it. The army of elves that accumulated in front of the gate began to enter the fortress to meet the advanced detachments of the enemy. When all the soldiers were inside, the order came to remove the bodies and hold the defense firmly. Without delay, each of the fighters obeyed this order. Allan sincerely thanked Lucy Drow for timely help. The general in response noted that it was only the merit of Mr. Allan himself. The commander ordered to start cleaning, emphasizing, "Even in the midst of the battle, it is impossible to destroy the fortress." On the other hand, a powerful explosion was heard. In the west, the battle, and Allan did not hide the pleasure of the skill of a young warrior. Having made the decision to lead further, he ordered his 5,000 elves to move behind him to the eastern wall. The army executed the order and started the offensive. But suddenly, demons rushed from the upper stairs, collapsing on most of the detachment. At this point, Allan's eyes flashed. He immediately learned about the appearance of demonic creatures. Allan apologized to everyone and reported that they were already going. The soldiers were to take defense on the outer wall. The senior among the military confirmed the order and confidently assured that they could rely on their team. Among the pages of the book, cards with the image of griffins were erupted, and Allan began to call them. Meanwhile, at the south gate, one of the soldiers warned Lucidhydral to be careful. Higher demons appeared in these parts. The leader stood focused, with a serious expression of the face, holding a heavy sword, negligently leaning on his shoulder. The Lucid Rotel felt depression, because he realized that he was in front of him, who was afraid of everyone. A demon who had taken out of himself a sinister laughter, because it was the same demon from the northern fortress. It seemed to him that Lucididul appeared here to get rid of his second hand. The general changed instantly on his face. He became surprisingly concentrated and harsh. The dog behind the demon next to other shadows suddenly noticed that General had two hands. As it is possible at all, he could not understand. One demon suggested that he may have used the elfine elixir, because it is an extremely valuable potion, and obviously this elf is of great importance to them. However, even with this help, they would not have managed to break the course of war. Lucidril stated that they could not compete with these opponents. In the air, a loud trembling of the wings appeared. An army flew on the griffins appeared above them. Allan's face became focused and tense, and the demon was frozen, jumped by the appearance of a gnome. The long-haired blonde demon corrected the leader, specifying that it was only a baby, or rather, a human baby. To the demon it all seemed to be a joke. Instead, the leader with sarcasm called them unhappy children. He did not leave the question. Who is this ruthless leader, who condemned them to the inevitable death? Allan asked for permission not to answer their questions, and insisted that they continue to remain in the future, calling them with the smart demons. Demons suddenly darkened. He addressed the Lord, full of desire to show mercy, but then sharply ordered the Nefti and Yagofa to bring their heads. Long-haired without hesitation passed this order. The girl in a gorgeous hat could not tread. Wyatt was annoyed at all. Drogo also noted that these creatures at least 3 meters in height. He thought that it would be much easier for him to sit on the ground and get off the fingerboard. Allan agreed with sadness, nodding clearly, and allowed him to act at his discretion. He shouted loudly to Siren, ordering her to keep the bagel with her. Drogo, meanwhile, had to deal with Hoffman and Formal. Follow the girl with gray hair. Allan was thinking with the fact that at least 3 places for the call should be released. This dilemma has not been rest for him for a long time. He could not understand which of the wards could now be considered the least needed. After all, he had only 3 slots for the call. Cruzan was silently approaching Serena, and she looked carefully at him. He had a Cinderella skin, horns striped as if stockings. Serena called this creature of a peace joker, because it was not similar to the devil.